Dr. Feelgood, a Billionaire Romance Audiobook by Elaine and M. Love.
Chapter 1. The Arrangement.
When Michael looked down at the phone buzzing incessantly in his pocket, he sighed, shaking his head. It had already been an extraordinarily long day, and he could only think of one person who would be calling him at 11 in the evening, and he was too tired to deal with her. When the light before him turned green, he put his phone aside and continued on his way home. The streets were deserted at this hour on the edge of the city, but he did not want to take any chances. He had seen so many people in the emergency ward because they thought they were situationally aware while driving, and he knew better. If he was going to call his mother back, he would do it only when he got back to his flat. Unlike many physicians he knew, Michael liked working the late shift. The long drive home gave him time to mull over things his otherwise hectic life would not allow, such as the surgeries he had planned for the coming week, and how many hours he was going to spend at the hospital. How on earth was he going to survive another summer at his parents' estate when his mother was determined to bend him to her will? If he had thought his obligation to please his parents had ended with his earning a medical degree and becoming a successful doctor in his own right, he had been wrong. His mother was still intent on him being true to his noble English roots when Michael had far more important things on his mind. Saving lives, for instance. Or making sure that his best friend, and one of the United Kingdom's greatest sources of interest, world-renowned architect Elias Johnson, was not doing something that he would regret. Though Michael had to admit that since Elias had married, he had mellowed out somewhat. He did not jump into decisions so quickly, and on some occasions, he could even be enticed into pretending that he cared about people, a detail he had had trouble with before. Overall, in the past year he had become much more personable. At least, in Michael's opinion. He had known Elias before all the pomp and circumstance, and the man had always been a bit narcissistic and slightly neurotic. But then again, Michael was a surgeon, not a psychiatrist. That job now fell on Elias's wife, Kat, and Michael could only pray for her. That being said, he liked Kat. She was an architect, like her husband, and a very good one. In fact, with what he was teaching her, she might be on the way to surpassing her husband in the next 5 years or so, which would be an interesting thing to see. Kat and Elias made quite the couple, and whenever Michael argued with his mother that he was not particularly interested in marrying, Elias's case was the first she brought up. Elias did not think he would marry either, and look what happened to him. He found a nice girl, exactly his match, and you see how happy they are, Michael. The memory alone was enough to make the doctor groan as he pulled into the gated drive of his apartment complex. When he flashed his card, the guard let him in, and for the first time since he had left the hospital, a small smile formed on his face. At least he would be free in his flat. He could set his phone to silent, have a glass of scotch, and shut out the world around him. It would not be difficult, at this hour of the night. When he eased onto his leather sofa and turned the news on the television, he was not esteemed Earl and Dr. Michael W. Tate III. He was just a man. An exhausted man who wanted a few hours to himself, until he had to deal with life all over again the following morning. Michael slipped from his Tesla, a car his father berated him for choosing over a Rolls-Royce, and locked it before heading into the posh building behind the parking lot. His flat was on the 6th floor, and he was relieved not to run into any of his neighbors on the way. Despite the fact that he had lived here for a good 5 years, he still found himself approached by his neighbors on a daily basis. They wanted to be friends. They wanted to hobnob with nobility when, in all honesty, Michael wanted little more than to escape his title. It was why he had chosen to become a doctor, rather than to go into the military or politics or some other such ridiculousness. There were plenty of modern-day nobles in England to sling their titles around carelessly without his adding to the fray. If it were up to him, he would live a quiet life out of the media spotlight, doing what he loved, helping people. But so far, that had proved to be impossible. The paparazzi would hide in trash cans to get a glimpse of him, and that was outside of the functions that he had to attend every year because of his title. Exhaling slowly, Michael entered his apartment, locking the door behind him and tossing his coat onto the nearest armchair. Though he liked to spend his money as much as the next person, the fact was that he could match his best friend on almost any expenditure that he cared to make. The difference between them was that Elias liked to splurge, while Michael chose what he spent wisely. His flat was a perfect example. In a quiet, well-landscaped neighborhood in northern London, the two-bedroom flat was in a new building with mahogany floors throughout and a gorgeous view of the park across the street. Even Elias, who was reluctant to give compliments where architecture was involved, had to admit that the place was a very good fit for him. Of course, the price had been somewhat outlandish, but on this particular occasion, it was something that Michael was willing to pay. For his comfort, his solitude, and his peace of mind. After all, one day he would inherit the family manor, and would be forced to live in the monstrosity of a house by himself. It was not that he did not appreciate his family history, or that he took his noble name for granted. It was simply that Michael was a man of simple pleasures, and by definition, most nobles tended to go in the opposite direction. He was happiest while he was in surgery, saving lives. Not being seen as some singular function, meant to raise money for people in places no one had ever really been. With a low groan, Michael undid the first few buttons of his shirt before making his way to the expansive open kitchen. He always kept 2 or 3 bottles of his favorite scotch so he could have his nightcaps, but to his surprise, when Michael flicked on the kitchen light, there was no scotch on the counter. He immediately scowled. He wanted to be alone tonight. "Elias, where's my scotch?" Almost immediately, his friend Elias Johnson popped up from Michael's leather couch and smiled. "That is uncanny. How did you know it was me?" Michael rolled his eyes. "Only a few people have keys to my flat, and I assume my parents would not just pop in at midnight. That narrows the prospects quite a bit." He ran a hand through his thick auburn hair before fixing Elias with an accusatory stare. "I know you did not drink all 3 bottles of scotch, so what have you done with it?" Elias stood with a sigh. At just over 6 feet with dark hair, vivid blue eyes, and a devil-may-care attitude, he had been quite the ladies' man before he got married. Now Kat kept him on a short leash, one he willingly adhered to. Elias's womanizing days were far behind him, which meant that now, more than ever, he brought his woes to lay at Michael's feet. "I put them in the cabinet, where they belong. Do you know how many people might be tempted to steal your liquor?" The doctor merely smirked. "People like you." Elias made a face. "I have only had a single sip, and I am convinced you are off your rocker. That stuff is foul." Michael chuckled at his assessment. "All the better for you not to drink it then." With that, he crossed the room to the simple, elegantly carved liquor cabinet that his sister had bought him for his 30th birthday, and retrieved a bottle of scotch. When he offered Elias a glass, the architect merely made a face, and Michael proceeded to pour himself a generous measure on the rocks. That done, he settled down on the sofa that Elias had so recently vacated. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit, Elias?" Elias leaned over the kitchen counter, exhaling slowly against the marble before he turned back to face his longtime friend. "Kat is pregnant." Michael immediately bolted upright, choking on his scotch. "She is what?" "Pregnant," Elias repeated almost immediately. "As in, we are going to have a baby." "I am a doctor. I know what pregnant means." Michael returned before the burning in his throat soothed, and he took another more cautious sip of scotch. As he did so, he tried to read Elias's face. After years of friendship, he was well aware that Elias wore his emotions on his sleeve, but just now he could not quite discern what his friend was feeling. Elias would not have come to see him at midnight if he was overjoyed that Kat was pregnant, so there had to be something else behind his impromptu visit. "And you are upset?" "Not upset." Elias snapped back almost defensively. Michael let it slide. Elias was not known to be the most courteous of men, especially when his wife was not around. I am going to be a father." Right, Michael replied succinctly. Raising another architecture prodigy. What do you have to worry about? He took another sip of his drink, trusting the liquor to help him deal with Elias at such a crucial juncture in his life. Catherine is amazing. She will be a wonderful mother. Not worried about Kat. Elias grunted, shaking his head slowly. She is not the problem. And there it hung between them, unspoken out of fear. Elias was scared that he was going to be a poor father, and it was up to Michael to convince him otherwise. The doctor sighed, rising only reluctantly from his position on the couch to retrieve another glass from the kitchen. He poured a second glass of scotch, and this time when he offered it to Elias, his friend did not refuse. Elias took the glass, downing half the scotch in one gulp before wincing. Yuck, did I say that was foul? Terrible. And yet you still drink it. Michael shook his head, leaning against the counter. Ridiculous. Almost as ridiculous as worrying about your child. Elias's head jerked up as he eyed his friend skeptically. Michael shrugged. The way I see it, the little one will have your drive and stubbornness, Kat's heart of gold, and the innate talent of both its parents, which is to say far too much. I cannot see you having too much difficulty with a little one that is basically just a combination of you and the woman you adore. Elias's expression turned contemplative. He drank the rest of his scotch more slowly, and by the time his glass was empty, his body was markedly more relaxed. He pushed the glass away with a single finger, before finally looking at Michael again. You make it sound so easy. Easier than you think, or so I am told. The doctor poured himself another glass. If ever I knew a man who followed his instincts, Elias, it is you. And in my humble opinion, parenting is 80% instinct. And the other 20%? Michael's mouth curved up at the corners in an amused smile. Sheer luck, my friend. That drew a smile from Elias. The architect chuckled before retrieving his glass and presenting it to Michael once more. Maybe drinking more of this will give me your outlook on all of this. Hey, Michael said in warning. This is 300 pounds a bottle, so do not go drinking it like the heavy drinker we both know you are. Takes one to know one, my friend. Once Michael presented Elias with his second drink, they both retired to the living room once more, drinking in companionable silence. Outside, the dreary weather that had threatened for most of the previous day finally broke as thunder rumbled in the distance. Rain fell first in singular drops against the immaculate window panes, and ultimately became a torrential downpour. Michael exhaled contentedly, glad to have made it home before the storm and similarly glad, despite the intrusion, that Elias trusted him with matters of such importance. He was going to be a father, no small thing by any stretch of the imagination. It was somewhat outlandish when Michael really thought about it. Not so much the idea that Elias was going to have a baby as that he was willing. A few years ago, the architect had been one of the foremost proponents of a single life. He was rich, attractive, and without ties, and he used his status to move through the ranks of some of the world's most influential women. Until Catherine had tamed his wayward heart. Elias and she were something together, Michael had to admit. They were a wonder that almost made him believe in the merits of true and abiding love. Certainly, he himself had been with his fair share of women. He was not bad-looking, and whether they knew of his title or not, when his body expressed a need, it was not hard to find a woman to spend time with. Unlike Elias, however, he made sure that they knew on no uncertain terms that he wanted no attachments. He was polite if curt, for Michael was a man who liked his solitude. It was something he had longed for after years of being brought up in the media spotlight, of being paraded around by his mother and father and forced to the forefront of Britain's moneyed upper crust for as long as he could remember. While his sister seemed to thrive under the attention, Michael only wanted to escape. With the advent of his medical degree, for a brief moment he thought he had. Being known in the medical community for one's skill was completely different than being known as an earl, and Michael wanted badly enough to make his mark there. Instead, he became the Earl Doctor. He could not count how many times his skills had come under question because of his title, to the point where only in the later years of his 7-year residency did those who worked with him realize his true level of skill. Michael had worked hard to get where he was, and despite the fact that he was very masculine, he did not find himself terribly attracted to many women. He was more comfortable in scrubs than in a pub, and dragging himself through the functions of high society was something akin to torture. He would rather stay away from it all, and he certainly was in no mood to marry, despite his mother's persistent pressure. As if he had read his thoughts, Elias spoke suddenly. "I suppose you have not stumbled across any interesting ladies lately?" Michael grimaced. "If you are asking if I have been seeing anyone, yes, Elias. I have been in the company of women." The architect snorted. "Discussing the weather, no doubt." "Hilarious," Michael returned scathingly. "Forgive me if my interest in women does not run as deeply as yours." Elias leaned back in his leather armchair with a chuckle. "My interests are now centered on only one woman, Michael. For both our sakes, you have got to meet someone." "I do not want to break any hearts," Michael shot back, almost immediately. "I would rather fix them. In a surgeon's theater." Elias groaned. "How are we friends? You are the complete opposite of me." That was enough to bring Michael back into good humor. "I think that is why we are friends. That, and no one else can put up with your high-maintenance nonsense." Elias merely sighed, swirling his scotch in his glass before nodding in agreement. "Point taken." At that particular moment, the doctor's phone buzzed against the glass coffee table that separated the two men. Frowning, Michael eyed it skeptically. It was close to 1 a.m. If his parents were indeed calling, they were up terribly late. He reluctantly reached forward to check the number scrolling across the screen, and muttered under his breath. Elias arched a brow. "The Countess, I presume?" Michael groaned. "Do not call her that. Call her Angela. She knows you." Elias merely grinned. He liked to tease Michael about escaping his titles at every opportunity, though to his credit, he did grant his friend this particular jab. "And I know her, my lord." "Leave it." At that point, Michael was willing to answer the phone just to shut him up, and hurried to do so. "Mum? What is going on? It is late." "Hello, my darling." Michael sighed as she immediately gushed into his ear. He was an accomplished doctor in his mid-30s, and his mother still tried to coddle him like he was a young boy. "How have you been? I have not heard from you in weeks." "Busy, Mum?" he replied with succinct politeness. 3 surgeries every day, and a residency. "Why are you not in bed at this hour?" "Well, darling, I have some exciting news, and I just wanted to make sure I caught you. I know you will be home for the summer in a few weeks." She had done something. She would not be so happy unless she had done something to his summer. Michael had been trying to escape returning to his family estate every summer since he had moved out, and as of yet, he had been unsuccessful. His dramatic mother always managed to guilt-trip him into coming back, and if he was lucky, his time at home only consisted of her showing him off to all her upper-echelon friends. "What is it?" she squealed. The 67-year-old woman squealed, and Michael knew he was in a world of trouble. "Darling, we are to have a guest this summer. And I just know you are going to love her. Smile. Over here, Lady Lithgow. Yes, let us see her face as well. Give us a good one." Rose did her best to keep herself from internally combusting before the light of what seemed like 1,000 flashing cameras. She was attending a charity benefit to raise money for children in Africa's undersupplied Congo region. And for the event, they had even flown a Congolese child all the way from Africa to spend a week in London. After which, they would presumably send her back into poverty without a second thought. When she had learned of the stunt, the only thing that kept Rose from marching into the coordinator's office and confronting him was her mother's gentle dissuasion. "Darling, You know it will not really do you any good. You will just make a scene, and that will be good for neither the child nor yourself, right? Though Rose knew perfectly well that her mother had begged her to refrain from losing her temper to save the family reputation, more than out of concern for a child she did not know, in this case she had been the voice of reason. It would not do Rose any good to show her temper when money was being raised for this little girl and her village. The best she could do was make sure that she was taken advantage of as little as possible while she was in the United Kingdom. And in order to do that, she made sure the child was in her care for the next week. But that came with its own set of concerns. Rose was dressed to the nines in a pale pink gown that clung to her small, slender figure, her hair swept up into an intricate chignon. She had spent half the day on her hair and makeup at her family's insistence, knowing full well that she was meant to be seen as much as heard at the charity event. Unfortunately, she was used to being in the spotlight. As the daughter of a duke, even in modern-day Britain, pomp and circumstance reigned supreme. She was forced to make appearances at tea functions and parties that bored her to tears when she would much rather be doing work that really mattered. And then there was poor Elias. The dark-skinned little girl was a beautiful 7-year-old with large brown eyes and a thatch of raven curly hair. She had never left the Congo in her life, and now here she was, in Rose's arms, dressed up in a frilly gold frock and clinging to her for dear life. The poor thing was terrified. And no one here seemed to care, because they were too concerned about their publicity opportunities. And so Rose fought to maintain her cool, rubbing over Elise's back soothingly and whispering to her in her native French in an attempt to calm her down. It seemed to take forever to make it down the carpet and into the actual venue, and then a fresh burst of photographers met them at the entrance. "Mon Dieu," Rose said lowly, completely out of patience. Dipping the tiniest of curtsies, she pushed through the crowd, heading with intention for the bathrooms, and she did not stop until she and Elias were safely inside. Taking a deep breath, Rose did her best to compose herself as she gently pried the trembling girl's fingertips from her and set her on the bathroom counter. Her pretty little face was tear-streaked, and Rose's heart went out to her as she reached for a tissue to wipe the moisture away. "It is all right, my little one," she reassured the child in a low, soothing voice. "We are fine. They will not harm you, I promise. They just want to help you." And themselves? She could not help the bitter thought that popped into her mind as soon as the statement left her lips. "I miss Mama and Papa," Elias replied plaintively, sniffling even as Rose wiped her tears away. "I want to go home." "And you will, my darling. With lots of nice things to eat for Mum and Dad. Will that not be nice?" The child appeared skeptical, but her cheeks remained dry. Slowly she nodded her head in assent. Rose cast her a winning smile. "That is a good girl. You can be brave for your mummy, cannot you?" This time Elias smiled, answering prettily. "Oui." Of course, Rose's mother chose that instant to burst into the bathroom, startling the child against Rose's chest once more, so the young woman sighed in exasperation. "Hello, Mother." "Rose, darling, why are you not out there?" The Duchess of Heatherton wasted no time on pleasantries. "The patrons will not donate unless they can see the child. And the child is in the washroom." Rose scowled. "The child has a name, Mother. It is Elias, and she is currently scared witless." She scooped the girl from the sink to set her gently on the floor, where she clung to Rose's skirts, staring up at the Duchess with wide eyes. "I am trying to give her a moment without cameras in her face. She is only 7, for heaven's sake." Usually, this would be the point where her mother would try to argue with her. They had butted heads frequently since Rose was a child, and the Duchess was always convinced that her way was the right way. Rose fully expected an argument, but for whatever reason her mother, instead of puffing herself up, backed down. With a sigh she merely shook her head, still magnificent even in her mid-50s. "Very well, darling, but can we please try to keep this interlude under 10 minutes? Rose knew she should have been suspicious. Very rarely did her mother give anything up without a fight, but she was too preoccupied with Elias to think of much else. She only flashed her mother a grateful smile. "We will be out in a few moments, Mother." I promise. Thank you. The Duchess nodded with a tight smile before sweeping back out of the bathroom, leaving Rose alone with her charge once more. No sooner had the imposing woman left than Elias pointed after her and murmured a single word. Pound. Peacock. Rose had to stifle her laughter. How amusing that children always had the courage to say what adults could not. It was one rule that seemed to stand the test of time. Though there were several more moments during the function where Rose found herself itching to confront people, on the whole they made it through the function without incident. She mingled with all the important people she was expected to, Elias clinging to her skirt through the entire affair. Whenever someone sought to touch her, the little girl immediately hid her face bashfully and clung to Rose even harder. Ultimately, she was able to dissuade most of the guests from trying, citing that the little girl was tired and hungry. Of course, by the time dinner actually rolled around, Elias was fast asleep against Rose's shoulder, completely exhausted from her evening. All the better, in Rose's humble opinion. She probably would have wanted little to do with the rich foods on the evening's menu. Rose herself had little taste for them. She would much have preferred a little fish and chip shop that she knew on the West End, close to a soup kitchen where she volunteered. One her mother implied that she had better not be seen at. But Rose did not care. She would endure the high-maintenance nature of tonight's function because ultimately, it would mean that Elias's village got food, fresh water, and a measure of monetary support. That was, if they could take advantage of it before the warlords in the region got hold of it. The very thought made her wince. As she made a go at her liver pâté, the young woman gazed around at the people circling the table. Celebrities, lords and ladies, all of them, but few of them knew anything of the actual plight children like Elias faced every single day. They meant well, but when push came to shove, they liked to keep a fair distance between them and their charitable causes. But to make a scene tonight, or any other night frankly, would be ill-mannered. While she had contemplated action several times, this was something the young woman simply was not willing to trade. Not if it meant people in the Democratic Republic of Congo, or anywhere else for that matter, could get help. No matter how small. And so the young woman endured. She endured the dinner, the speeches and the titles. She endured the small talk, smiling until her cheeks ached and dancing until her feet were sore. She did not truly relax until she was in the car on the way home. Elias curled in her lap, sound asleep, and she herself was nodding off until her mother spoke. "You were a vision tonight, dearest." The blonde woman's eyes popped open, and she straightened slightly to meet the gaze of the woman sitting across from her. Duchess Emily Lithgow was still very much awake, reapplying her lipstick, even though they had left the event for the evening. "Thank you, Mother. And we raised over £100,000 for your friends. Is that not lovely?" Rose repressed a groan. She found it slightly infuriating that her mother constantly referred to the people she tried to help as her friends. It was ridiculously condescending. "Yes, Mother, quite. I am sure that when the girl wakes up, she will be happy to hear it." As the Duchess beamed at her, Rose exhaled slowly. For the rest of Elias's time here, she hardly wanted to concern the girl with matters of money and survival. She would do her best to keep the child out of the spotlight, with a full belly and lots of toys to play with. "I am sure she will, Mother." After her reply, a companionable silence fell between them, and Rose was silly enough to take it as a sign that she had been let off the hook. She began to drift off again, jerking to attention at her mother's low tone. "You do not seem very happy, dear." "Oh, for heaven's sake. I am fine, Mother. Just a bit tired." Lord Benjamin commented that you seemed a little irritated when his wife asked to hold the child. "Elias," Rose replied through gritted teeth, her gray eyes flashing dangerously. "Her name is Elias." "Whoever she is," the Duchess made a superfluous motion with her hand. "You must understand how important these events are for her and her kind. Interacting with people in the civilized world can only reflect well for her, and—" "Civilized?" Rose burst, unable to remain quiet any longer. You treat a lone child thousands of miles away from her home like an attraction in a zoo, and you have the nerve to label it civility? More civil than where she came from. The Duchess's expression immediately turned severe, her green eyes narrowing in warning. Hopefully she will take more than food and our hard-earned money back with her. Oh yes, Rose said, clutching the child in her arm closer to her reflexively. Heaven forbid that our illustrious funds should go to people who actually need them instead of your brand name obsession. Mother, the people at these functions only attend to be seen, and you know it. All at once her tone turned pleading. If people could just understand what they go through, if they would make an effort to see what it is really like. Enough, Rose. The Duchess's clear, high tone rang through the back of the car, and her daughter immediately bristled, turning red. Is it not enough that I put up with your flights of fancy? That I allow all of your shenanigans when there are other things you are neglecting? Her daughter groaned, exasperated. Like what, Mother? What makeup to wear in the morning? What dress I should wear to tea? Who I should be seen with? Rose, 2 high spots of pink appeared high on her mother's cheeks. I only mention it because I care about you. I cannot bear the thought of you growing old alone. Rose stared at her, completely flummoxed. She was a few weeks away from her 27th birthday. Where was all this dying alone nonsense coming from? Slowly she shook her head. Mother, what on earth are you going on about? But it was too late. The Duchess had turned on the waterworks and began to sob, much to her daughter's dismay. Rose swallowed a groan of consternation. If her mother could not get her way by demanding that something be done, the next stage was dissolving into hysterics. Darling, all you ever do is work for other people. People in places I have never gone, in cities I cannot even pronounce, and I just want to know you are happy. For you to be able to settle down with someone who understands you like I do. It was on the tip of Rose's tongue to tell her mother that she could pronounce Thailand and India perfectly well. And even closer to home, she could go visit the soup kitchen in the West End and make a difference there. But that clearly was not the course of conversation that her mother wanted to pursue. She was talking about something completely different. Mom? I am perfectly happy. Alone? The statement was mostly true. It was not as if Rose did not want a family someday, but right now settling down simply was not at the top of her list. She wanted to go places, see things, and most of all she wanted to help people. Very few men seemed to understand that passion. They looked at her and they saw the rich, privileged daughter of a duke. They wondered why she was not out buying up the high street and throwing extravagant parties. From the beginning, however, Rose had been different than most girls in her situation. She did not want extravagant birthday parties every year, and when her parents offered her trips abroad for good behavior, she used them to go to third-world countries and explore. She had always been obsessed with the idea of helping people, of making a difference in some small way. For Rose, material things had never mattered much. She gave most of her childhood toys away in donations for needy children at Christmas time. She sold the Audi her father bought her for her 18th birthday, bought a hybrid, and sent the rest of the money to war-torn regions in Africa. After she graduated from one of London's premier finishing schools, she went to university, majoring in international studies, and the moment she graduated, much to her parents' dismay, she signed on with the Peace Corps for 2 years. Thankfully, neither her mother nor her father had tried to keep her from going. Not once did they find the papers already signed. What they did do, however, was try to turn their daughter's 2-year tenure into a publicity stunt, splashing all the images she sent them all over the papers and the internet. She was the selfless one, the angel, and of course by the time she returned, everyone wanted her for a charity or a benefit. Her face became synonymous with giving, even for those who could care less about the plights of others. It suited her parents just fine, of course. Any action that ultimately painted the family name in a good light worked for them, as long as they got their daughter back in the end. In years of playing along with their machinations, Rose found that she truly did not have time to date, and when she did, men were shocked to find out that she was actually as earnest about her causes as people said. Rose was not playing a role. She never had, and the fact that her parents had built themselves from her goodwill continued to annoy her. It was something she told herself she could live with, as long as they never tried to restrict her. She was a grown woman, after all, capable of making her own decisions and executing them. And her current plans did not involve settling down. Mother, in a few years perhaps. She tried to be as gentle as she could. Rose was never comfortable with her mother's emotional outbursts. I do not think that now is the time. Oh, darling, just tell me you will go. I need to know you are at least giving this a chance. Giving what a chance? Maybe it was the day's exhaustion, but Rose was entirely confused. Giving what a chance, Mother? The Duchess sighed, reaching into her handbag for a tissue to dry her tears. Rose watched her dab, forcing her face into a semblance of understanding. On her lap, Elias shifted slightly in her sleep, clutching her more tightly. Rose, I have arranged for you to spend the summer at the manor of some of our oldest family friends. The blonde woman immediately bristled. Her mother knew that she planned to leave for Thailand in a few weeks' time. She intended to spend a year there, helping educate children in remote villages. Mother, she began, intent on reining in her temper, I am not staying in England this summer. We have already had this discussion. But sweetheart, just meet him. The plot grew thicker with every word that came from her mother's mouth. Meet who, Mum? Why, Lord Tate, dear. Earl Jonathan Tate's son. He is a very successful surgeon and quite an attractive man from what I have heard. For a long moment, Rose just stared at her mother in disbelief. She could barely process what she was hearing. Her mother had promised someone that she would spend the summer at a manor she had never visited in her life, in a shady attempt to set her up with their son. The sheer meddling alone was enough to make her want to mutter every sharp word she knew. But somehow she refrained. For a long silent moment, Rose weighed her options. She could fight her mother on this while they were both tired, knowing that the woman would probably wake Elias in the process and pull out every stop that she possibly could in order to get her daughter to cooperate. Or she could give in. There were actually a few merits when one looked at the latter choice. The first of which was that she would be away from her mother's direct influence for the entire summer. She would be giving in to her wishes certainly, but as far as Rose knew, the Tates' estate was a fair way outside of London, which lessened any chance of her parents intruding. Another good thing about the trip was that it would give her a break from the limelight. She assumed that when she was with the Tates, she would be expected to accompany their son on his social calls. If that were the case, she could easily beg off. She had had plenty of practice with her own parents. Thirdly, no one could make her like Lord Tate, whatever his name was. Rose doubted she would be impressed with any military time he had served, or hunting trips he had been on. This was the modern age, and she would not be played like a pawn. She might be going, but she was going under her own set of rules. Fine, Mother. I will go. The Duchess's shock showed on her face, and Rose hid a crafty smile. On one condition. What is that, dear? The elder woman answered almost immediately, and Rose knew she had her on the hook. She shifted the child in her arms into a more comfortable position before meeting her mother's gaze directly. Should Lord Tate and I not get along as famously as you anticipate, at the end of the summer you allow me to go to Thailand. For 2 years. No questions asked. The Duchess's face paled. She swallowed visibly, her gaze still meeting her daughter's, a moment before her smile turned saccharine sweet. Very well, my darling. If that is really what you want. It is. Rose returned succinctly, her expression softening as she gazed down at the sleeping girl in her arms with a fond expression. It is. He was not looking forward to this trip. Michael had not been looking forward to it for the past 2 months, and now that the summer had finally arrived, he found himself despising the manipulative ways of his parents more and more. He did not have to go, he reminded himself. He could turn his car around, return to his flat, and tell Jacqueline, the head administrator of Worthington Medical, that he had changed his mind. He was not taking the summer off, and he would be on hand for all the surgeries he had passed off. But then he would never hear the end of it from his parents. She had made this summer sound like it was going to be 3 months of delight, but Michael knew better. Just because his mother had agreed to let him work at the local hospital did not mean that she was offering him any real allowances. He had been trapped in this, and nothing would make him believe any different. As he drove out of London, the city suburbs gave way to green countryside. Villages and trees took over the skyline, and inexplicably the dreary weather of London seemed to fade further and further with each kilometer that passed. It was a good 2 hours or so to the family estate, so he had time to mull things over. Like what he was going to do to stave off this girl. Michael was not stupid. He knew that his mother fully intended him to be engaged by the end of the summer, just as he intended to thwart her. Michael had no intention of letting a woman weigh him down at this point in his life, especially one as absorbed with marriage and titles as his parents were. In this day and age, there was nothing the doctor considered more old-fashioned than the slinging of titles in London. It was garish and uncalled for and the quickest path to earn his disdain. And yet here he was, playing into his mother's machinations. When it came to why, Michael was not sure himself. To appease his mother? To ensure that he did not spend the rest of the year with his parents harassing him? Because some part of him, deep down, longed to prove to them that he simply was not as marriageable as they assumed? He was not certain. What was certain, however, was the sheer ridiculousness of the idea that he would like a young woman simply because she was attractive and had titles. If one was really going to nitpick about the type of women that Michael liked, he did not think he would ever label them genteel. He was a man for adventurous women who were not afraid to take chances and stand up for themselves, not delicate wilting wallflowers who flirted more than they did anything else. His mother had not told him very much about Lady Rose Lithgow, and for that Michael was grateful. He preferred to make his own interpretations when he met her, and on that note he was almost certain that he would be disappointed. If his mother had chosen her, then it only further indicated to him that spending a summer with her would be something akin to a nightmare. He would be expected to entertain her between his hospital shifts, to wine and dine her, and at least pretend he was interested. Michael made a face. It seemed the world was intent on making things difficult for him, when all he wanted to do was practice in peace. When his phone rang, Michael set it on the cradle he used to charge the device, and used the car's system to answer the call. "Hello? I cannot believe you are going through with this." Michael sighed the moment his sister's miffed, cultured tones drifted through the car's speakers. "I would have told Mum to forget it." Groaning, the doctor merely shook his head incrementally before taking his next exit. "Well, you are certifiably off your rocker." "Ha ha. Very funny, Michael." Sarcasm dried her tone. "Just because I am not an illustrious doctor at one of London's best hospitals. You know very well I am not talking about your job, Alice." Michael replied dryly. His sister was a fashion designer, and a very good one. She had kept more to the expectations befitting a lady of her station, and lived the high life that their parents so enjoyed. Michael did not resent her for it. Unlike most of the British aristocracy, his sister worked hard for her money, earning almost as much as was in her trust fund. But this freedom made her a thorn in their parents' side, and at the tender age of 25, she was in the tabloids almost every other day with her grandiose parties and morning-after escapades. Michael and his sister had always been close, and in truth he admired her refusal to be tamed. Out of the two of them, he supposed one had to be the wild child, and that was most certainly Alice. "Well, I am talking about your freedom. Tell me you are not taking this seriously." "Please, Alice," Michael grunted in half-amusement. "You know me better than that." "I am glad to say I do. So I am sure you are going to explain to me why you are entertaining this flight of fancy." Michael exhaled a long breath, his concentration fixed on the road before him. How was he supposed to explain to his sister that he did not intend to go through with their parents' flight of fancy. That he was only going home for the summer to play the part of dutiful son, with the hope that once they realized how unmarriageable he was, they would let him go. The entire plan sounded more and more far-fetched the more he mulled it over. He was the oldest male in the Tate family. Lineage demanded that he provide a son or daughter to carry on the name, as archaic as the notion was. Of course Alice would marry in her own right, but her children might not be Tates. Especially if she followed the current pattern she had set for herself, and married outside of the gentry entirely. Maybe she would fall in love with a tattoo artist, or a chef. Alice tended to like artistic types. I do not really know. He finally admitted gruffly, taking the exit that would lead him along the cliffs, and afford him a breathtaking view of the ocean beyond. I am hoping this will be the last time. That they will give up, and let me live my own life. In response, Alice merely delivered a scathing laugh. Come on, Michael. Dream on. You are a Tate. The eldest Tate. They will be harping on you, until the day you die. And I will die single and childless just to spite them, he said in annoyance. I may play the dutiful child, Alice, but I like obeying no more than you. Good to hear it. His sister's voice perked up at his profession, which, strangely enough, made Michael feel better as well. You will keep me updated, will you not? Of course, he replied with a small smile. It will be the closest thing to a challenge I have ever faced, so I assume you will want to hear all about it. Indeed I will. You had better call me Michael. I adore you. Love you too. Now hang up the phone before I crash. His sister took the opportunity he provided to blow him a very wet and unladylike raspberry. Shut it, you cheeky thing. In the silence that followed the click of the connection ending, Michael found his hopes bolstered. Alice was right. He would make sure that his mother knew that he was participating in her flight of fancy, not out of genuine interest in marriage, but because he was merely trying to do his civic duty. Of course he had other duties than to his parents. He was a doctor, a member of the medical community, a friend and an advisor, but of course his esteemed parents did not think much of any of that. He was a Tate first and foremost, however he might feel about the subject. So he would be a Tate. He would be polite and gentlemanly, the picture of refinement. And then the first moment he found himself alone with Lady Lithgow, he would tell her exactly how he had ended up in this predicament, and that he had no intention whatsoever of being wedded to her. Yes, that sounded like a lovely plan. As he pulled up into the long gated drive of the estate, Michael was even smiling for the first time since his mother had laid out the plans for his dreaded summer. It was going to be more interesting than any he had had in a long while. He would make sure of it. The Tate Manor was one of the oldest and most prestigious in England. Constructed sometime in the late 1700s, it towered over the surrounding landscape, all turrets, bay windows, and impressive solid brick. When he was a boy, Michael loved to play hide-and-seek with his nurses. There were so many nooks and crannies one could lose oneself in. So many that ultimately his parents had forbidden him from further games of hide-and-seek, after he became stuck in the kitchen chimney one afternoon. Alice had laughed herself sick at the soot that had covered him, and he had earned a stern lecture from his father. It had been absolutely worth it. Now when he approached the imposing house, Michael no longer eyed it with a sense of childlike wonder. Now it seemed to him a show of excess. It was not that he did not like beautiful buildings. His best friend was one of the foremost architects in the world, for goodness sake. It was simply that his parents had no need to maintain such an enormous house. It cost them a fortune. The manor contained a ballroom, shuffleboard courts, and an indoor steam room, and goodness knew what other plethora of excess needed an entire staff on 24/7 call. As he exited the car, the first evidence of this staff made itself known. Edgar had been their family butler for years, and even now at the tottering age of 70, he had yet to retire. Lord Michael, the aged man's voice was as soft and dignified as ever. He had not shown the slightest sign of senility, and as far as Michael knew, Edgar was sharper than he himself was. "Lovely to see you again. May I take your luggage?" "Let me give you a hand with them, Edgar." The tall man rounded his car to the trunk, taking several bags from the butler even when the older man shot him a sharp look askance. "I have got them, Edgar." He winked at the butler, to soften the blow to his pride. "Cannot say I took all those years of martial arts for nothing." "As you say, sir." Michael did not look back. He could feel Edgar staring a reproachful wound into his back, as he made his way towards the front foyer. Despite any misgivings he may have about the manor, the smell that wafted from it was that of home. He had grown up here, and had not left until he was 18. He had been coddled here by his mother, his nurses, and even his little sister, who loved to cook for him at any opportunity. Fond memories of his childhood were almost enough to blot out his premonition for the summer to come. He could only hope that Lady Lithgow had not arrived yet. He needed a moment to gather himself, before he started battling his mother's matchmaking instincts. "There you are, darling." And there she was, beautifully coiffed and proper as ever, his mother. Countess Angela Tate was dressed in a beautifully tailored cream suit, though Michael would guess that she had not left the manor all day. She had allowed her hair to go gray years ago, but not a single strand was out of place, and her makeup was impeccable. She was the picture of a modern-day English aristocrat. She glided over to him on Ferragamo pumps, kissing the air on either side of his face warmly before hugging him to her. Though Michael had long outgrown his mother by more than a foot, she managed to make the gesture somehow sheltering, and Michael patted her a few times on the back before releasing her. "Hello, Mother. I am so happy to see you, darling. How was the drive up? Not too frightful, I hope?" "Clear since I got out of London." Michael let Edgar take his coat. It was the least he could do, when the man was probably after his blood for taking half of the luggage. "How lovely, though I do wish you would listen to your father and hire a Rolls to drive you. People get into so many accidents these days, my dear." Her voice lowered conspiratorially. "Cell phones and messaging. It is no wonder so many of our young people are injured." Michael merely sighed at his mother's dramatics. His father had, over a decade and a half ago, bought shares in Apple before it reached its peak, and the family had done very well. Of course, his mother conveniently forgot that, whenever she criticized modern technology. Strange that she never criticized Apple when it allowed her to reach him in the middle of the night and make outlandish demands. "I do not want a Rolls, Mum. I am a very safe driver. I enjoy driving." Michael sidled up to one of the floor-length mirrors in the foyer, assessing his reflection. For the 100th time in the last decade, he realized just how little he favored either of his parents. In her youth, his mother had been small and fair-haired. Her eyes were a bright blue, and her slender figure had been the envy of many women of her time. While Michael's father was indeed tall, he did not quite reach Michael's lofty height of almost 6.5 feet. Nor did his carefully groomed blonde beard match the ruddy auburn of his son's. Michael's eyes were a vivid hazel, and the first thing many noticed about him. He was prone to wearing sweaters and slacks, as he found them the most comfortable uniform both in and out of the hospital. But his sister would attest to the fact that his well-built physique could put many others to shame in a suit. Even if he was not always the most enthusiastic about wearing one. He was not bad-looking, Michael knew, but looks mattered less to him in the grand scheme of things. His confidence came from his skill, everything else he considered secondary. "I assume you are changing for dinner, darling?" His mother's words made him jerk to attention, and Michael swallowed a groan. He had not brought enough of a wardrobe to change for every meal. This was not the 18th century, for goodness sake. "I will change my shirt, Mother." It was all he could think of to appease her, though that apparently was enough for Angela. She clapped her hands together in delight, bright eyes gleaming. "Wonderful. Lady Lithgow should be here in time for supper. Hopefully you two will be acquainted by then." The thought made his stomach churn. Hopefully, he echoed with false enthusiasm before following Edgar upstairs toward his suite of rooms. This summer, he decided, was going to be quite the disaster, and there was little he could do about it. Intentions be damned. The house was enormous. But of course Rose had expected nothing less. For the past 8 weeks, all her mother had been talking about was the Tates. The Tates and their wealth. The Tates and their station, how much she might benefit from marrying a Tate. It had been on the tip of Rose's tongue to suggest marrying her to Lady Alice, Lord Michael's younger and more controversial sister, but she hardly needed her mother to go into hysterics. Not when Rose was so certain that she had already won. Certainly she would have to spend the summer among the opulent and affluent Tates, but she could not care less about their son. There was nothing in the world he could do to charm her into liking him, except perhaps take a vow of poverty. The thought made Rose smile. Her mother would have a conniption for the ages. But there would be none of that. As she slid from the back of the gleaming Mercedes to look up at the imposing manor before her, she straightened her spine. She would be polite, she reminded herself, but firm. She was a worldly woman, and would not be wooed by infantile gestures and the whims of those who saw her as a pawn. "Welcome to Tate Manor, my lady." The blonde woman jumped, whirling to see an elderly man standing ramrod straight just behind her. He had to be at least 70, but somehow he had snuck up on her. "May I take your luggage?" Trying to calm her racing heart, she took a calming breath. "Of course." She managed, nodding in his direction in gratitude. "Thank you. The Countess and Lord Tate will be waiting for you in the sitting room, just beyond the foyer. Anne is the housekeeper. She will show you the way." "Thank you very much," Rose left off inquisitively, arching a brow in question. "Edgar." The butler filled in the blank, bending into an Elizabethan bow that made Rose wince. It could not be easy for a man of his age. "Pleasure to serve you, my lady." "Oh, do stand up." Rose waved away his words quickly. "Do not stand on such formalities. I really do not abide by them." "Do not you? Well, that will make this summer all the more pleasant, will it not?" A deep baritone thrummed through her, and Rose tore her attention from the perplexed butler, turning to find her feet rooted in place. She stared upward, her lips slightly parted in shock, at the statuesque man that stood before her. Though she knew him from pictures, Rose had to admit that photographs did little justice to a man like Michael Tate. He was enormous by the standards of any man, at least 6.5 feet tall, with well-groomed auburn hair combed back from his brow, and a close-shaved beard that covered one of the handsomest jaws she had ever seen. He was dressed in a pressed white dress shirt and tie, though Rose did not think the clothing quite did him justice. Perhaps it was the way it strained at the muscles of his arms or hugged the slim lines of his waist. It was altogether far too distracting for her taste. In fact, Rose found to her mortification that Lord Michael presented quite a devastatingly attractive package. Attractive enough to render her momentarily speechless as she gaped at him, her body heating in places she could have sworn long forgotten. This man was a lord? He would be more at home in a boxing ring or astride a 6th-century war horse. He was intimidating, broad, and altogether captivating. "My lord?" Dimly Rose realized Edgar was speaking, and fought her way out of the haze that enveloped her. "You and the Countess are not taking brandy?" Lord Michael's full mouth quirked slightly, in a gesture of amusement that made Rose oddly weak at the knees. "I thought I would come and help you with the luggage, Edgar. And greet Lady Lithgow, of course." Stepping forward, the gargantuan man extended a hand to her as he inclined his head in respect. "My lady? Pleased to make your acquaintance." To Rose's mortification, she hesitated before allowing him to take her hand, and in that moment of hesitation, she felt an unexpected spark of attraction. She was very much in trouble if this was the man she was supposed to be resisting. If he could awaken her dormant desires with a single look, what on earth would he do with 3 months of unfettered time? She expected him to shake her hand. That would have been perfectly acceptable. Instead, the man bent to brush his lips against her knuckles, sending gooseflesh up the entirety of her arm, so she inhaled sharply. His whiskers tickled, and instantly she imagined what they might feel like elsewhere on her skin. This summer was going to be a disaster.
Chapter 2. Tate Manor.
Rose Lithgow was a lady, born and bred. At least, that is what everyone kept telling her. She had been to all the best schools in London, attended some of the city's premier events, and her parents were some of the most important faces in the entire United Kingdom. But even considering all of that, the thoughts that currently ran through her head were decidedly unladylike. She stood in the drive of the Tate Manor, trying to keep herself from gaping up at the gigantic man. Liquid heat coursed through her veins with an intensity she had never before encountered. It honestly was not, Rose tried to tell herself, as if she was some sort of untried girl. She knew about men. She thought she knew that such matters were rather boring, and a simple excuse for men to get their hands all over her. But then, she had never encountered a man who so immediately affected her. In the roughly 5 seconds that the man's lips pressed against the back of her hand, Rose felt an unexpected spark of attraction. Her reaction was instinctive. She jerked away, taking a few steps back as she tried to calm her racing heart. "And yours, my lord." Her tone was a little too breathless, a little too vulnerable for her liking. "Pleased to meet you." This was not good. In fact, it was quite horrible. She certainly was not supposed to be attracted to the man. Rose had supposed she might float around him all summer on a tide of polite disdain, but this was something else entirely. When Lord Michael straightened to eye her with a knowing arched brow, Rose felt a very unfamiliar urge welling inside her, the desire to flee. To pop back in the car and demand to be taken home. Better that than to allow herself to fall prey to the interested hunger she found in Michael Tate's gaze. Instead, however, she merely straightened her spine, took a deep breath, and forced herself to be rational. She had waded through flooded rivers in India, helped to rebuild burned villages, and spent many hours out in the tropical wilderness in her 27 years. Was she really going to let one man intimidate her? Certainly not. "Shall we head inside then, Lord Michael?" Thankfully, her voice was much steadier the second time she spoke. Rose even found the wherewithal to lift her chin and gaze down her nose at him, a trick she had learned quite early from her mother. At her display, however, his lips only quirked in what appeared to be wry amusement. "Sounds lovely." With that, he turned to offer her his arm, and Rose firmly reprimanded her baser instincts. Swallowing thickly, she brushed briskly past him, wishing for all the world that she was not wearing sky-high pumps that were impossible to walk in. She made her way unsteadily up the stone walk that led to the grand entrance of the Tate Manor, before raising her hand to knock briskly. However, before she could do so, Edgar the butler stayed her hand. Somehow, the unbelievably spry elderly man had gotten in front of her, and was holding the ornate handle for her before she could touch it. "Allow me, Lady Lithgow." Rose looked over to him, slightly shocked for the second time that day by the man, before nodding. "Thank you." By this time, Lord Tate himself had strode over to the door and leaned over her cheekily, waiting patiently to be let through. The moment Edgar made way, Rose hurried inside, her luggage all but forgotten, and stumbled into the arms of another Tate. "Rose dear. It is so wonderful to see you again." Countess Angela Tate lay in wait for her not more than 10 steps over the threshold. The moment she caught sight of Rose, she enveloped her in her arms, squeezing her tight. Rose immediately stiffened, before forcing a smile onto her face. According to her mother, the last time she had actually encountered the Tates was when she was close to 8 years old, and she certainly did not remember. Regardless, her mother insisted that they were close friends, so of course she had to act the part. "Hello, Lady Tate." The young woman endured both of her cheeks being kissed, before the Countess gently pressed her away to look at her at arm's length. "It is lovely to see you again too. My. Look how you have grown. Such a gorgeous young woman, and selfless too, I have heard." The woman was impeccable. Of course, Rose had imagined that Lady Angela would be just as coiffed and unbearable as her mother, and she was not far off the mark. She wore the same type of designer clothes, the same personalized Ferragamo pumps, and Rose was willing to bet that they probably got their hair done at the same ridiculously expensive hairdresser on the high street. But she would not mention any of that. Instead, she would remain absolutely cordial. Not so much as people might assume, my lady. Oh, titles. Lady Angela waved her hand about superfluously. Please call me Angela. Rose was entirely certain the woman was being so familiar, because she fully expected that she would be her daughter-in-law by summer's end, but this was one request that Rose would respectfully decline. I am very glad to have the opportunity to come and visit, Lady Angela. At that precise moment the Countess spied her son, so Rose got off the hook without having to explain her unwillingness to use familiar terms. Michael darling, there you are? I assume you have met Rose? Wrapping an arm around her son's hulking form, Lady Angela drew him so close to Rose that the young woman was forced to take 2 steps back to keep from colliding with him. Briefly, Lord Michael inclined his head respectfully to meet her gaze, and Rose found her cheeks warming. His deep hazel gaze seared right to the core of her, and she found her toes curling in her impossible pumps. I was about to invite her to refreshments in the drawing room, but she was very eager to get inside. Out of the scalding sun, of course. Lady Angela beamed. One might think that, with one hand on her son's arm and one on Rose's, she was in matchmaking nirvana. Will you not join us in the drawing room for a brandy, Rose, darling? And just like that, she was trapped. Rose looked from the man to his mother, and then back again. There was utterly no way she was getting out of drinking with them. And being tipsy when she had already been thrown off balance was a terrifying thought, to say the least. And so, in a move she thought entirely beneath her, Rose begged off. I apologize, Lady Angela, but I find myself exhausted from the drive up. Perhaps after a bit of a rest. Rose was not one for putting on airs, but she pulled out all the stops here. She batted her eyelashes, clutched her manicured hands before her, and affected her sweetest damsel in distress voice. And it worked. Oh, you poor dear. Of course. With that, Angela wrapped an arm around Rose and tugged her close as she looked her over once more. You do look a bit peaky, do you not? The young woman was not exactly sure what that was supposed to mean, but if it got her out of brandy, she was all for it. Annie. Though Rose did not really abide by houses large enough to have staff, she felt guilty about making her own parents' staff do anything for her. She had to admit that the members of the Tate Manor staff were top-notch. Lady Angela barely raised her voice, and a graying middle-aged woman in a starched black dress appeared at her elbow with a cheery smile. Yes, my lady. Lady Lithgall's room has already been seen to? Of course, my lady. Annie dipped a completely earnest curtsy. I will see her upstairs in a jiff. Rose breathed a sigh of relief. There was one disaster averted. I know where her room is, Annie. The young woman froze at Lord Michael Tate's low interruption. I can take her upstairs while you carry on with dinner. Before Rose could even begin to interject, she was overtaken by the Countess. What a brilliant idea, Michael. She turned to the younger woman to whisper with a loving smile. Is he not the sweetest boy? Lord Michael Tate was hardly a boy. He was a man fully grown, a hulking, intimidating man at that. But of course mothers never noticed these things. Especially not mothers who were obviously intent on seeing their son engaged. Thank you, Annie. With a wave of her hand, the Countess dismissed Annie, who made her way back to the kitchen. Michael will see you upstairs, dear. She led Rose to the ornate mahogany staircase that was the centerpiece of the foyer. Dinner will be served at 7, so you have plenty of time to rest. Thank you, Lady Angela. Rose dipped the smallest curtsy she thought she could get away with before attempting to bolt up the stairs. She was thwarted, however, when she almost ran into Michael Tate's imposing form. The knowing, patronizing smile on his face had her hand itching to remove it. Shall we, my lady? This time, when he offered his arm to her, she could not refuse. It would be entirely too rude to shun him in the presence of the Countess, and so, grudgingly, Rose curled her arm around his. Immediately, she was enveloped by the scent and warmth of him. He was like a furnace, and he smelled of mint, cashmere, and an underlying spice that tickled her senses. She was forced to press against his side to clear the narrow width of the stairs, and Rose had to remind herself to breathe. She did not want to like this man, and if he thought she would fall into his arms simply because he was handsome, he had another thing coming. "So stiff, my lady." She inhaled sharply, as Michael only pulled her closer against him as they reached the top of the stairway. "I swear on my life that I will not let you fall." Her face warming, Rose glared up at him. "I will not fall. You hardly need to hold me so tightly." As they reached the second floor, Michael's expression changed to one of mock affront. "I would never." Of course he would not. Rose was not naive. She knew plenty of young British nobles who used their titles to seduce, but she was not having it. "I am tired. Can you please just take me to my room?" "You know," still holding her arm in a gentle grip, Michael swept her down an elegant hallway and into the east wing of the house. The direction took them, thankfully, out of Lady Angela's sight. "You seem a bit jumpy." Rose yanked her arm from his grip, her mouth pursed into a thin line. "Tired, Lord Tate?" "I assure you," she replied with clenched teeth. "All will be well after I have had a few hours of rest." Michael finally drew to a halt in front of a door halfway down the hall. Turning to Rose, he arched a ruddy brow before opening the door for her. "If you do not like me, my lady, you know all you have to do is say so." When he looked at her like that, Rose did not know if she wanted to strike him or give in to the unexpected pull between them. Instead of either, she merely hurried into her room, shutting the door in Lord Michael Tate's face. She fully expected him to knock. To demand to be let in even. But neither of those things happened. Instead, Rose merely leaned her full weight against the door until she heard his footsteps receding. Only then did she allow herself a moment to breathe. Did she not like him? She was not sure anymore. She was a funny little thing. Standing on the balcony above the back veranda, Michael leaned against the stone partition as he watched Lady Rose Lithgow stroll around the gardens, her expression pensive. For a brief moment, he focused only on that face. The moment he saw it, Michael thought it was angelic. She was not like most women he encountered. There were not piles of makeup on her face, or her hair in some ridiculously complicated updo. Rather, she arrived at the Tate Manor in a simple pair of dark denim, a cashmere sweater and a pair of pumps. There was no pomp and circumstance, and she did not immediately demand to be accommodated. In actuality, the first time he laid eyes on her, she seemed just as surprised by him as he was by her. Her full pink lips had parted in surprise, her gray eyes widening as she stared up at him. Michael would admit he had not expected her to be so small. She could not be much taller than 5 feet, even in her heels. She seemed dwarfed even by the cloud of blonde waves that swirled around her. Slender, delicate, lovely, Rose Lithgow certainly embodied all the things an English noblewoman should be, but her bearing was something that stumped him rather entirely. As well as piqued his interest. A man would have to be blind to avoid attraction to a woman like Rose Lithgow, and Michael had quite an accurate set of eyes. Perhaps it was because he had not been with a woman in a while, or perhaps he was overworked and short on rest. But the moment he had locked eyes with Rose, he had to struggle against the baser instincts that beckoned him. Before Lady Lithgow had arrived, he would have thought he would be the one with disdain. The last thing he had expected was to be drawn to a noble woman his mother had chosen. In that respect, Michael supposed, he was at least a little justified. After all, he was not drawn to her because his mother had invited her. Indeed, he seemed to be drawn to her because she was not drawn to him in the slightest. Elias would have called him a masochist, wanting the one woman who did not want him. As of yet, Michael had not called his friend to update him on the status of Operation Avoid Summer Engagement. He was certain that if he did, Elias would try to get him to do something rash. Michael was not quite there yet. He was somewhere between perplexed and unbelievably drawn to her, 24/7. which in turn only made him more perplexed. When it came to Rose, however, it took none of the usual things to get his attention. She flitted around the house quietly, from the library to the kitchens and beyond, and add to it the barest hint of her presence, the whiff of hibiscus and cream, and he found himself paying far more attention than he should. Of course, this most presented a problem when he was supposed to be having dinner with his mother and their guest. Michael had never tried so hard to be involved in his beef roast in his entire life. And it certainly was not easy when the Countess kept trying to encourage conversation. "Tell Rose about your latest patients, dear, or tell her how famous you are at polo, darling." It was always some bid to force him to impress the lady, but Michael played into his mother's schemes as little as humanly possible. He would mumble an answer or give an obscure detail to which Rose would feign interest, and they would go on with their dinner. Every time the Countess suggested some activity that would throw them together, the young woman begged exhaustion, so much so that his mother wondered if she was not sickly. But Michael knew better. Now, watching her putter around the garden in her slacks and blouse, her hair pulled into a low tail at the base of her neck, she certainly did not look sickly. In fact, her pale cheeks were flushed with health, and there was a smile on her face. One that, in turn, coaxed a smile from him as well. If he thought she was beautiful under scrutiny, then Rose Lithgow was enraptured when she thought no one was watching. What he would not give to descend the stairs and march into the garden, lift her into his arms, and taste her smile. Her happiness. The thought made his heart stutter in his chest, and he frowned. What on earth was the matter with him? He was supposed to be ignoring the girl completely, and here he was, allowing himself to be led by his attraction. At this rate, his mother was going to win, and he could not have that. His scowl firmly in place, the doctor turned, preparing to return to the library, only to run headlong into his mother. A low sound escaped him, as he steadied her startled form, ensuring that she did not fall. "Sorry, Mum?" "Oh dear, you should not curse. It is unseemly." Michael rolled his eyes at the assessment behind her back. He had certainly heard her utter her fair share of sharp words when she thought no one was listening. "My apologies, Mother." "Think nothing of it, dear." The older woman merely beamed at him, cupping his cheek fondly. "On to better things. How are you and Rose getting on?" Michael repressed a groan. They were not getting on at all. It was obvious that outside of meals, the young woman was avoiding him like the plague. "She seems to exhaust herself easily," he tried circumventing the question somewhat. "When she is in better spirits, I will see to getting to know her better." "She does that." Thankfully, his mother agreed with him, patting her coiffed hair as if there was some mystical curl out of place. "I think I have just the thing for it." The woman never gave up. "And what is that?" The Countess clapped her hands together, clearly absorbed in her own little world. "You will take her to the hospital with you tomorrow." Michael's head jerked around as if he had been slapped. "I will what?" "Oh, do not be so alarmed, dear. It is not as if you are asking her to observe a surgery. Just introducing her to something you love. She will meet the staff, your co-workers, and they will all praise you. It will earn you her admiration." The only thing Michael wanted was Rose Lithgow's departure. If it was not thoughts of how their untimely engagement would interrupt his lifestyle, it was the idea that she somehow had the power to scramble his brain with a single disdainful look from those gorgeous gray eyes. "Mother, I cannot take her to the hospital." Michael tried a firm tone. "It is unprofessional. Hardly a place for a lady." When the Countess looked back at him, her eyes wide and pleading, Michael's scowl only deepened. On this he would not allow himself to be swayed. "No, Mother. All I want is for you to be happy, darling." Now tears rose in her eyes, and he felt like a complete and total fool. Can you not see that? He really could not. Michael could only see that his mother wanted to annoy him into an early grave. "I will consider it," he finally acquiesced delicately, but before he could continue, his mother merely enveloped him in her embrace, all but smothering him. "It is a marvelous idea, darling. You will realize that just as soon as you arrive. You will be thanking me this time tomorrow evening." And just like that, she was off like a veritable whirlwind, leaving the tang of expensive perfume in her wake. Michael only stared after her, convinced that she was trying to drive him mad. Women. Michael was up the next morning at 5:30, as per usual. But that day, when he entered the kitchen for breakfast, he was not the only one dining. Rose only glared at him in an unspoken warning to keep his mouth shut as she sipped at her tea and toast, and he was all too happy to comply. Annie brought him his coffee and porridge with a fond smile while he focused on his morning paper. Breakfast passed in awkward silence, and within the hour he was leading her out front. Edgar was driving his father's Rolls-Royce, and at the sight of the immense vehicle, Rose stopped cold, eyeing it as if it were a viper. "This is what we are taking to a hospital?" Michael sighed. Was it too plain for her? Did she expect it to be emblazoned with Swarovski crystals? "Not my choice, my lady. The Countess disapproves of my driving. While I am here, at least, I would like to appease her." He opened the door for her, dipping a mocking bow as he gestured inside. How could he simultaneously want to spend time with her and admonish her for being so difficult? When Rose simply stood before him, eyeing him skeptically, Michael found that his temper snapped. His mother gave him that look far too much as it was. He did not need it from a younger woman, he was doing his best to entertain. "Get in the car," he said, hazel eyes narrowing. "Now?" Rose jumped as if she had been burned, scurrying into the car immediately so Michael could shut the door succinctly behind her. That done, he breathed a sigh of relief. On the way to the hospital, he insisted on sitting up front with Edgar, who merely eyed him disapprovingly. But Edgar's questioning stare was one that Michael could bear far longer than Rose's guilt-inducing gray gaze. He managed to avoid the brunt of her reproach until Edgar dropped them off at the hospital. The moment Edgar drove off, leaving them standing on the emergency room ramp, she turned to him, eyes narrow. "You, my lord, are a bully." Michael raised a hand to his temple to rub at the ache that was starting there. It was barely 7 in the morning, and he was already tired. "And you, my lady, are a stubborn goose." He left her there, gaping in shock, as he entered the hospital, swiping his badge for entry. Unfortunately, Rose caught up with him before the department door could shut and rushed after him. "I am not." "I think you will find you are," he replied succinctly, clocking in with the press of a button. There had to be a way to get rid of her. Now that he had her here, he realized exactly what he had doomed himself to and sought to circumvent it. Before she could utter a reply, a tall brunette doctor rounded the corner, and at the sight of Michael, she beamed with relief. "Oh, Tate. Thank goodness you are here." She made a beeline for him, breaking up a potential argument. "We have just gotten in an adolescent with severe burn wounds. He got caught in a fire. I was going to call you, but you have made my morning." "Nice to see you too, Isabella." He chuckled. "Do not wait for me to put my things away or anything." "Who is your friend?" Dr. Isabella Klein glanced over at Rose, a brow arched. "Family acquaintance." Michael assuaged her curiosity quickly, before moving back to the matter at hand. "Fill me in on the details." Isabella proceeded to do so, describing a boy in critical condition, a few of his organs in dire need of repair or removal. It would be a tricky surgery that would last most of the morning, and it would most certainly be a difficult one. And in that instant, he knew how to get rid of his unwanted charge. "All right, prep the patient," he informed Isabella brusquely. "I will be in to speak to the parents, and we will get started immediately after." Isabella grinned. "Wonderful." She turned on her heel to rush off, leaving Rose blinking in confusion as Michael turned to her. "I am needed in surgery. I would not want you to be unoccupied, so you will be accompanying me." If anything, Rose's eyes only grew wider. "I will be what?" "Observing," Michael replied, suppressing a small smile at her nervous expression. If this did not send her fleeing from him, he did not know what would. He dealt with this sort of thing daily, and if he needed to, he would ask her to watch daily until she begged off and demanded to take her leave of Tate Manor. He could not wait. "Come with me. We will get you suited up and prepared." He gripped her wrist gently and began to lead her down the hall. Rose looked like a deer in headlights, and he relished every moment of the trek. Finally, things were beginning to go his way. Rose had seen a great many things in her life. She had seen women give birth, children starving, and she had seen elders in far-flung tribes breathe their last breaths. But one thing she had never seen, she realized, was a doctor saving someone's life quite so intimately. When Michael had first dragged her towards the surgery, she had been too shocked to protest. The young woman had been completely geared up to accuse him of holding her too tightly back at the car, but she had been completely thwarted. In fact, the command Michael had given her had rather a more profound effect than scaring her. In the surgery, Lord Michael Tate ruled supreme. He informed his assistants methodically and quickly. He interacted with his fellow surgeons seamlessly, all without a single hitch. As Rose watched the man prepare for his task, she had to cling to the ideas she had about his personality, that he was boorish and uninteresting. That he had gained his position through his nobility and expected to be lauded even if he had no skills. Over the course of the 4-hour surgery he performed, however, she found her perception altered somewhat. The more she watched Michael Tate work, the more she was oddly fascinated by him. Rose had never been one to be squeamish. While granted many women and exponentially more ladies like to faint dead away at the sight of blood, Rose had seen more than her fair share in her world travels, both her own and that of others. The thing that most frightened her was the sheer state of the sedated boy they brought in. The young man had what appeared to be third-degree burns all over what had to be 40% of his body. While his face and upper chest were relatively untouched, his lower half was a network of injury. So much so that many of the techs and assistants were taken aback by the damage. But Michael never missed a beat. He remained calm and in control of the situation, and throughout the surgery the boy's heart rate never faltered. Rose watched in awe as the man removed one of the boy's kidneys and a portion of his liver before grafting skin from his upper extremities to some of his lower ones. While the procedure lasted most of the morning, Rose found that, sequestered in her small corner of the operating theater, she could not look away. The man stared at the boy on the table with such intensity. His hands never wavered in their ministrations, and ultimately, when the surgery was over, the clapping of his comrades only drew a small, acknowledging smile from him. Rose found herself forced to reconsider her judgment of the man. After he had left the operating theater, she caught up with the doctor who had first retrieved Michael when they entered the hospital. She had been an attending doctor, and washed her hands placidly at the available sink as Rose approached her, clad in her own blue scrubs. "Is he always like that?" The brunette, Isabella, Rose thought she recalled her name being, merely lowered her mask to grin at her. "Amazing, is he not? Some of the steadiest hands in Northern Europe." Rose could not say she was surprised at the assessment. "How many surgeries has he done?" Isabella's expression turned pensive. "Well, that is a difficult question. He was so good in school that they called him in to assist on a few before he actually got his medical degree. But since then, I would say several hundred, if not 1,000. Rose merely stared at her, completely blown out of the water. To have completed that many surgeries, the man must work non-stop. How did he even have time to be a noble, taking advantage of his name? "Rose, is it?" She was jerked back to the present by Isabella, who was eyeing her as she dried her hands. "Yes." It was a relief to speak with someone who did not waste time with titles. "Rose Lithgall." "Well, Miss Lithgall, do you mind if I ask you a personal question?" Rose arched a blonde brow in inquiry. "What kind of personal question?" Isabella laughed softly. "The type that determines whether or not I count you among the competition." Rose reddened slightly, completely flummoxed. "I beg your pardon?" But it was completely obvious from Isabella's demeanor that she meant no harm by her statement. "For Michael, of course. You can imagine how many women are after him. Talented, humble, very rich. Somehow, in all that, he even manages to be a decent man. Isabella sighed, clearly infatuated with the mere thought of the red-headed doctor. I would marry him on the spot if he asked. Rose almost choked. Why was every woman so obsessed with marriage? Though she had to admit, there were probably worse men to be involved with. Isabella admired Michael, and she was a doctor herself. Rose could not imagine her admiration would be gained lightly. And Michael was certainly attractive enough. Well, he is all yours. Somehow, she managed to answer Isabella before she rushed out of the surgery and into the busy hallway beyond. Once outside, Rose took a moment to catch her breath. She did not want to. Heaven knew it would be terribly dangerous for her at the very least, but if for one moment she entertained the idea that Michael Tate was not a spoiled lordling, what would that mean? That she would be cordial to him? That they could be friends, perhaps? Rose had a large number of male friends, and she could not recall ever feeling this pull toward any of them. I suspect you will want out of those scrubs. Isabella had followed her, but her smile was friendly. I will find your clothes for you. The hospital was a busy place. While of course Rose had been in hospitals before, she had never been behind the scenes quite like this. The place where Michael had taken up his summer residence was a small county establishment. Nothing like the private city hospitals she had ever stayed in. There seemed to be an emergency every other moment, and as such, Rose found she was chasing after Michael all day, barely able to get a word in edgewise. To his merit, he never rudely brushed her off or sent her away, but instead seemed to accept her as his wayward shadow, merely going about his duties. As she followed him, Rose found herself more and more in awe of the way he handled himself. In a place fraught with panic and anxiety, Michael never seemed to have one hair out of place, despite a lack of any breathing room whatsoever. In fact, the man was on his feet until close to 8 o'clock that evening, when he finally finished his shift. By this point Rose trailed behind him silently, pensively, watching as he clocked out before a long, protracted sigh escaped him. The man retrieved his jacket before turning to her, and finally addressing her for the first time since that morning. Shall we go to dinner? Taken completely aback, Rose found that her lips could not form a refusal. All right. If she expected Michael to take her to some grandiose, expensive ballroom, Rose found herself mistaken for the second time that day. While the man did indeed choose a locale that must have cost a pretty penny, it was tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of the village. The interior was plush, decked with dark velvet and ornate chandeliers, and several award plaques in the foyer pronounced the establishment one of the best in northern England. Rose found that she was, for the first time, too impressed at the understated luxury of the place to condemn the excess. If she did not know any better, she might think Michael was trying to take her on a date. Champagne? But when the man inquired as to what she would like to drink, Rose found that he looked somewhat distracted, only half present. A small glass, thank you. Leaning forward onto the table, she eyed Michael speculatively, trying to read him. He wore a blue silk shirt that hugged the massive expanse of his chest, and those expressive hazel eyes of his revealed the weariness of a hard day's work. After a full minute, she could not keep herself from inquiring any more. Are you quite all right, Lord Tate? At the title, he winced. Please call me Michael. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Rose frowned. The doctor seemed less and less what she had thought with each passing moment. When she repeated her question, her voice was decidedly softer. Are you all right, Michael? The doctor raised his gaze before gesturing to the impeccably dressed waiter. It has been a long day, that is all. After giving their order, he set the menu aside before running a hand through his hair. It occurs to me, Lady Lithgow, that it might have been presumptive of me to invite you to the surgery. Was that what was bothering him? He thought the sight of blood had turned her stomach? Rose could not help a wry smile. Rose, she corrected him gently. If you are going to demand I call you by your Christian name, you can at least do the same in kind. Rose? After only slight hesitation, Michael did as she bid, a small smile quirking his lips before it disappeared just as quickly. In any event, my apologies. There is no need to apologize, Rose rebutted swiftly, waving off his words with a small motion of her hand. I am no worse for wear. Truth be told, she took a bracing sip of the champagne the waiter had brought her, as she steeled herself to admit the truth to him. It was quite invigorating watching you work. Invigorating. Michael took a disbelieving sip of his red wine. Really? Well, yes, Rose admitted, somewhat embarrassed. I have worked with the sick many times in my travels, but I have never seen anything like what you did. Michael snorted lowly. What? Wear a paper hat in an operating room? Rose's eyes narrowed, but she was in too buoyant a mood to rise to the jab. Save lives. Ah? At that, Michael's expression turned sour. He drank the entirety of his glass of wine in another long swallow before gesturing for more. Saving lives. His scathing tone made the blonde woman across from him frown. I am not too terribly good at that. Rose's eyes widened in shock. What on earth are you talking about? She demanded, setting down her champagne glass. You saved that boy this morning in the operating room. And the little girl who swallowed insecticides in the afternoon. Michael's somber expression only deepened. And I lost one. The words were enough to stop Rose in her tracks. Her mouth snapped shut as she looked at the man before her, utterly shocked. In that moment, he looked so utterly and completely forlorn that the very sight of him tugged at her heartstrings. She could hardly believe that she had had such utter and complete disdain for him just that morning. You've lost someone? Michael's mouth tightened into a fine line. A pregnant woman. She came in an hour or so before we left. She was going into early labor, and the child had genetic disabilities. He took another long gulp of wine. I lost him. He spoke as if the entire weight of the world were on his shoulders, even as his expression never wavered. Rose found herself searching his face, from his furrowed brow to the tightness of his mouth, and when she found nothing but earnest self-disgust there, she was driven to speak again. Michael, I am sure you did your best. Her voice was quiet but firm. You must not blame yourself. You saved the woman's life, did you not? And you fought. That is all anyone can ask. For a protracted moment, Michael said absolutely nothing. He finished his second glass of wine, but instead of asking for another, he merely stared at the tabletop before him, running lithe fingers over its edge. Rose had watched those fingers dexterously manipulate surgical tools. Make pinpoint incisions and precise stitches. I wish I had done better. The doctor finally replied gruffly, raising a hand to rub over the stubble on his chin. It is a sentiment I cannot escape. Always wanting to do better, always needing to do more. He trailed off, raising his gaze to hers. In the instant his hazel eyes locked on her face, he seemed to realize the difficult lane of conversation he had gone down, and his tone lightened somewhat. My apologies. This was supposed to be dinner, not self-incrimination. Rose could not help the small smile that rose to her lips. Will you stop apologizing to me? It is rather tiring. At that, Michael smirked. You would prefer I was an absolute brute then? At the memory of the order he had given her that morning, the blonde woman suppressed a shiver. Perhaps not an absolute brute. Of course not. But you might stop being so apologetic and actually tell me how you got involved in medicine. An auburn brow shot up towards Michael's hairline. How I got involved in medicine? The waiter brought their first course, setting an exquisitely arranged plate of pate and caviar before them. I cannot imagine that being very interesting for you. I think, Rose took a bite of her pate, savoring the rich flavor. You would be surprised by what interests me, Michael. The doctor chuckled at her suggestion. I suppose if difficult surgeries so captivate you, it is worth a go, is it not? Rose laughed, her mirth as light as the champagne she was drinking. Maybe. She was not supposed to like Michael Tate. She barely knew him. Rose had been staying in the man's manor for a week, and the only thing she knew was that he was not the one for her. That, and the man looked absolutely nothing like his parents. It was odd, in every family portrait of them she saw, he stuck out like a sore thumb. But aside from that, in 7 days, she had more than convinced herself that the good doctor was everything she despised in a man. After 2 hours of conversation, good food, and a veritable plethora of questions on her part, Rose was beginning to think that perhaps she had been a bit too hasty. That was not to say that she was going to allow herself to pine over the man, or any such ridiculous thing. It simply meant that maybe, just maybe, she might be able to tolerate living under the same roof as him for a summer. And that was a start. Over the course of their meal, Rose found that Michael had been interested in helping people from an early age. While his parents had urged him to take polo and etiquette courses, he had pored over medical guides, and even wanted to join the armed forces to be a paramedic. His parents, unfortunately, had vetoed that idea, but fully supported him entering medical school a full 2 years early. He trained at Oxford and graduated at the top of his class, making him one of the youngest residents at some of London's more prestigious hospitals. Indeed, the man was barely into his early 30s, and he had carried out, as Isabella purported, hundreds if not thousands of surgeries. A fact that baffled Rose more and more every time she considered it. Far from what she had expected, Michael Tate seemed quite the extraordinary man, Earl or no. No wonder Isabella was so interested in him. So? The young woman finally ventured. You and Isabella? Did your mother know about that before she invited me for the summer? On his 4th glass of wine, Michael merely chuckled lowly at her suggestion. Why? Are you jealous? Rose stiffened in her chair, a little tipsy herself from her 3 glasses of champagne. Of course not. She rebutted almost immediately, her cheeks warming. I merely mentioned it because she is a wonderful person. What a horrid excuse. Rose hardly knew Isabella enough to profess that she was a wonderful person, even if, in all probability, she was. She was attractive enough, Rose supposed, and obviously intelligent, if she was a doctor. She and Michael would almost certainly be a good match if that was what he wanted. So why did the idea make her stomach twist in discomfort? She's a wonderful person, Michael replied, his eyes twinkling with something like interest. A very talented cardiosurgeon and a trusted colleague. She and I have been working summers together for nigh on 7 years now. And, has she met your mother? Rose was careful to keep her tone casual. I am sure the Countess would love her. Almost immediately, Michael made an outrageous face that she could not help laughing at. It took Rose a good 2 or 3 minutes to control herself, and by the time she did, Michael was merely chortling himself. Isabella and I are friends. Good friends but nothing more. He smiled as he took a bite of his chocolate soufflé. Did she say something to you? He finally inquired, licking a bit of chocolate from the corner of his mouth. Rose's breath hitched, and she tried to keep her thoughts from heading in dangerous directions. No. Nothing at all. Ah well, Michael shrugged, taking another bite. I thought you two might have got up to some girl talk or the other. Isabella is always desperate for gossip. I can only imagine. Rose swallowed thickly, as Michael shifted slightly, and his knee slid against hers beneath the table. She jerked almost as if she had been burned, pressing her thighs together. Clearing her throat, she pulled her napkin from her lap and tossed it onto the table. I find myself quite tired, Lord Tate. Perhaps we should retire? For a long moment the man merely stared up at her, and Rose could swear she saw a glint of something in his eyes as he assessed her. Then finally he stood, taking hold of her arm to draw her flush against his side. Leaning down, the immense man uttered a low whisper into her ear. Woman? Call me Lord one more time, and you will get what is coming to you. Even though the doctor released her, moving away and towards the maitre d' to pay the bill, Rose might have melted into a messy puddle on the expensive velour carpet beneath her feet. Michael's low whisper so close to her ear brought all the things she was not supposed to be imagining to the forefront. things her liquor-addled brain was not so adept at fending off. This was precisely why she did not drink in mixed company. The results were far too disastrous. Coming, Rose? If she had thought she was embarrassed before, Rose's ultimate humiliation did not take place until that moment. She turned on her heel to follow Michael towards the door, and stumbled. One foot got caught behind another, and the young woman yelped as she tripped over her own ankles. She had barely started to fall, however, before a brawny pair of arms caught her around the waist, hauling her upright. "Easy there." Michael's voice was a coaxing rumble that thrummed through her entire body, sending her heart into double overtime. "All right?" "I am fine," Rose answered in a tone that was a little too breathless for her own good. "Fine, fine." She tried to escape his embrace, only to have him tug her even closer as he stared down at her, obviously concerned. The man looked her over from head to foot, and Rose waited with bated breath for almost a full minute before he finally spoke. "It is these shoes?" With that, Michael bent to hoist her into the air just enough to slip her pumps from her feet. The young woman's feet cried out in relief, at the same time mortification flooded her. She was in a public place, and the man was stealing her shoes. "Michael, give those back." She hissed immediately, grabbing for them. The doctor only smirked, waving them out of her reach. "Tell me that does not feel better." "Give them back." Rose meant her tone to come out intimidating, but she was a bit too tipsy, and found that instead, she simply giggled helplessly. Michael only grinned. "That is what I thought. Come along now." With that, he took her arm in his and led her, completely barefoot, from the restaurant. If her mother ever found out, she would be completely mortified. However, Rose found that she did not care as much as she might have a few months prior. She even let Michael scoop her into the waiting rolls when they reached the waiting car. It was, after all, the gentlemanly thing to do. Lord Michael Tate, she decided hazily, was not as bad as she had made him out to be. In fact, he was quite the man. Even if she never admitted it to him out loud. Michael could not stop grinning. He had had a few cups of wine, but was nowhere near intoxicated. Instead, he found himself unbelievably relaxed after it seemed like the stress of his day had caught up with him. He knew how empathetic he tended to be. Losing patience never sat well with him. While Michael's friends and family all struggled to impress upon him that it was never his fault, he often found himself brooding over patients for days, even weeks after they passed. Somehow, Rose had lifted his spirits in the space of a few hours. He had seen the young woman to her room a good 2 hours ago, and as he lay contentedly on his bed, he allowed himself to remember how absolutely fetching she had been at dinner. He had only asked her out, really, because he felt bad for being such a cad. Sure, he had been desperate at the time, but what kind of man forced a woman into a surgery to chase her away? He had been out of line, and whatever soreness lay between them, he had been willing to endure an awkward dinner to soothe it to the best of his abilities. Instead, Michael found himself pleasantly surprised by how much he enjoyed Rose's company. Once he got past her frosty exterior, she could be quite the avid conversationalist. She asked him questions he could not rightly remember any woman asking him recently, if ever at all. How he kept patients from bleeding when they were cut open on an operating table, what medicines were best for soothing pain and treating certain ailments. And most interestingly of all, she wanted to know what allowed him to keep his head in the chaos of the emergency room. Honestly, performing under pressure was something that came second nature to Michael. One could say he had had practice from having to endure Elias's temper tantrums over the years. Rose paid him absolutely rapt attention as he tried to explain himself, and Michael found that he had trouble concentrating on his words in favor of the gleaming gray eyes that were fixed on him. He found his gaze drawn time and time again to her gentle features or the plumpness of her lower lip. By the time dessert arrived, Michael was imagining that every bite of chocolate soufflé he took was something far sweeter. It was torture. While he was with Rose, he had to control himself, but now, alone in his room, he allowed the feelings to surface. Michael had shed his shirt the moment he was alone, and now wore simply his undershirt and slacks, his feet bare, Despite the climate control in the manor, it was too warm for him to act the gentleman when no one was looking. The buzzing of his phone interrupted his thoughts, and the gargantuan man made a low sound under his breath. Rolling over onto his stomach, he reached for the cursed device on his bedside table and opened the message, ready to shut the thing off. What he saw gave him pause. "It is going to be a boy." A message from Elias. Immediately, Michael sat up, pushing thoughts of Rose momentarily to the back of his head as he typed his reply. That is good. He can be a clone of his father, haughty, high maintenance, and brilliant. His phone beeped almost immediately in reply. Have I told you recently how funny you are? Michael grinned at the blatant sarcasm that permeated the message. Not lately, no. But I have long known of my ability to amuse you. This time, the pause between messages was longer. A boy, Mike. I am going to have a son. The hulking man's smile softened somewhat. Elias rarely ever exhibited his sentimental side, and when he did, it was something to behold. He typed his one-word answer without hesitation. Congratulations. There was nothing more, though Michael waited a good 5 minutes before rising from his bed to stalk to the door of his room. He had hoped there would be more. That perhaps Elias would call and distract him from the lovely Lady Lithgow sleeping just down the hall, but he was disappointed. Instead of going back to his prior thoughts, Michael stalked from the room barefoot and shirtless, making his way through the dark foyer to the first floor. It was close to midnight. No one would be about at this hour to be mortified at his appearance. Or so he thought. Despite being only the slightest bit hungry, he rummaged through the immense icebox until he came up with the ingredients for a sandwich and poured himself one of his favorite pale ales. As he leaned against the counter, chewing thoughtfully, a low feminine tone startled him. Michael? He turned immediately, every muscle in his body tensing, to see none other than the subject of his frustrations standing in the kitchen entryway. The ruddy shade of inebriation from earlier was absent from her cheeks, and her hair fell in loose waves over her shoulders, nearly to her waist. She was wearing a white silk nightgown that complemented her bare skin, falling in a deep V over her chest and the length almost to her toes. Though she wore a matching robe over it, the garment did little to detract from the lines of the slim form beneath. As if she sensed him staring at her, Rose pulled the fabric of her robe even closer to her body. I looked for you upstairs. I came to retrieve my shoes. Her cheeks burned slightly at the memory of their antics in the restaurant, and Michael tried not to remember how soft she had been in his arms as he lifted her into the rolls. Are they in your room? I can wait upstairs. Michael interrupted her before she could retreat. I have them here. That was a lie, a terrible lie if he had ever told one. But he was hypnotized. He needed to have her closer. Where? Rose's mouth drew into a skeptical frown. I do not see them. She was so very respectable sober. So much so that he wanted to tempt the wildness from her, needed to, truth be told. Right here. He gestured to her with a muscular arm, beckoning her closer. Come and get them. Rose's expression remained dubious as she drew closer to him, all but gliding across the exquisite marble of the kitchen floor. She stopped a mere 2 feet from him, her gaze locking with his. In the moonlight, her gray eyes gleamed alluringly, and Michael realized far too late that he could not avoid his body's natural reaction. Where? When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. Where are they? Michael took a reckless chance. Leaning forward, he cupped her face, drawing her closer. You are so lovely, Rose, he murmured, his thumb brushing over her lower lip. So very lovely. Then he kissed her. It felt inevitable, the way she looked at him, the way the air between them had been charged all evening. He could have blamed the wine, the long day, the loneliness, but the truth was simpler. He wanted her. She softened instantly beneath his touch, her breath catching as her lips parted against his. For a moment, he expected her to pull away, but she didn't. Instead, she leaned into him, her fingers curling into his shirt as if to steady herself. She kissed him back. A quiet sound escaped her as he drew her closer, his hands settling at her waist. The world seemed to narrow to just the two of them, her warmth, her nearness, the way she fit against him as though she belonged there. He lifted her onto the counter without thinking, the movement natural, instinctive. She didn't resist. Her hands tightened on him, her breath uneven as he deepened the kiss. But just as the moment threatened to carry them further, she pulled back. "Stop." The word cut cleanly through the haze. Michael froze, forcing himself to step back despite every instinct urging him otherwise. "What's wrong?" "This." Rose shook her head slightly, her breath still unsteady. "I barely know you, Michael. This morning I thought you insufferable and now," she broke off, clearly flustered. I need time." He studied her for a long moment, then nodded, though it clearly cost him. "I'm not drunk," he said quietly. "And I wouldn't take advantage of you." His gaze flickered over her, then away again. "But I won't pretend I don't want you." Her cheeks flushed, but she held her ground. "Where are my shoes?" she asked, regaining a sliver of composure. A faint, crooked smile touched his lips as he turned away. "In my room, Rose." He glanced back at her, something unreadable in his expression. "Come and get them, if you dare."
Chapter 3. The Beast.
The Tate Manor garden was as expansive as it was serene. Even though Rose had grown up in a gargantuan house with its own gardens, they could not compare with the lush landscaping of northern England. In the middle of summer, all the flowers were in full bloom, and she spent at least an hour or two every day seated beneath the branches of a spreading poplar, taking in the loveliness of the scenery. But the gardens also served another purpose: they distracted her. For the past 3 days, she had been able to think about little else aside from her interlude with Michael in the kitchen, and it was driving her slightly batty. Rose would not consider herself an obsessive personality. There were things that she loved, things that she was utterly devoted to, but obsession? Obsession was dangerous. She knew because she watched her family obsess over their wealth and prestige. She watched people obsess over their material obsessions, and developed countries obsess over how to hone their edge over those who needed their help. She was beginning to worry that she was on the edge of obsession. Her issue was not with Michael himself. She barely knew him well enough to insinuate such feelings. It was the feelings he inspired in her that worried her so. It was almost as if every time she closed her eyes, she felt him touching her. She remembered how hungrily he had kissed her. It was absolutely absurd. She was a grown woman, and far beyond childish flights of fantasy. She did not believe in all the Harlequin romance novels that flew off the shelves, or the silly romance movies that women flocked to see. Rose believed in what she could see, hear, taste, and touch. Of course, she had done all of those things with Michael fairly recently, which made her current predicament all the harder to bear. Taking a deep breath, Rose let it out slowly, attempting to calm the hormones that threatened to overwhelm her. She tried to concentrate on anything save the heat that flared in her belly when she thought of Lord Michael Tate. It was a gorgeous day, with the sun shining high overhead. There was not a cloud in the sky, nor was it too hot to spend a reasonable amount of time outside. Truth be told, if Rose could spend the entire day outside, she would. It meant that she did not have to be inside. If she was inside, her chances of running into Michael increased tenfold, and it was hard enough trying to endure mealtimes as it was. The Countess was insufferable. If she tried to get them together with any more flagrancy, she would all but be shoving them into the same bed together. At every opportunity, she tried to suggest activities that Rose and her son could endeavor upon together, and if that did not work, she all but shoved them into the same room together. Then, of course, it was up to Rose to think of a suitable excuse so that she could flee, and if the endeavor had been difficult before, now it was impossible. Every time Mike looked at her with those intense eyes of his, Rose felt she knew exactly what he was thinking. And it was absolutely nothing clandestine. Rose knew because her own thoughts were far from appropriate themselves. Whenever she was near Michael, all she could think about was his hands around her waist. The way his mouth fit against hers, and the heat of his lips against her throat. She recalled over and over the way he had lifted her onto the pristine marble counter to press every inch of his body against hers. If she had not asked him to stop, who knows what would have happened. Well, Rose was not a little girl. She knew exactly what would have taken place. Worse, she had wanted it. It was the first time in her life that her sensibilities had intervened, and she had cursed them flagrantly. When Michael had her in his grasp, all she wanted was for him to carry her up the stairs to his room and have his way with her, and confound her sensibilities. It was that abandonment that intimidated her. That led her to flee out to the gardens where Michael seldom ventured. If she was alone with him, she had no idea what trouble she would get into, and she was not too keen to find out. Well, she was, but that was precisely why she had to avoid him. Shielding her face from the sun, the young woman glanced back towards the manor from whence she had come. It was no less imposing than it had been the first day she had arrived, but after exploring it, Rose found the property slightly more palatable. At least she placated herself. The Tates were allocated a house that had already been around for the better part of 2 centuries. Her own parents had cleared an entire London block to have their manor built. Several historical buildings had been ground to dust, and their tenants effectively bought out. But of course, there could be nothing but the best for the Lithgolls. The mere memory made Rose grimace. As her gaze slid over the centuries-old stone walls of the Tate Manor, she took in the exquisite windows and the scenes beyond them, rooms filled with elegant gilt furniture and expensive artwork, and then there was Michael's room. Rose had learned exactly where it was on the 2nd floor, as the man himself usually perched on the balcony, king of all he surveyed. Most recently, however, Michael had been surveying her. Rose felt her cheeks flush darkly as her eyes met his. He was not even pretending to take in the beauty of the gardens. Instead, he was focused on her and her alone. Rose was suddenly incredibly self-conscious of the cream silk dress she wore. She had dressed for the weather, and all at once, she was aware of how much of her shoulders and neck were exposed. Reaching up, she let her hair down so it could help cover her, even as she berated herself for being so intimidated by a single man. Rose had been standing up to men all her life. Men liked to tell her how unsafe it was for her to travel on her own. How she could not really make as much of a difference as she hoped, because no one would ever listen to her. Now, however, she was faced with a man who threatened, not her causes, but her femininity. One could call him a gentleman all one liked, but Rose knew the truth. Michael was a predator lying in wait to pounce, and now that he had had a taste of her, he would never give up. Rising from where she had been attempting to read, she swallowed thickly. No matter how she tried, she could not quell the heat that seared through her veins or slow her hammering heart. Quickly she made her way back through the gardens, ducking back into the manor discreetly. After informing Annie that she would take her tea in the library, she fled there, closing the door behind her. The Tate's library and Lord Tate's study was a lovely, lofty room filled with light from the garden. There had to be at least 5,000 volumes packed neatly into the space, on shelves that stretched from the floor all the way to the ceiling. As it was high summer, there was no fire burning in the hearth, and Rose thanked the Lord that it was a cool retreat. Exhaling a sigh of relief at having lost Michael for a moment, she made her way over to the nearest bookshelf, running her fingertips over the polished mahogany. It was clear that Annie visited every day. There was not a single speck of dust on the books or the wood, and the windows gleamed with a new wash. As the tension leached from Rose's body, she read over the titles, delighted to find a bevy of classics she had read in her university days. There was Dickens, Tolstoy, Shakespeare, Darwin, and a host of others, and she paused in her perusal when she found a title that had always been near and dear to her heart, Great Expectations. With a small, pleased smile, she tipped the volume out with her fingertips to feel its weight in her hand. When she finally pulled the book down into her arms, a piece of paper slipped from the pages to flutter to the floor, and the young woman inhaled sharply in alarm. Setting the book aside, she reached down to retrieve the paper, intent on putting it back where it came from. When she turned the small square object over, however, she paused. It was not, as she had surmised, a document. Instead, it was a small photograph depicting a sleeping baby. The black and white image melted her heart as she took in the swath of bandages, tiny features, and thatch of dark hair atop the babe's head. It was taken at an infant's most vulnerable moment, and though Rose had told her mother she wanted children no time soon, the longing in her gut reaffirmed that someday she would like a baby to cradle in her arms. When Rose's gaze fell to the bottom of the photo, her eyes widened. Small precise letters read, Anton Mikhail. There was no date and no year. With a small, fond smile, Rose ran her fingertips over the image before reaching for her book. Carefully, she replaced the photo between the back cover and the last pages before taking a seat before the empty hearth. She attempted to read, but found herself wondering about the photo. Was it perhaps from one of Michael's long-dead ancestors? A baby portrait of an uncle, or perhaps even his father? The name she contemplated did not seem like a very English title. Anton sounded Slavic, most probably Russian or Czech. If that was the case, what was a photo of a Russian child doing in an English library? Having a bit of a read, are we? At a sudden low baritone, the young woman started, dropping the book into her lap, as her head jerked up to see none other than Michael Tate standing in the doorway. The roguish intruder was holding her tea tray, and Rose had a sneaking suspicion that he had stolen it from Annie. Despite the fact that she knew it was dangerous to be in the same room as him, Rose could not help but admire the man. He had, after all, become no less handsome in the time since their kitchen encounter. If anything, she was even more painfully aware of how attractive he was. Almost dwarfing the door he walked through, today he wore a pair of tweed slacks and a dark blue shirt that hugged his tautly muscular figure. Over that, he wore a pair of suspenders that should have made him look entirely ridiculous, but instead, Rose found herself with the opinion that he looked dashing, like something out of a fairy tale. That said, he was a bit too rugged to be something out of a children's book. Even with his hair combed perfectly into place, and the scruff he wore on his strong chin tamed, he still looked like a warrior in prince's clothing, a gentleman hiding something entirely more primal. Something Rose would love to explore. But she would be confounded if she let herself commit such folly. She still had an entire 2 months to get through before she would be home free to leave the country. She could not jeopardize that. She would not. "Good afternoon, my lord." Her response was appropriately stiff, as she looked him over. In response, a small knowing smile played about the edges of Michael's mouth. "My lady?" He bowed almost mockingly low, making her scowl deeply as he straightened. "Might I bring your tea?" Now he was just teasing her, and Rose did not appreciate his antics at all. Leave it there, by the door. If she thought he meant to obey her, she was sorely disappointed. Michael strode across the room to place the tea on the coffee table next to her. Almost immediately, the spicy, clean, masculine scent of him enveloped her, and every muscle in Rose's body tightened as warmth sparked to life within her. Annie made a glorious blackberry tart. She watched as if transfixed, as the man cut her a slice of the tart before handing her the small, delicate porcelain plate and dessert fork. After a moment, she realized what she had been doing and tried to protest, some of her iciness melting away. "Michael, you do not really need to serve me tea. We have a nice Earl Grey today, from south of London." For so large a man, he poured tea rather effortlessly from a filigreed pot. "Cream and 2 sugars, is it?" Rose was on the cusp of correcting him before she realized he was exactly right. She arched a blonde brow. "How did you know that?" "One need merely pay attention, my lady." After handing her the cup he had prepared, Michael set out making his own tea. Rose realized there was no way to avoid him having his tea with her after he had gone through all this trouble, and merely sighed, waiting for him to join her. Once again, he surprised her by sitting, not across from her, but right beside her on the couch she already occupied. Though there was plenty of room, he sat close enough to her that their thighs touched, and Rose jumped almost as if she had been burned, scooting to the very edge of the sofa to take a sip of her tea as if nothing had happened. If Michael noticed, he said absolutely nothing, merely working on his own tea. For a long moment, the silence was almost companionable between them. Rose did her utmost to try and pretend she could not feel the heat of the man, that she was not tempted by him. Ultimately, that meant talking, and so she picked a random subject. "How are your shifts at the hospital going?" It was easier to avoid him on the weekdays, she noticed, when he sometimes pulled a 12-hour shift. Today was Saturday, and so she had a bit more difficulty. Hence her current situation. "Well enough. No terribly major surgeries since the one you saw, which I suppose is a good thing." He sipped his tea like a proper English gentleman, even if his eyes never left her face. "How has mulling about the house been going?" She flushed slightly at his directness. "Michael. You still have not come for your shoes, you know." He went on as if he had not heard her. "Mother is going to come into my room one day, and assume you left them there after a night of passion." "I most certainly did not," Rose returned indignantly, with no small amount of difficulty. The mere mention of the words night of passion made her thighs clench in longing. "You stole them. And I want them back." "Well," Michael leaned back against the sofa casually, his eyes gleaming with perverse mirth, "you know where to find them." Rose set her half-full teacup back down on the table, drawing herself up to her full height to stand before him. She needed to assert herself, or this man was going to walk all over her. Rose Lithgow had never in her life allowed anyone to take advantage of her, and she was not going to start now. Even if the man in question plagued her every waking thought. "Michael Tate, you return my shoes to me this instant." The man had the gall to take his time sipping tea before he answered her, his smile faint. "Say please, my lady." "Oh." Rose threw up her hands in exasperation, turning with the intention of taking her leave from the room. She made it not one single step, however, before a strong arm hooked around her waist, drawing her backwards and into a very firm lap. Stiffening immediately, Rose turned to see Michael grinning at her. "Calm down, Rose. Why not finish your tea?" She scowled at him, shoving her blonde hair from her face. Indignation and arousal warred in her gut, and Rose had to resist the urge to squirm. "Because you are acting like a brute. Release me at once." She inhaled sharply when Michael shifted, leaning forward to press his nose into the junction of her neck and shoulder. He inhaled at length before a long sigh escaped him. "You smell of summer and dreams." A very unladylike snort escaped the young woman. She could not help it. It was the most ridiculous line she had ever heard. "And what do dreams smell of?" Michael only tugged her closer, pressing his lips hotly against the base of her neck so she was forced to bite back a low sound of pleasure. "My dreams smell of you, my lady." If she had any wherewithal whatsoever, she would have pushed him away and left the room anyway. He had no right, absolutely none, to make her feel the way he did. Instead of wanting to stomp away, Rose found herself with the sudden urge to arch back against him. "Please tell me," she managed breathlessly, "that you do not use that line on every woman you bring into your bed. It is horrendous." In response, Michael merely chuckled lowly against her throat, making her shudder, before he nipped the sensitive skin there playfully. "Do not paint me a Casanova, my lady. I assure you, fewer women have visited my bed than you might think." Rose sighed, telling herself grudgingly that she would allow him this behavior once. Just once, and just because it felt so ridiculously lovely. "If you are going to be kissing my neck, Michael, you can at least call me Rose. That is what we agreed, is it not?" Him. The young woman could not help the soft sound of need that escaped her as Michael nodded against her shoulder, his mouth still firmly pressed there. "My apologies," he kissed the side of her neck, "Rose." She melted against him. What choice did she have? The man had her trapped now, and their tea was all but forgotten. After all the avoiding she had done, now she was on Michael's lap, and it was not even half as bad as she had imagined that it might be. That did not mean, however, that she was going to bend to his every whim. Rose had never been so easy, and she certainly was not about to start now. "So now that you have me in your clutches, Michael," she managed, trying not to let his kisses overwhelm her, What do you plan to do with me? Well, first, the brawny man replied, I plan to give you back your shoes. I would really prefer not to explain that one to Mother. Rose found herself giggling. She could not help it. This entire situation was ludicrous. And after that is done, I would like to invite you out with me this evening. Rose turned slightly in his lap to look down at him, her heart stuttering in her chest at the sight of the desire evident in his eyes. And where are we going? Michael smiled, a devastating gesture that warmed her to her toes. That is a surprise. Wear a nice dress. Is this dress not nice? She had always thought so. One of her nicest. It is, but now that I have had you on my lap in it, I will just be thinking of taking it off you all evening. Rose rolled her eyes, pushing out of Michael's embrace to stand before him. She was sure she looked a sight, hair mussed, neck quite possibly marked with his attentions. But she was going to make sure he knew exactly where they stood. I am not sleeping with you, Michael Tate. Let me make that perfectly clear. He immediately held up large hands in surrender, his expression surprisingly innocent. Of course. Understood. Rose's eyes narrowed as she peered down at him. That was entirely too easy. The man had to have something up his sleeve. But at that particular moment, she was a bit too worked up over him to investigate. Leaning over, she retrieved the book she had meant to read from the end table, before turning from him to finally flee the library. She did not stop until she was safely in her room with the door shut and bolted behind her. Once that was done, Rose exhaled a shuddering breath, setting her book aside to collapse into the nearest available chair. She felt almost as if her legs were putty. What was he thinking, kissing her like that in the middle of the day when anyone could walk in and see? The man was entirely too brazen for his own good, and to her horror, Rose found that she might like him for it. She could not keep a small, indulgent smile from spreading across her face. For the first time since she had arrived, she was excited about an outing with Michael. She could only wonder what he had in store for them. Michael did not do this. Ever. He was, in fact, so unsure as to how to go about impressing Rose that he committed folly, and did the one thing he should have thought through far more thoroughly. He called his sister. Alice was, of course, simultaneously shocked and affronted. You like her? What on earth, Mike? You are playing right into Mother's hands. As he did up his shirt in the mirror, Mike merely scowled in the direction of his phone speaker. I am not, Alice. I did not say that I was going to marry the woman. Simply that I find her attractive. So you are going to have your fun and bid her adieu? Alice's reply was dry with sarcasm. Charming. I am proud of you, big brother. Oh, stop carrying on, Alice. Are you going to help me or not? That was really all he wanted to know. If she was going to insult him, he could have called Elias. The strain of Kat's pregnancy had turned his friend into a monster. Elias was stressed out of his mind, and always on the cusp of an outburst. Hence Michael reaching out to his sister. What exactly do you need my help with? Where should I take her? What should we do? Alice snorted. Do you intend to end up in bed with her, or not? Michael sighed. That is beside the point. Try to think like an adult. I know it is hard for you. Ha ha. You are hilarious. There was silence on the other line that Michael took as his sister contemplating. Take her to see a play. Dinner and a play are classy, but do not come on as too desperate. Michael arched a brow in incredulity, even though he was well aware that his sister could not see it. Are you calling me desperate? You are after a woman Mother picked for you, Alice quipped smartly. Forgive me for assuming the obvious. Despite his sister's loving flip, Michael did think that dinner and a play would be a good idea. He had never been one to want to flaunt his wealth, but he found that Rose brought out certain desires he had never entertained before, and not just physical ones. She fought him. Not physically, of course, delightful as that might have been. No, being with Rose was like being engaged in a battle of wits. She refused to admit directly that she was attracted to him. She would not try to seduce him, and she defied all of his efforts to seduce her, the little flirt. So, he would have to resort to actually wooing her. God forbid his mother ever discovered, and tried even harder to drive them together. Thankfully, tonight she had gone to a meeting of her ladies' club in London, and would not be back until the following afternoon. He thought he had dressed well enough for their outing, in a dark shirt and slacks with a tailored vest, and hoped that Rose had taken his advice and changed her dress. Even the sight of her bare shoulders was enough to tempt him, and that would hardly be appropriate. He headed downstairs around 7, and was surprised to find her already waiting for him. The picture she painted in a deep gray sheath that matched the color of her eyes, and her hair pulled away from her face to hang over her shoulders, was enough to make his mouth dry and his blood hot. Thankfully, he managed to keep his composure, but only just. When he reached the foot of the steps, Rose gave him an obtrusive little twirl with a small, devilish smile. "Is this better?" "I do not know about better." Taking her hand, Michael drew it to his lips to kiss gently. "But you look lovely." She flushed slightly, pulling her hand gently from his. "Are you going to tell me where we are going now?" Michael chuckled. "Perhaps if you are good." With that, he led her out to the waiting car. Though Rose wrinkled her nose at the sight of the rolls, she said nothing, merely sliding in when he opened the door for her. The restaurant Michael had chosen was in the next town over, and during the drive, their conversation was pleasant. He did his best to swallow the burgeoning desire that thrummed through him, wondering what on earth had gotten into him. Rose seemed to be a trigger for all his baser instincts. The sight of her, the scent of her, one taste had him rattling at the bars of his cage like a wild animal. She could be talking about the weather, and he would be picturing stripping every scrap of clothing from her body. Thankfully, he managed to refrain from such thoughts in the back of his father's Rolls-Royce, and they arrived in the next village without incident. When Michael led her into Giselle's, one of the premier fine dining establishments for 100 kilometers, he himself was taken aback by the splendor of the place. Michael had visited his fair share of upscale restaurants in London, but this one was extravagant to the 9th degree. The entire two-story affair was decorated with gold and cream wallpapers and extravagant candle-lit chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Most of the tables were occupied, but the atmosphere was that of muted dignity, with perfectly pressed linen tablecloths and elaborate centerpieces. It had cost him a neat £300 simply to secure a table, and while he tended to find places like this rather stuffy, he was willing to go the distance to impress Rose without hesitation. The maitre d' led them to a discreet table in the corner, before presenting them with the wine list. He bowed with flourish before leaving them to their own devices, and Michael stared after him, wondering vaguely how much all his kowtowing earned him in a single night. Clearing his throat, he finally looked back to his lovely companion, who was gazing around the restaurant with an unreadable expression. "Shall we have wine?" he inquired, extending the list to her. Rose's gaze met his a moment before she took the list from his hand. When she opened the elegantly decorated cover, her eyes immediately widened. Good Lord, £1,200 for a bottle of 07 Riesling? She snapped the menu shut before setting it aside. "I would just as soon drink Perrier." Michael cracked an amused smile. £18 a bottle. Rose almost choked on the mint she had popped in her mouth, and Michael bit back his laughter. For an heiress, Rose certainly did not seem to approve of living the high life. If he did not know any better, he might describe her expression as one of sheer mortification. "Are you not used to high-class lunches, my lady?" Rose made a face. "It is possible to have class without signing over the rights to your firstborn child. This is slightly excessive." Under different circumstances, Michael might think she was merely being difficult, but the genuine affront on Rose's face raised no small amount of curiosity in him. He had spent his life being brought to places like this. His parents had always impressed upon him the importance of being seen in the right place, at the right time and with the right people. As he had grown older, he had come to see what utter nonsense such pains actually were, but he tended to believe that gently bred women delighted in the attention paid to them. Rose, it seemed, did not fit into that mold. She grimaced at being driven around in a Rolls-Royce, and now she was clearly uncomfortable in a five-star restaurant. He arched a brow in inquiry. "Is there somewhere else you would prefer?" At his expression, Rose's softened slightly. "I apologize, Michael. I did not mean to dismiss your choice. This place is beautiful, really it is. I cannot justify spending so much money on a single meal." Michael chuckled, growing more intrigued with each passing minute. "But you are not paying for it." "I am." Rose merely rolled her eyes with good humor. "I cannot justify so much money being spent on a meal period." Running a hand through his hair, he merely repeated his earlier question. "And is there somewhere you would prefer to dine? A burger joint? Indian takeaway, perhaps?" Rose merely smiled at his cheek. "Do not you dare insult a good takeaway. They are worth their weight in gold." As she spoke, she rose from the table, leaving him to look up at her curiously. "I will be right back." Michael watched in awe as she strolled across the floor of the restaurant to find the maitre d' once more. Leaning over, she whispered something in his ear that made the well-groomed man look at her as if she had grown a third head. Thrusting his nose in the air, he answered her with visible reluctance. Rose took it all in stride, merely smiling sweetly at him in thanks before returning to the table. When she reached his side, she touched Michael's shoulder gently. "Come with me." He did not hesitate. What man would when a woman like Rose Lithgow demanded something of him? Without a word, Rose merely led him from the elegantly appointed restaurant and into the well-lit village streets, where a bevy of people were milling about, enjoying their Saturday night. She was, Michael noted, rather more well-suited to walking in heels sober. Despite the cobblestone streets she led him down, the woman did not wobble in the slightest. He allowed her to lead him away from the majority of the crowds and down a few back streets, until curiosity finally got the better of him. "Where on earth are we headed?" Rose merely winked cheekily at him over her shoulder. "It is a secret." Well, he certainly deserved that one. Michael did not know what he expected. A smaller, more intimate restaurant, a pub, or something in between. Whatever the picture had been in his mind's eye, it was not the small, nondescript building that they came to a stop in front of. There was a line of people that trailed out the door, and upon closer inspection, many of them seemed to be shabbily clothed, some without shoes or belts. Still, Michael followed Rose inside, where the interior was decorated not with chandeliers or candles, but with posters demonstrating how to keep warm and where to get regular medical checkups. Completely flummoxed, he watched Rose march up to the front desk and beam at the woman in charge. "Hello. My name is Rose Lithgow, and this is my friend," she gestured to Michael, and he chuckled at her choice of words. "Michael. We have come to help, if you need any." The plump woman behind the desk was all smiles. She wore a large apron over the front of her gingham dress, her gray-streaked hair pulled back from her face to expose kind blue eyes. "Well, bless your hearts, my dears. We are always grateful for all the help we can get. Of course, we will spare you a bit of dinner, too, for your troubles, if you will just come this way." She turned to lead them down a long hall, which opened up to an immense kitchen. Here, the people coming in from outside lined up in droves to accept large trays of the food being prepared for them by the kitchen staff. Michael looked from the workers to Rose and then back again, trying to decide whether he was more shocked or impressed. "A working dinner, is it?" Rose merely grinned at him, as the manager of the kitchen handed her an apron. She seemed to have no reservations whatsoever about putting the stained garment on over her delicate silk dress. "Not afraid of a bit of work, are you, my lord?" He would hardly be cowed now. Besides, Michael was far from afraid. He found himself drawn into the chore Rose had brought him to perform. No one could have torn him away. "If it means I get to spend the evening in your company, of course not." He accepted the apron the owner passed to him, sliding it over his head before tightening the belt around his waist. Rose merely blushed in answer, before asking the kitchen manager for their instructions. And so began one of the strangest and most wondrous nights of Michael's life. He had to admit, while he had worked in hospitals all over London and seen an array of soup kitchens and homeless shelters, he had never actually been inside of one. This establishment seemed to be kitchen and shelter all in one, with dozens of hands to help run it. While other citizens of the village were out shopping and spending their money at any number of expensive restaurants, Michael helped Rose to serve dozens who had no food, and found an odd swelling of pride in his chest as the night wore on. The people who accepted the food they handed out were not, he noticed, what his family often believed them to be. Most of them were as tidy as they could afford to be, polite, and amazingly grateful for the service being provided to them. A few of their customers thanked Michael so profusely that he had no idea how to reply, other than it was his pleasure to serve them. But Rose, she was another matter entirely. Here she seemed more comfortable than he had seen her all summer. Even in the Manor, enjoying the gardens, he had never seen her as at ease as she was talking to the cooks in the kitchen. And the way she interacted with the soup kitchen's visitors was nothing short of astounding. She greeted people like they were her old friends, handing out food as she conversed with them and complimented their clothing and possessions. With children, she laughed and bantered until she drew smiles from them, and afforded them extra portions of everything with great gusto. Most important of all, she listened. Everyone that came to the kitchen had their own story, and a few people were so enamored of Rose that theirs spilled from their lips unbidden. Michael listened to fathers that had lost their jobs, mothers who had been turned from their homes, and children who did not know what it was like to get a single Christmas present. He heard tell of the elderly men who had served in the armed forces, denied their security money, and women too proud to go home to their adult children and burden them. All in all, he did not think he had ever encountered so many hearty, selfless people in his entire existence. His and Rose's world was one of high society, money and constant squabbling. Who had the best cars, the best houses, who had the best connections? While he had known that all these struggles were a farce, exactly how ridiculous they were had never really been reinforced until that night. Hours in the soup kitchen flew past, and by the time Melody, the owner, came to tell them they were closing up shop for the night, Michael was shocked to see that it was close to midnight. Still in their aprons, they accepted the bread, stew, and apple pie Melody gave them, and sat down to eat with the few patrons that remained. Rose was glowing. She dug into her food with gusto, and for a good minute Michael watched her, utterly taken with what he had seen. Ultimately, Rose realized that she was being stared at and straightened, obviously self-conscious. "What?" She dabbed at her mouth with a napkin. "Are you not hungry? It is delicious." Michael merely shook his head slowly. "What kind of lady are you?" "What on earth do you mean?" she replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. "You do not like to ride in showy cars. Fancy restaurants make you uncomfortable. You are more comfortable in a shelter than you are in a manor, and you can make people with nothing feel like they are richer than kings. Honestly, Rose, I have never seen the like." Her cheeks pinkened lightly at his assessment, and she cleared her throat, obviously embarrassed with the praise. "I will take that as a compliment." She dug into her stew once more, and Michael finally tried his. It was, as she had warned him, delicious, and he finished it all within minutes. He had not realized how ravenously hungry he was until he started eating. After Rose had thanked Melody, who in turn thanked her so exuberantly that she had to pry her hands from the woman, they finally left the shelter. The streets had gone mostly quiet, and the summer night was illuminated by street lights hanging over the cobblestone roads. When Michael spoke, his tone was thoughtful. "You know, when my mother told me that you had quite a few charitable causes, I assumed that meant that you liked to throw money at benefits. Host $1,000 per plate dinners, and send the money to ambiguous companies that might or might not make sure that it gets where it needs to go." Rose scowled up at him immediately. "You are describing my mother. And the majority of modern British nobility. We have these titles which, let us face it, amount to nonsense in the modern day and age. The only thing we could use them for is to help those who have less, and what do we do instead? Seek more money and prestige. Michael laughed softly at her brutal assessment. That is a rather harsh way of putting it, but you are not wrong. We are pompous. The image matters more than anything else. Why do you think our parents are so keen on us getting married? Rose shuddered. Keen or not, my mother does not control me. At the end of this summer, I am. In the middle of her sentence, the young woman seemed to realize something, and her mouth clamped shut. She fell silent, her expression pensive. Arching a brow, Michael tried to coax her into continuing. You are what? But Rose only shook her head. It is nothing. Never mind. She shot him a smile that seemed forced. Rest assured that I am not after your hand in marriage, Lord Tate. We are entirely incompatible. Now that was nonsense. Michael did not give one whit about marriage, but there could be no denying the chemistry between them. The memory of their night in the kitchen, or even of earlier that afternoon in the library, was enough to prove that. How are we incompatible? He demanded, stopping in the center of the deserted street to turn to her. Rose merely looked up at him with a small, amused smile. You cannot be serious, Michael. We are entirely different people. Are we? Michael returned succinctly. Both bullied by our parents into a summer of doing something we would rather not. Both entrapped by upper society's rules and trying to break out. Both amazingly beautiful people with amazingly sensual proclivities. Rose burst into laughter, shaking her head at his effervescent statement. You, Lord Tate, are merely trying to get me to like you. Nonsense. He himself was grinning now. You already like me. The deed is done. Oh? Rose arched a brow as she finally regained her composure. And how do you know that? I could hate your guts. Be secretly plotting to do away with you in your sleep. When he reached out to grasp her waist, pulling her flesh against him in a smooth motion, the young woman inhaled sharply. Eyes that had been filled with mirth suddenly blazed with heat. Your body betrays you, Rose. Michael whispered huskily, reaching down to cup her delicate pale chin. Every time I am near you, you go soft and pliant, and it is all you can do not to beg me to touch you. Rose opened her mouth to deny the claim, but no words came out. Instead, Michael deliberately traced the line of her lips with his thumb, committing every feature to memory. There was a small freckle on the corner of her mouth, and her lower lip was slightly fuller than its twin. Those lips had plagued him ever since he had first tasted them, and now he needed to taste them anew. If you tell me not to kiss you, I will not, he murmured solemnly. Tell me not to touch you, and I will let you go. His hand threaded through the spun corn silk of her hair as his gaze roamed her face. Rather than embarrassment, her cheeks were now flushed with desire. Desire for him. But if you do not stop me now, he warned her, his voice barely above a growl, you will not leave my bed tonight. No matter how much you beg for mercy. I will have you until you are spent with your own pleasure, and then I will have you some more. Is that understood? The way her eyes dilated in raw want almost brought him to his knees. He thought she would speak then, to tell him no or what a complete and utter cad he was. But instead, Rose merely stood on her toes to press her mouth to his, and Michael lost himself in her. It seemed like an eternity since he had kissed her last. He tasted the spice of beef stew, and her own underlying sweetness, groaning as he tugged her tightly against him. When the heated moment threatened to carry them both away, Rose pulled back just enough to meet his eyes, her voice breathless. Take me home, Michael. He needed no further invitation. She had lost it completely. That was all Rose could think, as she and Michael entered the dark foyer of Tate Manor. All the staff was long asleep, and the house was quiet. She was still on fire from the heated kiss Michael had planted on her in the middle of the road, and when he scooped her up in his arms, she did not protest. He was every bit as strong as she had imagined, carrying her up the stairs effortlessly. Instead of making his way down the entirety of the hall to her room, however, he stopped before his own door, edging it open with his thigh. Rose only had a moment to take in the decorations. Michael's room was decidedly one of the most masculine in the house, done in shades of green and gray. He boasted the best view of the gardens, and a variety of paintings done in strong aggressive strokes. Before she could assess much more, however, the young woman found herself being lain on the immense expanse of his bed. Michael looked down at her, his dark eyes aflame. "You have no idea what I want to do to you, Rose." What followed was less a choice than a surrender, only the quiet dark and each other. They gave themselves to the moment, losing the night in one another's arms, until the world outside ceased to matter. Hours later, Rose lay curled against Michael's side, every muscle in her body relaxed in the warmth of post-bliss. She felt a lazy smile touch her lips as she drifted toward sleep. Michael, she decided, was not the best name for this man. This man, who was just as much animal as he was gentleman. Just as contradictory as he was temptation. No, he sounded much more like an Anton to her. With no idea where the thought had come from, Rose drifted off on a haze of sated satisfaction, a genuine smile curving her kiss-swollen lips.
Chapter 4. Saving Lives.
When Rose opened her eyes, she let out a low sound of discomfort. It was bright, far brighter than it was when she usually woke, and as she slowly came awake, she realized that her surroundings were unfamiliar. Immediately, her eyes widened, and Rose attempted to rise from bed, only to be prevented from doing so by the heavy weight of an arm draped across her waist. The previous night flooded back in a rush. Rose's entire body flushed deeply as she remembered her date with Michael. The way he had followed her without hesitation to a soup kitchen, and uttered not one complaint when she donned an apron and proceeded to do what she did best. For Rose, putting in time at such places came second nature, but she could not see it being too terribly huge of a stretch for Michael either. He was a natural, smiling and getting on with the people who came for what might be their only hot meal of the day. He treated them with respect instead of disdain, and considering that he had never been placed in such a position before, he surprised Rose with the grace with which he accepted his evening. He almost seemed to enjoy himself. But regardless of what had happened at the soup kitchen, there was no denying that they had both enjoyed themselves afterward. She was in Michael's room now, looking over the decidedly masculine interior, with only the silken whisper of Michael's sheets over her skin. Rose thought she should feel ashamed for her behavior the previous evening. While she was no stranger to intimate encounters, what she shared with Michael the previous night had been particularly intense. When the man told her he would not let her sleep, he had meant it. Rose had in fact obliged the man for most of the night. In fact, they might have only fallen asleep a few scant hours ago. Carefully, the young woman shifted as best she could so that she was facing the man with whom she had spent the night. If she expected to feel such shame that she bolted from the bed, Rose was entirely shocked when another emotion immediately rose to the forefront. In the early morning light streaming in through the windows, Lord Michael Tate was quite the sight. The sheets draped over him just barely covered his modesty, which left the majority of his impressive body on display. He was fabulously muscled, in a way that she had never before seen in an English nobleman. Of course, Rose had never really stumbled onto a man of Michael's size before, period, but the fact that he was English really boggled the mind. Long legs with strong calves and thighs, an impossibly broad back with muscular shoulders, and that shockingly red hair must in sleep. Rose was almost overcome by the desire to reach over and draw her fingers along the stubble on his jaw, to make up for some of the tenderness the previous night had lacked. But she quickly reminded herself that she did not need tenderness. She was not planning on keeping Michael around for long enough to want sweetness from him. All she had to do was weather the summer, and then she would be able to get on with her life, and so would he. They were both consenting adults, and they both knew what this meant the moment they agreed to spend the night together. Just a simple summer dalliance, born of convenience. Although Rose would not lie to herself. Under different circumstances, it might be very easy to fall for a man like Michael. On the outside, he was what her parents wanted for her. A man with the title who came from an old family. Someone she could flaunt at her elbow both for his wealth and for his good looks. On the inside, there was something more to him. Something that had driven him to be a doctor when he certainly did not need the money. Something that made him follow her from a high-profile restaurant and into a soup kitchen. It was a shame she would not have the opportunity to investigate that something further. With a sigh, Rose scanned the room once more, wondering how she was going to get away from Michael without waking him. She would have to do it while he slept. There was no other option. If Michael woke, Rose suspected she would once more fall victim to his hunger, and she could not afford to be so completely overcome so soon after their first encounter. She would need to be prepared. Next time she would have the upper hand. "You look terribly serious for having just woken up." Inhaling sharply, Rose gazed down to see Michael staring up at her. How long had he been awake? Had he seen her watching him? At her expression, the giant merely smiled knowingly. "What has upset you, Rose? Do tell. I will do my best to drive it from your mind." Before she could protest, the man's mouth was on hers, and Rose found herself forgetting that this was the man she was supposed to be fleeing. How on earth could she want to distance herself from something that felt so good? Michael's chest pressed against hers as he bore her back down against the mattress. Though she knew full well she should have shoved him from her, instead, Rose merely wrapped her arms around his neck. She had never experienced exactly what this man could do to her with a simple touch. Rose had never been so drawn to a single person that they could melt her with a look, but it did not take much more from Michael. He effortlessly turned her rational brain to mush, and he was about to give her a repeat of the previous night's performance in spectacular fashion. At least until a low buzzing noise punctuated the rising passion between them. It took Rose a full 30 seconds before she finally tore her mouth from Michael's, and even then the man was relentless. His lips dropped to her throat, kissing in ways that made her lightheaded. "Michael," she managed breathlessly. "Michael, what is that?" "I do not care," he murmured against her collarbone. His tongue dipped into the hollow there, and Rose squirmed, trying desperately to retain her sanity. "Michael, please. What is that sound?" With a low sound of frustration, the man raised his head to gaze around the room reluctantly. When the buzzing came again, the source was clear. Rose's bag was lying on the floor halfway across the room, and from inside her phone was ringing. She gave Michael a pointed look that she hoped would cow him, but instead, the man simply sighed, moving off of her with supreme reluctance. Rose snatched the sheet from the bed, wrapping it around herself before she rushed over to her bag. The action, of course, left Michael as bare as a newborn babe, not that he seemed to care too much. He merely folded his arms behind his head, watching with half-lidded eyes as Rose answered her phone. "Hello?" The voice that answered her came in a rush of French, surprising the young woman. "Hello, Miss Rose. Are you there, Miss Rose?" It was a man, that was for certain, but Rose could not remember giving any Frenchman her number recently. "Yes, this is Rose." "Miss Rose, my name is Alon Mabel. I am father to Elias. You remember my daughter?" Rose's hand flew to her mouth in surprise. Remember? How on earth could she forget? Spending time with Elias had been one of the high points of the last year for her. Once she had gotten the girl to warm to her and to Britain, it had been hard to see her leave. Both she and Elias shed tears as she saw the little girl onto a plane back to the Congo. "Mr. Mabel?" She quickly switched to French. "I do remember Elias. Your daughter was delightful to have in Britain. Is she doing all right?" The man's next words sent Rose's heart plunging into her stomach. "That is why I call, Miss Rose. I find your telephone number in one of my daughter's pockets. Elias is not well at all. She is sick. Our whole village is sick." Rose's fingers tightened on the phone, her eyes widening at the news. The whole village was sick? What on earth had happened? The plane that Elias had been on was packed with both medical supplies and food for her village, as well as valuable funds that were to be distributed to certain of the village's elders. "Mr. Mabel, is there no doctor? What of the medical supplies that were sent with your daughter?" A noise that sounded terribly like a choked sob came from the other end of the line, and Rose's stomach lurched. "They come, Miss Rose. They come and take our supplies. There is no medicine for my daughter or the other children. No doctors can get through. I call you because I have no other choice. I know you do not know me, but I beg you to help me save Elias." Rose shook her head slowly, horrified. Even though Mr. Mabel did not specify exactly who they were, she knew of the many tribes and their conflicts in the Congo region. It was more than likely that an aggressive militia from a neighboring tribe had stolen from the Mabels and those in their village, which meant that when sickness started, it ran rampant. And without a doctor, things could not possibly end well. "Mr. Mabel, I will do everything in my power to help you and your daughter. Is this a number at which I can reach you?" She could not remember the last time her heart beat so rapidly. Imagining the sweet, shy Elias struggling for life terrified her, just as much as the notion that everything she had sent with the girl had been stolen. This was a situation that happened all too often in the Congo. It was not talked about at fancy benefits. After all the money was raised and everything was said and done, what little did actually reach the Congo often became mired in the turmoil that surrounded certain regions. Despite the best efforts of aid groups, all too often, help came entirely too late. Which was why Rose had slipped Elias her personal cell phone number. At the time, she had only thought to comfort the girl. She had not anticipated that the number might be used, but just in case. And now her worst fears were coming to fruition. "This is my home telephone, Miss Rose. You may call me here." "All right, Mr. Mabel. Hang on just a few days. I am on my way." "Thank you." Rose could not recall the last time she had heard such genuine gratitude in someone's voice. "Thank you, Miss Rose." When she finally hung up the phone, Rose was visibly shaken. Elias and her village were in danger, and attempts to get help from inside their country had proven unsuccessful. There was really only one thing she could do, but she had no idea if it would actually be possible. Regulations for going in and out of the Congo, particularly conflict-affected areas, were harsh. The one time she had visited the country to perform aid work before, processing her visa had taken months. I need to go." At her low proclamation, Michael only arched a brow in inquiry. "Go back to your room?" He looked so unbelievably appealing that for a moment, she almost forgot her alarm and launched herself back towards the bed. "Almost. I need to leave the country." That clearly got his attention. Sitting up, Michael gazed over at her, his expression still veritably mild considering what she had just told him. "The last time I checked, it took several months to get a visa and travel clearance to enter the Democratic Republic of Congo." Rose's eyes widened in shock. How on earth had he? "We are British nobility, Rose," the immense man jabbed in a dry tone. "I am a little insulted that you do not think I speak French. How on earth did you know it was the Congo?" She was still completely flummoxed. That the man could speak French explained precisely nothing at all. Rising from bed, Michael strode across the room to the closet to disappear inside, leaving Rose to stare after him. When he emerged, he wore a pair of slacks and a polo shirt that had to have been tailored to fit his overlarge frame. Mabel is a Congolese last name. He did up his belt methodically before straightening his collar. "One of my medical lecturers was from the Congo. He told us that where he came from was one of the driving factors that made him want to become a doctor." Rose just stared at him, struggling to find words. "He also told us how difficult it was for aid workers to get in, even under the direst of circumstances. So of course my question to you is, why do you want to go there?" For a moment, Rose's temper threatened. Who on earth was he to demand to know her motivations? She was her own person, and her agenda was specifically that, her own. But before she could allow herself to snap at the man, Rose took a calming breath. Why should she not tell him? If anything, it might get him to let her go sooner. Rose had no doubt that her parents would be furious once they found out what she had done, but she could only hope to get out of the country before they caught on. There is a girl there, a family. I did a benefit event for her village a few months ago, and we sent an entire cargo hold of supplies and medicine back with her. The man who just called me was her father. He says there is an epidemic in their village, and everything that might have helped has been stolen. Straightening her spine, the young woman stared Michael straight in the eye. I have to do something. Right? Rose blinked when the man did not even question her, instead, going back to his closet to retrieve a leather travel bag and toss it onto the bed. When he began packing things into it, Rose's brows shot up to her hairline. What exactly are you doing? Michael barely spared her a glance. You will need a doctor, will you not? I heard the word epidemic. Rose opened and shut her mouth in a very good imitation of a koi fish, rendered speechless for the second time since she had woken barely half an hour ago. Apart from that, I am sure you will need an in for travel clearance. I am still on very good terms with Dr. Mabel. I am sure he can help us. Us? The word finally burst from Rose, halfway between incredulous and irate. Who said you were going? The demand was completely ladylike, but Rose could not help her shock. She told the man she wanted to head to one of the most war-torn regions in the world, and his first impulse was to want to tag along. I dare say, my dear Rose, Michael winked at her, that last night has rather stripped you of your refinement. The young woman's entire body flushed scarlet at Michael's insinuation, but before she could offer a rebuttal, he continued. I am coming because I can expedite your visa process. And because the quicker a doctor can see those people, the better. Would you not agree? She was not sure whether she wanted to kiss or to throttle the infuriating man. Somehow Rose refrained from doing either, instead merely watching the man continue to pack until his bag was almost half full. It was when she saw him toss his passport atop the contents that she snapped out of her haze and came back to reality. They were going to the Congo. She had not the slightest rebuttal for anything Michael had to say, and if he could get her where she wanted to go more quickly, then there was no need to argue. For once, she would have to put her pride aside for the greater good. Thank you, Michael. Though Rose often found herself considering her words multiple times before she actually spoke to him, this time, her gratitude came effortlessly. After all, this was not about her. Despite what had happened between them the previous night, what was happening now was about those who needed her. And if Michael could help her get to them, so be it. Even with Michael's considerable connections, it took a good 3 days before they were able to get anywhere. Of course, when he had first suggested to Rose that he could get them to the Congo, he had only been half sure. He had acted on sheer impulse, which was totally and completely unlike him. You are going where? Mike winced as Elias all but bellowed in his ear. The man was in the midst of a crowded airport terminal, with activity humming all around him, and somehow, Elias could still shout loud enough to deafen him. Why? I have got nothing else to do all summer, Michael returned mildly. Got a colleague to cover my shifts at the hospital, and an opportunity to get out from under the Countess' prying eyes. So, you are going to a conflict-torn region in Africa? Elias returned incredulously. Forgive me if I do not believe you. Michael winced. All right, so he was not being 100% honest. It was true enough that he wanted to get away from his mother's prying eyes, and that he had spent enough summers in his family home to bore him to tears. But he was not going to the Congo just to get away from England. If it were not for the company, he certainly would not have volunteered for this trip and all its complications himself. For starters, getting the visas in and of themselves had been a nightmare. Though Dr. Mabel was a head researcher at one of the most prestigious universities in London, even he had to jump through hoops to help them. There was a full 48 hours of negotiation with the Congolese ambassador, and then with a leading member of parliament, who insisted that it was incredibly dangerous for British citizens to head into the particular region they planned to go. However, when Mabel offered up some of his own connections in his home country for protection, they were granted month-long visas with extreme reluctance. The look on Rose's face, had been worth every aggravating phone call. The moment Michael told her they were going, she had lit up like a Christmas tree. He might have been imagining it, but he thought he had seen moisture in her eyes. They were too wrapped up in whirlwind travel preparations to celebrate properly, in his opinion. But Michael still had plenty of time to wonder what exactly he was getting himself into. Serving food to the homeless was one thing, but jetting halfway across the world into a very dangerous situation to help people in who knew what state of health was quite another. It was a decision he admitted he should have thought through before making any promises. But now that they were in the airport mere hours away from their journey, Michael had no regrets. There was a certain amount of pride to be had in the ability to help those he knew needed him most. Certainly, people often lauded him for being one of the best doctors in the United Kingdom, but where he was going, no one knew him by reputation. They would judge him on the good he did, and that was perfectly fine with him. Regardless of whether you believe me or not, he spoke to Elias firmly, I called you to tell you I will be gone for a few weeks, so you are going to have to hold down the fort with your wife. Elias cursed as Michael swallowed his amusement. Mike, she is immense. Like an avenging angel. One minute she is smiling and laughing, and the next she is out for my blood. Hormones. This time Michael could not resist a low chuckle. That is the name of the game. Do not worry, it will be over soon. Then you will just have a bouncing baby boy to deal with. I hope you are not still trying to be funny, Mike. We both know how perfectly awful you are at it. Before Michael could deliver a retort, however, he was interrupted. Rose emerged from where she had been off looking for coffees. At the irate expression on her face, Michael frowned. Elias, let me call you back. Call me back? You are going to Africa. 10 minutes. With that, Michael hung up. He and Elias had been through enough together that he knew his friend would understand. He highly doubted that Kat would go for the architect's throat in the next 10 minutes. Rose? Stepping away from the wall he had been leaning against, Michael addressed the visibly distraught woman before him. What is going on? She thrust a cup of coffee in his direction as she answered. Our flight has been cancelled. All the flights to the Congo for the next week have been cancelled. When is the next scheduled flight? Rose's nose crinkled in displeasure, her brow wrinkling. 2 weeks from tomorrow. Well, that would never do. Michael had a hard enough time putting his mother off as it was. He had managed to convince her he was going to visit Elias, and that Rose was off to see a friend. That story would not hold up very well if they remained in London for much longer. Well, that certainly will not do at all. Taking his coffee, Michael sipped carefully. It was a bit too bitter for his taste. He had always preferred tea, but he had not slept much in the past 2 days. Now, it seemed he was destined to stay awake for a little while longer. I will have to make some calls. Rose's eyes widened slightly. What sort of calls? Michael's lips quirked upwards at her reaction. While he would admit that he had pushed so hard to get their travel visas because it was evident how consumed Rose was by the fate of this village, it gave him no small satisfaction that she was impressed by his actions. If he could pull a few more strings to make her happy, he certainly would not mind. Have your coffee and relax for a while, Rose. You must be tired. A fire immediately lit in the young woman's gaze. Relax? How on earth can I relax? You might see this as some type of vacation, Michael, but there are people that need me. Rose? Michael's interjection was soft but firm, visibly startling her. She was, he realized, very close to panic. He should have known from the look on her face when Elise's father first called that she had an attachment to the girl, and that nothing would stop her from getting to Africa. Even if he had not had any connections, a woman like Rose would have found a way. She was worked up to the point of desperation, and she was exhausted. Anyone with eyes could see that. Listen to me, Rose. Taking her free hand, Michael folded his fingers around it firmly. I will handle this, but I need you to calm down. I need you to rest. Everything will be all right. Trust me. Have I not already gotten you this far? For a long moment, Rose merely stared at him. Around them the airport bustled with activity, people rushing to catch their flights, shops selling snacks and meals, loudspeakers calling for lost passengers. Yet Michael heard none of it. His gaze was fixed on the woman before him. She was such a volatile, headstrong thing, like no woman he had ever encountered before. That had to be why he was so obsessed with her. After what seemed like an eternity, Rose's tensed shoulders finally slumped. She exhaled a long breath, slipping her hand from his grasp to run through her musk-blonde hair. I am sorry, Michael. Her voice was so low that he could barely hear it above the din of the airport. I do not mean to seem unappreciative. I cannot stop thinking about Elias and her family. Her father said she is only getting worse, and She shook her head, falling silent for a moment before she managed to compose herself. I just want to help them. No one seems to understand that. She was frustrated. Michael could admit that he himself was taken aback by how complicated it seemed in this particular instance to help one village in need. Still, he had given Rose his word that he would get her there, and he certainly was not going back on it now. Trust me, Rose. He repeated simply, reaching out to tip her chin up gently. When he leaned in to kiss her, she let him, her mouth molding against his with familiarity. By the time he was finished teasing her, the young woman was putty in his hands. Michael guided her backwards into an empty seat nearby, and there he left her. Reaching for his cell phone once more, he stepped away to make a few calls. He supposed Elias would simply have to wait. Less than 4 hours later, Michael and Rose boarded a plane bound for Kinshasa. The jet, however, was not a commercial plane. It was a private jet that Michael had allowed Elias to goad him into purchasing 5 years prior. One he almost never used. He supposed he would have to thank his friend for baiting him, considering that the thing was the only reason they were leaving Britain on time. He half expected Rose to turn her nose up at the plane's extravagant trappings. She had, after all, been appalled at the prices in a 5-star restaurant. Instead, however, she merely took her seat next to him with an appreciative smile. Once they were actually in the air, she did the last thing Michael would ever have expected. Your plane is lovely. The auburn-haired man arched a brow, his expression incredulous. Is it? In response, Rose just rolled her eyes good-naturedly. I am not saying it again. You only get the one. She accepted the glass of champagne the single stewardess handed her gracefully, before raising it in his direction. I suppose I have to toast to you. Michael smiled at her forthrightness, accepting his own glass. I feel as if no one could make you do anything you did not want, Rose. Her answering smile was radiant, well worth humbling himself. Besides, Michael truly could not imagine Rose doing something she did not want to. Despite her family name and all she had been afforded with, she had a completely different agenda. One that she was hell-bent on fulfilling at any cost. And he admired that. You might be one of the only people to truly understand that. She winked at him. Actually winked. It made him want to carry her back into the plane's singular bedroom and lose himself in her all over again. So a toast to you, Lord Michael. And all your chivalry. I will drink to that. He touched his glass to hers before taking a sip of champagne. Almost immediately after taking a taste of her drink, however, Rose yawned so widely she almost dislocated her jaw. Michael chuckled. You know, there is a bedroom on this aircraft. Rose merely gave him a wary look that had Michael groaning lowly at her implication. For you to sleep, woman? Do you honestly expect me to have a go at you when you can hardly keep your eyes open? She sighed, leaning her head back against the plush leather of the seat. I would not put it past you. Michael would not give her the benefit of knowing how right she really was. He had wanted the woman powerfully since their first night together, and had not had another opportunity in their Congo madness. If it were up to him, he would have had her right then and there in her seat. Although he wanted Rose so badly, it was hard to concentrate on anything else, Michael was not oblivious to how tired she was. In a smooth movement, he unbuckled his seatbelt and stood. Rose merely watched him curiously, until he did the same for her before lifting her into his arms. Had she been well rested, she might have protested a little bit more. As it was, she merely glared at him, clinging to him as he shifted her into a comfortable position in his arms. "I can walk, you know." He chuckled. "And I can play rugby. Did you know that?" He carried her down the long corridor at the center of the plane, until he reached the door to the bedroom before opening it. Before Rose could protest, he was placing her atop the rich coverlet, fluffing up the pillows behind her. The young woman barely had the energy to put him off half-heartedly. "Michael, we are not doing this right now." "I am not doing anything, Rose, but putting you to bed." "If I wanted you," Michael tucked the sheets in around her almost fondly. "Trust me, I would have you." Her sleepy attempt at a glare incited an unfamiliar little flip-flop in his abdomen. "In your dreams, you cheeky cad." 2 minutes after her soft retort, the young woman was dozing, her expression lax in slumber. His lips turned upward in an amused smile. Michael simply watched her. When Rose Lithgow was awake, it seemed she was on her guard about any and everything. The way people treated her, her morals and values, the tea she took, but when she was asleep, she was nothing but angelic. Carefully, Michael retrieved the sweater she wore, sliding it from her arms to set on the small table beside the bed. The young woman was still fully clothed, but something about the delicate curve of her bare arms, the way her golden hair spread across the pillow, it was enough to remind him that he wanted her beyond measure. Michael emitted a long-suffering sigh. He was a born and bred gentleman, but never had the regulations of etiquette pained him as much as they did in that moment. Reaching over, he drew his fingertips across the softness of Rose's cheek, lingeringly before he stood. Michael forced himself to leave the room and return to the plane's lounge, where he asked the stewardess for a draft of Macallan. That, he thought, should put him to sleep. They had a 7-hour flight ahead of them, and if he could sleep the entire way without being plagued by thoughts of the woman in the bedroom, it would be a godsend. While the stewardess was retrieving his drink, Michael spotted a leather-bound volume in one of the pockets meant for securing items for landing and takeoff. Curious, he reached for it, wondering what kind of reading material Rose might have brought for the journey. It was, of course, an old volume of Dickens. The discovery made him chuckle softly. For every way in which Rose did not fit the mold of English nobility, there were some stereotypes she fell right into. His own parents had, of course, forced him to read most of Dickens as a child, and he had been bored to tears. His own inclinations ran more towards medical journals and studies. Volumes that had not been appropriate for a boy of his age. Nonetheless, out of all the Dickens volumes Michael had read in the Manor, he had never seen this one before. Plucking it from the elastic pocket, Michael looked it over. Despite the fact that the book looked to be about 20 years old, it was well cared for. When he opened it, the spine did not crack. He was, however, surprised to find a family tree scrolling across the first blank pages of the book. The tree detailed the Tate family members, going back almost 150 years. His parents were there, as well as his grandparents and great-grandparents. Even the builders of the Tate mansion's names were immortalized in history at the top of the page, in gold ink. At the very bottom of the page were the names of he and his sister, with space left for their children after them. Michael was so tired he almost did not notice. It was such a tiny detail. A minor thing really, but his name, it was different from the others on the page. While the titles of all the Tates were written in gold ink, his was written in blue and hastily. Almost as if someone had rushed the work, instead of the inscription being intentional. As the stewardess handed Michael his drink, he glanced over the page once more. Strange. He might have pondered the script further, but 3 sips into his whiskey, his lids began to droop. Setting the book aside, Michael leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Within minutes, he was sleeping soundly, with the family tree completely forgotten. Even after they reached Kinshasa, their travel was hard. Despite their hard-won visas, Rose and Michael were both hassled in customs, detained for a total of 10 hours. While Rose was indignant at first, the fatigue of her trip wore enough on her that she ultimately complied with the officers who questioned them. After all, they had nothing to hide. She merely wanted to reach Elias's village as fast as humanly possible, and if that meant that she had to cooperate with pompous officials, she would do it. Michael, for his part, was amazingly patient. While Rose came close to losing her temper several times, he remained calm. It was almost as if he was the one used to heading into third-world countries to grant assistance, and not her. But then again, Rose had always had a hot temper, especially when someone tried to keep her from reaching people who desperately needed her. When they were finally released from the airport, Michael eyed her speculatively. "Are you always so brusque on your travels?" Rose regarded him only briefly. If she looked at him too long, she found certain desires crept up on her, and now that they had arrived at their destination, she could barely afford distractions. "I am a woman, Michael. I do not usually travel with a gigantic Englishman by my side. If I was not brusque, I would be taken advantage of." She had had it happen to her enough times that she always had her guard up now. Rose would never admit it, but she was convinced that the reason Congolese officials had not detained them longer was because Michael's immense, silent form had intimidated them. He was proving to be more useful than she had imagined. But that did not mean he would alter the way she traveled, especially in places as dangerous as this one. From the capital city, they had to find and hire a car that was willing to take them to Elias's family village, which was over 100 kilometers to the south, through a region where travel had all but been abandoned. After looking for the better part of a day, Rose was convinced that no one would be willing to take them, no matter how much they offered, until the men Dr. Mabel had promised to send to accompany them arrived at their hotel just before dark. Rose's hopes were bolstered when the men promised to transport them through the jungle the next day. One would think she should have been able to sleep easily. But nothing was ever easy when Michael was involved. The hotel only had 2 available rooms, and so when their guides checked in, Rose was forced to stay with Michael, in a cramped room that had only a single queen bed. She spent half of the evening tensed in suspicion that he would seduce her again. The rest of it similarly, unable to sleep because she wondered why he had not tried anything. Around 10 in the evening, the man simply shucked off his shirt, making her knees weak in the process, and laid down on his side of the bed, dozing off instantly. Rose was caught between incredulity and affront. Even though she was worried for Elias and her family, she could not avoid the desire Michael stoked in her. He had told her on the plane that if he wanted her, he would have her. Did that mean that he did not want her anymore? Once upon a time, she would have considered that a triumph. Just now, however, she found the notion had her feeling a little put out. After the man professed to want her so horribly badly, a single night turned out to be enough for him after all. She fell into a fitful sleep a few hours before dawn, and when she woke, she grumbled through 3 cups of coffee. When Michael asked what had her in such a bad mood, her glare was enough to shut him up, which only put her in even more of a hellish mood. It was not beyond Rose's notice that she was behaving strangely. She was usually the last woman on earth to be frustrated by a man. She often told her mother and friends that her agenda was too full to worry about pleasing men. But Michael, somehow, the man was maddening. His mere presence was enough to make her want to throttle and kiss him at the same time. She was tense for the entirety of their trip. A combination of wondering if they would be set upon by conflicting people in the area, the jungle heat, and the way she caught Michael looking at her, was enough to make Rose irate for the entire 7-hour trip. Atop that, she kept remembering how desperate Elias's father sounded the last time she spoke to him. Rose called the man the moment they touched down in the capital, and he told her that his daughter was only getting worse as days passed. Rose found comfort only in the fact that they would be arriving at the village soon, laden with medical supplies and food. They had, of course, catalogued said supplies as fertilizer, in case they happened upon hostile factions along the way. But to Rose's surprise, they were lucky. While they encountered a few checkpoints along the way, they were not attacked and they were not waylaid. perhaps due to the officials Dr. Mabel sent to accompany them. By the time the sun set, the jolting road beneath them smoothed. The jungle thinned out, and in the distance, Rose spotted buildings on the edge of the village they sought. She leapt to her feet in excitement, reaching for the edge of the jeep just as they went over a hidden rut in the road. The contact jarred the young woman a foot from the floor of the jeep, and she gasped as she found herself staring at the ground as it rushed up towards her. Rose barely had time to scream, but then she was jerked backward firmly by the collar of her shirt. A short sound of surprise escaped her the moment she slammed against a solid wall of flesh. Michael. For a full minute, Rose's heart was pounding too hard for her to feel anything else. She could have fallen to her death. But instead, Michael's quick reflexes and strength had saved her. She had never imagined that body of his was only for show, and now he had proven it. After a full 7 hours of her grousing at him like an uppity peacock. To say she felt guilty would be the understatement of the century. Luckily for her, Michael spoke before she had to come up with something to say for herself. "All right, Rose." She had been careless, completely and utterly careless, and she expected the man to tell her so. To lecture her. This was not her first rodeo. Rose knew better than to stand in a car under harsh conditions. But she had simply been so relieved to see their destination. But Michael did not lecture her. When she twisted in his lap to look down at him, the only expression on his face was one of concern. "I am fine," she managed, before wincing slightly at her own sharpness. Taking a breath, she tried again. "Really, I am all right." Michael nodded, a small smile turning up the corners of his mouth. "Good." The man's hand ghosted through the blonde strands of her ponytail at the base of her neck, and Rose shivered. He should be back in Britain, enjoying tea and cake with the Countess in their manor. Enjoying his luxurious lifestyle in his air-conditioned parlor, and being driven around in his father's Rolls-Royce. Instead, he was here with her. He had come thousands of miles with her on a whim, even helping her with challenges it might have taken her months to work out on her own. Even if Rose was unsure of what exactly Michael wanted with her, the least she could do was be cordial with the man. "Thanks?" Michael's smile widened. "Of course. Do not mention it." Within 20 minutes, they arrived on the outskirts of the village. When they hopped down from the jeep, Rose resisted the urge to run straight for its center. There were certain protocols it would be better to follow, and she did not relish the thought of putting herself in danger again. The village elders met them at the edge of the settlement. The wariness in their eyes was enough to send Rose's heart out to them. "Who are you?" a bent dark-skinned man demanded in broken French. "We have no more supplies here. No more food." The elders thought they were another rival faction come to raid. It was enough to make Rose's blood boil in anger. Stepping forward, she addressed the 3 men that stood before them. "Honored elders, we are not here to take from you but to give. I received a call from the father of Elias. I have come here with medicine and food." Taking Michael's arm, she pulled him forward. "I also brought a doctor to treat the sick." For a moment the elders merely stared at her, disbelief evident on their faces. They looked from her to the gargantuan man beside her, and to the Congolese officials behind them. Then the bent man between the other elders stepped forward. He took Rose's hand between his weathered ones, and tears began to drip down his cheeks. "Bless you, child." Rose was filled with a mixture of warmth and grief at the flagrant relief on his face. "Bless you." They were admitted to the village with little difficulty. Dr. Mabel's officials helped them to offload the supplies from the jeep before standing guard, ready to inform any and everyone the moment another group of rebels appeared to take what they had. Rose knew they had to act quickly to be in and out before they could be threatened in such a way. The village was in even worse shape than she had feared. More than half of the inhabitants had cholera, a disease that might have been easy to treat with proper water purification systems and medicines. But of course, all of that had been taken from them. Though Rose had seen sickness before, the sight of the decimated village was still enough to steal her breath. The sick were in houses, lying on makeshift cots out in the streets, and the village's makeshift hospital was full to the brim. Despite how prepared she thought she had been, Rose found herself a little overwhelmed. She was used to working with a team of doctors, other aid workers and supply bearers. There were only 5 of them and so many sick. All right. She was jerked from her reverie by Michael's booming tenor. He gestured to 2 able-bodied men working out front of the hospital, before switching to French. The most imperative thing right now is to separate the sick from the healthy. Everyone sick should be gathered into the homes nearest the hospital. Everyone else should be placed at the opposite end of the village. He was so authoritative that the men he spoke to did not even appear to hesitate. They began to follow Michael's orders immediately. Make sure to wash your hands. The doctor cleansed his own hands with sanitizer before he set out to help them, moving people who were too weak to move into the 2 huts closest to the hospital. The task took them the better part of 3 hours, and once that was done, Michael gave further instructions to boil all the water they could and use the filtration systems they had brought from the capital to filter additional water. He was obsessive about cleanliness, demanding that anyone helping him wash their hands every half an hour, including Rose. If the young woman thought Michael might exclude her from the process because she was a woman, or some even more sexist proclivity, she was surprised when Michael simply accepted her help without hesitation. When he began to treat patients, Rose had to force herself to keep up with him. Watching the man was so enthralling that she almost lost herself in it. Michael never missed a beat. He was methodical and precise in his movements, administering fluids via intravenous before checking patients for signs of malnutrition. They were given medicine to break their fevers, and made as comfortable as humanly possible before he addressed other concerns. There were a few infections. Some broken bones from the last run-in they had with rival villages, and more than a few babies that simply needed their first rounds of vaccinations. Through it all, Michael worked ceaselessly. He gave each patient the same attentive, accommodating care, and not once did he lose his patience, despite working for hours on end. Rose realized in the first hour how sorely she had underestimated the man, and not for the first time. When she had first come to the Tate Manor, she thought him a pompous braggart. A man who had earned his medical degree more by virtue of his family name than anything else. But time and time again, Michael proved himself to be just as brilliant a doctor as he was rumored to be, if not more so. And now, he treated patients not in sterile, comfortable British hospitals, but out in the Congolese wilderness. Without so much as batting an eye. As Rose watched him, she felt a strange pull of longing in her belly. How long had it been since she had had him? A week? 10 days? She told him so vehemently that there would not be another instance of intimacy between them, but now, more than anything, Rose wanted precisely that. She wanted to feel his hands roving her heated skin. To feel him pressing her against a mattress as he drove her towards the edge of sanity. She wanted all that and something else. Something she could not ever recall wanting before. Miss Rose? The young woman snapped back to the present at a weak voice from behind her. She whirled to see Elias in the arms of her father, and she could not help the cry of dismay that escaped her. The beautiful little girl was hardly more than skin and bones. Rose rushed to her, touching her face with trembling fingers. Elias. She could not cry. She had to be strong for the child. I am so happy to see you. She forced herself to smile. We are going to make you better. Her hand curled around Elias's tiny slender fingers. I promise. Almost before she could finish, Michael was at her side. The doctor took one look from her to the tiny girl in her father's arms, his expression grave. Leave her with me, please, Mr. Mabel. Rose could see from the man's expression that letting his daughter go was one of the hardest things he had ever had to do. Elias was barely clinging to life, and fear was evident in his gaze. Even so, he handed her over to Michael with little hesitation. The statuesque man whisked her away into one of the makeshift hospital huts, and no sooner had he gone than Mr. Mabel fell to his knees in the dirt before Rose. Almost immediately, she knelt with him, taking his hands between hers. "It will be all right, Mr. Mabel. Michael will take care of her. She will be all right." She knew she was making promises she might not be able to keep, but Rose could hardly fathom Elias slipping away from them. She had come all this way for her sake, and if the little girl died, she did not know what she would do. "Her mother died 2 days ago, Miss Rose." The man's expression was utterly desolate. "I cannot lose my daughter. I cannot." If it were within Rose's power, she would make Elias spring back to life instantly. But now the little girl's life was in Michael's hands, and all they could do was pray. For a few hours, Rose forced herself to help outside of the hospital. There were people who needed to eat and drink, and those who were exhausted from caring for the sick. She worked with a few women of the village to make dinner, and make sure the elderly and the very young were fed. In their gratitude, some of the women even diverted her from the direness of their situation by showing her how to string beads in the way their grandmothers had taught them. Even though Rose's finished product was absolutely terrible, they praised her, and she found a moment of good humor. Once all the women had left to tend to their families, however, she was left awake and plagued with worry. She finally made her way back to the hospital, her stomach in knots of apprehension. Rose found Mr. Mabel asleep on a pallet close to where his daughter had been placed in a curtained section away from the other sick patients. For a moment Rose feared the worst, but Michael's low voice cut quietly through the dimness. "Can you count to 10 in English, Elias? Did they teach you in school?" To Rose's surprise, when the little girl replied, her voice already sounded twice as strong as it had mere hours ago. "Oui. 1 2 3 4 5 6 6. The child hesitated, and Michael's answering chuckle warmed Rose's heart. 7. Next is 7. 7 8 9 10. Very good. The man switched back to French effortlessly, and Rose found herself flushing when she remembered assuming he could not speak the language. "You are a very smart girl. I am sure your father is very proud of you. He says I should listen to my teachers and go to school until I am smart enough to be a doctor, like you." Though she could not see his face, Rose could hear the amusement in Michael's words. "And do you want to be a doctor, Elias?" There was a slight pause, as the little girl considered. "I want to be a dancer. I want people to be happy when they see me dance. So happy they forget they are hungry." Though Rose prided herself on her sensibility, Elias had tugged at her heartstrings in a way no one had for a long time, and she continued to do so. The little girl was amazingly brave, even in the face of adversity. "I think you would be a wonderful dancer. If you want to get back to practicing soon, though, you will need your rest. You should sleep now." When Elias replied, her soft voice was almost shy. "Dr. Michael, will you stay until I fall asleep?" Rose's eyes widened at the small girl's request. In the short time Elias had spent in Britain, she had warmed to no one but Rose herself. Anyone else was more liable to send her into fits of hysterics than to appease her. Atop that, Michael was a large, intimidating hulk of a man, but Elias had taken a liking to him. "Of course I will, sweet. Sleep now." Rose was not sure what shocked her more, Elias's request or Michael's answer. Of course, she had never seen the man interact with children, but she had never imagined he would be so patient. Especially after an entire day of being worked to the bone. But then, she seemed to have a habit of underestimating Lord Michael Tate. Silently, Rose waited a full 10 minutes until the sound of Elias's breathing evened out. A mere moment later, Michael slipped away from her, his face illuminated by the light of the lantern he carried as he stepped out from behind the makeshift curtain. When his eyes fell on Rose, he merely arched a brow. "Spying on me, are we?" Rose merely stared at him, utterly transfixed. It was obvious that the man was fatigued, but she read not one iota of discontent on his face. "What kind of lord are you?" He had, in fact, asked her a similar question after their evening at the soup kitchen. She could not help but repeat it now. In response, Michael merely showed her a weary smile. "A very tired one." The village had scant accommodations for outsiders, 2 huts on the edge of the settlement, one of which had already been taken by Dr. Mabelly's helpful officials. Rose had earlier planned to insist that Michael spent the night with them, rather than be plagued with another night of trying to fight the warring emotions in her gut. But now she found she had had a complete change of heart. "Come on." Reaching out, she took his hand in hers, a shiver traversing the length of her spine when he touched her. "There is nothing more you can do tonight. They are all asleep." Michael said nothing, merely allowing her to lead him from the hut and out into the open. Above them, stars were scattered across the vast expanse of the sky. They twinkled brilliantly, unfettered by city lights that would normally threaten them. Rose led Michael to the single empty hut, shutting the door behind them before she set his lamp aside. "You worked like a machine today." Before he could begin to remove the shirt he wore, her hands rose to the buttons, pushing his away. One by one she undid them, until the wide muscular expanse of his chest was revealed. "Rose?" Michael's voice had already dropped to a low, sinuous tone of desire. "You do not have to. Did you not once tell me that no one could make me do something I did not want to?" she said, cutting him off gently, raising her gaze to his. Michael's own eyes twinkled in amusement at her inquiry. "I might have." "You were right, Michael." Taking the lapels of his jacket, the young woman drew him downward until his mouth was inches from hers. "I only do what I want. And right now I want you." Within an instant, the man's arms closed around her in a tight embrace. It didn't matter that they were thousands of miles away from Britain, that they weren't in a fancy hotel with 5-star accommodations. In that instant, Rose wanted Michael more powerfully than she ever had, and she always got what she wanted.
Chapter 5. Congo Rescue.
She would have preferred a bed. In an ideal world, Rose might have wanted her second time with Michael to be much the same as the first, in a plush bed in a well-appointed bedroom. But now somehow she found that the time and place meant little to her. All she knew was that she wanted to be close to him as soon as possible, and nothing else seemed to matter. Even as she pressed her mouth to his, she remembered that he was tired. He worked with patience all day, washed and re-washed his hands until they were chapped and blistered, but he had not complained once. She realized she had been woefully wrong in her assessment of Earl Michael Tate. Up until this point, Rose had been convinced that, despite what he might want her to think, Michael was stereotypical nobility. His mother and father had molded him in their image, and there was no escaping that. In a way, Rose was right. In the typical manner of British aristocrats, Michael was used to getting what he wanted. He was not afraid to make demands and take things as he saw fit. But as far as what Michael wanted, the only thing Rose had ever seen him go after aggressively was her. And that she found she did not mind so much. Though there was not a bed in the small hut, there was a large raised pallet that was soft enough for sleeping. If Rose thought Michael was too tired to do much beyond collapse on it, however, she was proven wrong when he lifted her into his arms to deposit her atop their makeshift bed. He completed the action without ever taking his mouth from hers. Rose sighed softly as he tugged at her lower lip. There was no way he should have had so much energy. She had intended to take the lead. But it appeared as if Michael had other plans. Even as she worked at the buttons of his shirt, he was already lifting her camisole off and over her head. The temperatures in this hemisphere of the world prevented her from wearing much else, and for once Rose was glad. The sooner she felt his skin against hers, the better. The man reached behind her in a swift motion. Rose gasped, her fingers threading through his hair as she clutched him close. He took hold of one of her thighs, hoisting it high so he could fit himself between. The moment he pressed close, Rose arched against him, a soft sound of need escaping her. How long had it been? It seemed like ages had passed since the last time she had been with Michael. Reaching down, she fumbled for the fastening of the slacks he wore, only to have him catch her eager hands firmly. "Slow," he murmured against her ear a moment before nipping at the fine line of her neck. "There is no need to rush." But there was. Rose wanted him so badly that she thought she might burst with longing. Of course, it would stand to reason that the infuriating man would thwart her. This, however, was not the time to take up arms. She would do her best to get him to see reason, her reason. Lowering her head, Rose pressed her own line of heated kisses over Michael's throat and collarbone, before continuing lower over the gorgeously sculpted width of his chest. She did not think she would ever quite get used to being able to touch him like this. Rose had the idea that Michael would all but invite it whenever he could, while she could barely bring herself to be so bold. Of course, there were occasions when her need eclipsed her rational mind. Then allowances were made. She loved the way his breath hitched when her lips ghosted over his skin, the way his stomach muscles contracted when her fingertips skittered over his abdomen. He was, she realized, just as vulnerable to her as she was to him. And that power made her feel invincible. Rose found a particularly vulnerable spot on the man's neck and sucked hard. Michael's grip tightened, and he pressed against her instinctively. Rose shuddered, reaching for her goal once more. This time, when she undid his zipper, he did not utter the slightest protest. Instead, he only made a low sound in his throat, helping her divest him of his pants. Within moments, they were tossed off against the thatched wall of the hut, to join the pile that her shirt and camisole had started. When Rose finally peeled the last of his clothing down, they were skin to skin. Michael's hands moved over her with care, and soon they lost themselves completely in one another. The night slipped away in quiet sighs and shared warmth, until exhaustion finally claimed them both. Almost 10 minutes passed before the good doctor finally lifted himself from her. When he slid from her, Rose bit her lip at the quiet sound of longing his absence elicited. When she moved to procure towels for them, Michael merely wrapped a burly arm around her waist and hoisted her back against him. A low cry of surprise escaped her as he tugged her back down on the pallet before holding her close. She might have planned to make her move the moment the man fell asleep, but Rose was shocked to find that he was already asleep, snoring softly against her neck. She must have worn him out. No, strike that. He had already been worn out. Rose had merely pushed him over the edge to exhaustion. Of course, the first time she had fallen asleep in Michael's arms, she woke in a panic. Now, despite the heat of the Congo and her own reservations, she could not tear herself away. Besides that, it would be selfish to wake such a hard-working man. At least, that was what she told herself. With all the life-threatening events going on in the village, coupled with their own activities, Rose and Michael did not fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. Which meant that barely a few hours passed before they were woken again. Rose could not remember the last time she had been more tired. She forced herself into her clothes before heading out to the communal pump with those well enough to care for others. After splashing her face with cold water, she found herself 10 times more alert, enough to blush when Michael looked in her direction. He had trudged out to the pump shirtless, and once everyone was through washing up, he held his entire torso over the pump and wet himself from the waist up. Rose stared. She could not help it. The man's body was even more magnificent in the morning light. By the time they walked back to the hut to dress, the sun had all but dried him. Any attempts she made to dress quickly and slip from the hut were thwarted by a single touch. Michael drew his fingertips intimately across the small of her back, making her tremble lightly. He did nothing more. Still, nothing was needed for her mind to be on him for the rest of the day. And the day after that. And the entire week following that one. Rose had always prided herself on her dedication to her charity work. It was one of the few things she believed gave her life meaning. Her way of atoning for all the opulent spending of her generation and her parents before her. She felt the most fulfilled when she was helping others. So much so that she tended to rise to her own physical slice of heaven when she was working. Now, she found herself in a slightly different position. Her days were consumed with helping the people of Elias's village, nursing the sick, and making sure that simple infrastructure did not fall apart. All in all, the actions were nothing the young woman had not seen before in her travels. She brought water from wells, fed the very elderly and the very young thin water porridge, helped to make food and purify water, as well as spent a good portion of her time helping Michael out in the makeshift hospital. However, instead of being completely absorbed in her duties this time, Rose found herself drawn to watch the way Michael worked. She found that she both envied and admired him. The man could administer the kind of care that she could not, having a formal medical certificate. Atop that, he had an innate skill for being able to examine each patient with attention to their particular situation. He treated adults with the same courtesy that he treated children, and made sure to do his job thoroughly without cutting corners. The people of the village took to him instantly, and offered him little in the way of resistance when it came to treating them. By their second week in the village, most of them were up and on their way back toward health, thanks to the doctor's treatment and strict instructions. Michael also helped Dr. Mabley's men to make sure that some of their supplies were hidden, in case the village was raided for goods again. They would need water purifiers, food, and a number of medical supplies, which he helped them stash in a secret place that not even Rose knew about. The more she watched him, the more attracted to him she grew, and Rose could not force herself to simply ignore him. That might have been possible once, but it was not anymore. She was spending too much time in close quarters with the man, and it was slowly eroding the barriers she had built around herself. Rose had sworn to herself that she would never let a man in if she could help it. That road only led right where her mother wanted it to: marriage and eventual settling when she could hardly stand the idea at her age. This was where she belonged. But Rose had to admit that she had barely ever contemplated what might happen if there was a man who had the same mindset as she did. Certainly that man was not Michael. He was doing this as a favor to her. He was far too entrenched in his medical practices and the world beyond to actually share her unique point of view. Although a man like him forced her to wonder, had she been robbing herself her entire adult life? It was an interesting notion. One she promised herself she would consider more the moment she had the time. Currently, she was swamped. And that was the way Rose preferred it. Of course, she could only work so many hours in a day. There came a time when everyone settled down, where the village went quiet for the night. Rose remembered that she was sharing a hut with Michael. Sometimes she would reach the hut before him and fall into an exhausted sleep, and sometimes she would arrive to find him already there. In the case of the former, she would always find herself woken by the man's presence beside her. Most of the time they were far too exhausted to do anything but sleep, but sometimes Michael did things that stole every iota of her strength before she actually got to sleep. And it was those nights she liked best. She and Michael fell into a routine for the 2 weeks they spent at the village. They worked for every single one of their waking hours, and then all but fell into one another's arms for the rest of the night. As they were so far from England and familiarity, Rose could almost pretend that what they were doing was commonplace, that there was nowhere to go back to. But that delusion was, unfortunately, stolen from her quite hastily. On the verge of their third week in the Democratic Republic of Congo, their little bubble of peace was shattered. Rose awoke around 7 in the morning to a loud commotion beyond the hut that she and Michael shared. When she straightened, struggling back to consciousness, a heavy hand immediately pressed against her chest. Rose was about to chastise Michael for touching her so intimately when she took in the expression on his face. The warning in his eyes made her blood run cold. Michael was stock still, every single muscle in his body tense. In that moment, Rose noticed that he had moved instinctively to shield her smaller form with his own. Swallowing thickly, the young woman pulled in a shaky breath as she strained to hear what was going on beyond the thin walls of the hut. From their current position, she could make out little. Only that whoever was arguing spoke a curious mixture of French and some tribal language that she had no knowledge of. They sounded hostile. Without a word, Michael slid from the pallet, almost cat-like. He quickly tossed her the plain sundress she had worn the previous day before stepping into his own khakis. Just as Rose had finished covering herself, the door of the hut burst open, drawing a gasp of shock from the young woman as the sunlight beyond momentarily blinded her. The moment passed quickly, and then she could see all too clearly the men who stood in the doorway. They were in militia uniforms, and were armed with what appeared to be automatic rifles. Rose's heart leapt into her throat as one of the men pointed his weapon at her. "Out," he commanded, his French fragmented. Before he could make a single move toward her, however, Michael stepped between Rose and the gun, his expression surprisingly calm. "We will be out in a moment. The lady is not decent." Tension filled the small hut with its stifling aura, and for a moment Rose forgot how to breathe. The intruder did not lower his weapon. On the contrary, he continued to level it at Michael's chest, and it was the first time that Rose had seen the doctor in anything other than a position of power. All it would take was a single motion of the assailant's finger, and Michael would be gone. The thought made her sick to her stomach. For what seemed like an eternity, the two men stared one another down. Rose could barely stand on her own, and her heartbeat was pounding in her ears. But Michael did not move 1 inch. Finally, the dark-skinned man lowered his gun, but his expression remained severe. "You have 5 minutes," he barked. "Someone will be watching the hut." With that, he and his companion took their leave, shutting the door behind them. Rose finally let out the breath she had not even been aware she was holding, immediately rushing to Michael's side. "Are you all right?" Her voice was trembling. She could not remember the last time she had been so frightened. "Fine?" Michael's voice was taut, curt. If he was trying to reassure her, the strain in his voice only made her all the more nervous. "Listen, Rose, you stay in the hut." The young woman's eyes immediately widened in shock. He had to be joking. Armed men just told them to get out on pain of death. What was he getting at, telling her to stay inside? He was putting both of them at risk. "I most certainly will not," she burst immediately, her heart hammering against her ribs. "If you walk out there alone, they will harm you." "And what do you think they will do to you?" He said, his voice quiet and firm, his gaze gleaming with something she had never before witnessed, anger. "We are not exactly sure what their intentions are yet, so do not jump to conclusions. I will try to speak with them first, but until that happens, I want you to stay here." She wanted to argue. It was in her nature to argue. If she wanted to, Rose could pull any number of cards on the man. She knew the people here far better than he knew them. That she had much less to lose. But in that moment, not a single valid argument rose to her lips. Perhaps it was fear or trepidation, but in that moment, Rose could not think of a single rebuttal to Michael's demand. Slowly she nodded. With her assent confirmed, Michael turned from her to continue dressing, shrugging into a t-shirt before pulling on a pair of slippers one of the community's women had made him. Anyone who came upon him would barely know he was an English aristocrat. Rose had long made it her duty to blend in as much as she could in the communities that she helped. But Michael did not have to be told. After a few days in the Congo, he began to blend in naturally. When she opened her mouth to tell him so, Rose was cut off succinctly by Michael's lips closing over hers. For the briefest of moments, his touch blotted out all her fear. For a fraction of a moment, it was just she and him, his taste and smell enveloping her until there was nothing left. And then the moment was broken. "Do not come out until I tell you to. Is that understood?" Michael cupped her face briefly, and Rose, still dazed, could do little more than nod. "Good." Michael's smile was faint, fading from his face a moment before he turned to slip through the door and close it behind him. In his absence, Rose raised a hand to her mouth to run her fingers over kiss-swollen lips. Now, she had no idea what was happening outside. Whether Michael or the other villagers were in danger, or what kind of trouble was befalling them. All she could do was trust in a man out of his element. The notion terrified her. This was inevitable. Of course, Michael had hoped they might be able to get in and out before any serious conflict came their way, but they happened to be in a country characterized by that very conflict. It was the reason their visas had been so hard to come by. The reason all the flights had been cancelled, and the reason he had had to all but sell his soul to get his own private plane to fly to Kinshasa. So it made sense that they would run into at least one mishap or the other. Michael was no stranger to guns. As a doctor, he was intimately familiar with the damage they could cause. He made himself a better doctor by studying the weapons that caused the wounds. Of course, on that front, his noble blood had helped him more than a little bit. He had access to private hunting clubs and gun shows barred to the public. So, there had been a period in his life during which he had tried to research as many of the weapons as possible. The ones these militants carried were AK-47s, imported, which meant they were probably stolen. He had little doubt that these men were the very same ones who had raided Elias's village in the past and stolen the first batch of supplies sent for the little girl. They were smart. Rather than electing to choose new hunting grounds, they came back to people they knew they could scare and intimidate. Thanks to the village elders, however, this time the supplies had been hidden, which meant that the militants would have a time trying to find them. He simply hoped they did not decide to get violent. With Rose safe for the moment, he strode from the hut they shared and into the early morning sunlight. Michael was painfully aware that he wore nothing that would shield him from a bullet. But still, he refused to panic. Panicking rarely got him anywhere. It was in his mother's nature to panic over the slightest thing, which was why Michael had always tended toward calm in the face of calamity. Granted, he had never been in quite this dire a situation. The village was in a state of pandemonium. All told, there appeared to be about 20 militants who were rounding up all of those villagers who were healthy enough to stand. Others guarded makeshift hospitals and doorways, making sure the entire population was accounted for. Michael spotted the leader of the ragtag group straight away. He wore a military beret at a cocky angle, despite his rotten teeth and yellow nails. His eyes were black and cruel, which meant that speaking to him was going to be far from pleasant. With a frown, Michael met the eyes of the pushy man who had demanded that he exit the tent. Almost immediately, he asked after Rose. "Where is the woman?" He certainly liked to point that gun of his around. Michael wondered if it was in fact loaded. There was probably about a 50-50 chance, but it was not one he was willing to take. "She is scared," he replied, his voice steady. "She cannot stand. She needs a moment." The militant simply sneered, gazing back at the hut. If he took a single step toward it, it would not matter how Michael felt about the probability of stepping in front of a loaded gun. He would do whatever he needed to keep himself between this man and Rose. Pure instinct told him that. Thankfully, his adversary did not try to head back for the hut. Instead, he merely poked Michael in the small of his back with the gun, urging him forward. The doctor did not hesitate. He let himself be corralled toward the center of the village with the rest of its healthy inhabitants. He was not shocked when he soon found himself in front of the leader of the militants himself. Michael glanced around at the frenzy of movement that surrounded him as he was forced to his knees before the man. These people were frightened. If they were asked where the supplies were hidden, they would probably tell. And then they would find themselves in the same situation all over again. Overtaken by epidemic, starving and marked as prey to roaming groups of bandits. "Who are you?" He was surprised that the leader spoke English, even if it was bad English. "I never see white man in this village before." Michael took a steadying breath. "I am a doctor. I have been treating the sick here for the past few weeks." Almost immediately, the man's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "So you have medicines? Medical supplies?" "Only what you can find in the clinic. I have actually been running out of supplies. I did not bring enough." He had to lie through his teeth now. It was the only way. "I want everything you have left." "Everything." Michael nodded immediately. The quicker they took everything they could see and left, the better. No one had to get hurt. "Find all the supplies." The leader directed his men brusquely. "Take everything they have left." Did Rose have to deal with this often? The thought popped into Michael's head all at once. The woman was constantly traveling the world, putting herself in compromising positions of poverty and danger to help those less fortunate. He was willing to bet she had found herself in this type of situation more than once before. It had to be infuriating. Even for him, who had never been to this village, never met these people. It was hard to watch them being robbed and taken advantage of. They had so precious few resources. How could anyone with a heart prey on them like this? The anger churning in his gut was a dangerous thing, he knew. While Michael tended to be fairly composed the majority of the time, when his temper showed, it was a hard thing to rein back in. Elias could attest to that. But Michael kept his mouth shut. He watched as they took the remaining medical supplies available in the hospital. They even took half-full intravenous lines away from patients on fluids and medication out of bottles. Then, they proceeded to raid houses for any and everything of value. And still, all Michael could do was watch. Watch and see. He was breathing deeply, doing quite admirably in his opinion at controlling his rage. That was at least until Rose's voice rang out. "Take your hands off me." Immediately, he whipped around to see two men dragging her struggling form from the hut. Their hands were where they should not be. His anger ratcheted up a notch. He watched them drag her across the square, read the fear in her eyes, and felt himself reaching the point of no return. It was idiotic that he would even consider losing his temper in current company, but Michael could not help it. The sight of those selfish, ignorant men touching Rose like she was theirs, taking what was not theirs to take. "Let her go." The words left him cold and heavy with warning. Immediately, half the eyes of the militant bandits were on him. They were itching for a fight, and he had just given them a valid reason to start one. When Rose caught his gaze from 10 feet away, her eyes were wide in alarm. Then, all at once, the leader was in front of him. Unlike his companions, he did not have an AK-47. He had a .50 caliber pistol, an unusually gaudy machine to be swinging around in the middle of nowhere, and he pressed it to Michael's temple without hesitation. "You do not make the demands here, Englishman. I make demands here. This village is mine." Michael merely glared up the barrel of the idiot's gun. He was being irrational, he knew. He was putting himself and others at risk. But if he had to watch one more man put his hands on Rose, he was going to lose his cool completely. Michael's mother had completely opposed his taking Krav Maga when he told her he began classes. She would much rather he have taken up fencing or something equally as aristocratic. He had been happy to disappoint her. As a doctor, it had always been important to Michael to hone his mind as well as his body, and Krav Maga was a perfect martial art for doing both. The training gave him strength and dexterity, among other skills. It also taught him how to evade a gun held point blank to his head. Taking a deep breath, he flexed his right arm and grabbed the muzzle of the gun, tearing it away from his forehead. A millisecond later, the gun heated enough to burn his hand as it fired, and Michael fought every impulse he had to merely release it. Instead, he grabbed the weapon, jerking it backward to a chorus of Rose's screams. In the next moment, he had the weapon placed against the leader's head. The man struggled, but reasonably, he was about half Michael's size, if that. There was little he could do. His companions, however, could do plenty, and they leveled every weapon that they had directly at Michael's head. He had exacerbated an already potentially dangerous situation, him and his temper. The men shouted at him in a litany of languages to drop the weapon, their faces absolutely livid, and Michael found himself with quite the decision to make. If he did let the man go, no doubt he would kill him as soon as he had his gun back in hand. If he did not, the men would probably realize sooner rather than later that Rose could be used as a bargaining chip, and her life would be in danger. And it was all his fault. The split second it took him to decide felt like an eternity. Luckily enough, Michael did not end up making any rash decisions. Because at that point, all chaos broke loose from the jungle half a mile to their south. There was an immense crashing and cacophony of metal against timber and dust, as no less than 3 tanks appeared against the tree line. It was not an overwhelmingly huge, threatening number, but it was enough to make their militant attackers cower. Within the space of 2 minutes, they suddenly reevaluated their plan of attack. The men abandoned their leader, flooding from among their various places, hiding in the village, as they leapt into various vehicles and raced off, fear evident in their eyes. Michael was not sure what was coming, but thanks to the pompous man he currently held captive, he had a weapon, and that was better than nothing where these men were concerned. If they had tanks, they had to be infinitely more dangerous than the men that were leaving. "Rose!" he shouted across the immense crowd of villagers that were already scrambling to get back in their huts. "Go with them. Take cover." The moment his eyes met her outraged gray gaze, Michael knew that she planned to defy him, and he was not wrong. In the space of 3 seconds, she had worked her way through the throng to his side. She stayed far enough away so that the man in his grasp could not reach her, but close enough for him to feel her warmth. "You are insane. The last time I listened to you, you lost your mind," she insisted, shaking her head in defiance. "I am not going anywhere." He might have argued with her had he not had a struggling Congolese militiaman in his arms, but at that point, Michael was too concerned with actively keeping her safe. That, and the tanks that were bearing down on them in spectacular fashion. Michael did not know whether he would label Rose brave or completely off her rocker for remaining by his side, but he was inclined to believe the latter. After all, she had her own problems controlling her temper. The tanks were clunky old things, but nonetheless they moved at a solid clip. Within 5 minutes they were on the edge of the village, and there the immense vehicles pulled to a stop. Despite his captive's cursing, Michael continued to hold him tight. There was a chance, albeit a small one, that whoever was in the tanks was with the man he held. He did not want to think of what might happen if that were the case. He and Rose were some of the few people who remained in the village square, watching and waiting with bated breath to see who emerged from the tanks. 1 minute passed, and then 2, before the heavy doors atop the vehicles clanked open. When a head of raven waves popped out, Michael felt his jaw go slack. "I told you not to go gallivanting off to third world countries." Elias Johnson stepped out of the tank before hopping down into the dust. "But you would not listen." For a long moment the doctor just stared, scarcely able to believe his eyes. He had to be dreaming, right? Why would Elias be in Africa? He was even more shocked when behind the man, a number of men in the official Congolese military uniform streamed from the tank to surround him and the man he held. "You can release him, Dr. Tate." One of the men spoke perfect English, an amused twinkle in his eye. "He is lucky we have come to save him." Michael did not hesitate. He immediately released the man, who appeared for a moment or two to contemplate running before he merely slumped, and 2 of his better-dressed counterparts took him into custody. Of course, the doctor immediately handed over the gun as well. He did not like guns, never had. Learning them had been a necessary evil. "Dear Lord Michael. Your hand." The moment the militia leader was safely away, Rose rushed to him. For once she did not seem to care who was watching, as she took his hand in a gentle grip, turning it this way and that. The spot that took the majority of the impact, when he shoved the gun away, was beginning to blister, a minor inconvenience. "So, you are the lovely lady I have been hearing so much about." When Elias addressed her, Rose's head popped up in surprise. She looked from Michael to Elias and then back again, her expression confused. "Michael, what on earth is Elias Johnson doing in the middle of the Congo?" So she knew who he was. Michael colored himself, slightly surprised. For someone who tended to avoid the opulence of nobility, it was pretty surprising that Rose followed someone like Elias. The man was an international celebrity. Elias, however, only arched a brow. After all, he expected everyone to know who he was. "I came to get him." "Well, both of you, more precisely. What in the 7 heavens were you thinking, entering the Congo at a time like this?" Oh. Michael looked from Elias to Rose, and then back again. He had no idea how he had kept from noticing before, but they had the same stubborn look in their eye when they were determined to do something. Though they had different values, they followed those values with similar dogged perseverance. It was unstoppable force meets immovable object. Thank you for coming after us, Mr. Johnson, but I assure you that we entered this country perfectly legally, and with a Congolese escort. Someone of your importance hardly needs to come and make a scene of rescuing us. Michael could have groaned at the gleam in Elias' eye. So it began. Begging your pardon, my lady, but you are just an accessory. I came to get this idiot and bring him back where he belongs. Elias walked up to Michael to smack his shoulder briefly, his scowl deep. Your charitable works seem to have gotten the better of him. Rose's face immediately reddened, and she took a step toward Elias, irritation written plain on her face. Raising her hand, she thrust a finger into the architect's face. Excuse me, Mr. Johnson, but Michael came with me of his own accord. I would even hazard to say that it was his idea to follow me in the first place. Yes, but he was following your gallivanting, Elias replied without missing a beat. Did you at all consider that when you encouraged him in this foolishness? They did not even know one another, and they were already arguing. Michael did not know whether to be exasperated or amused. Ultimately, however, he was given the chance to feel neither. No disrespect to either of you, but both of you be quiet. We are not here on a joyride. If Michael had been shocked when Elias emerged from the tank, he was almost shocked sideways when the lithe form of his sister Alice also appeared. She was, as always, impeccably dressed. Of course, she appeared completely out of place in the Congo with her crocodile handbag, fastidiously tailored pencil skirt and silk top, but anyone worth their mettle knew better than to question her. Alice was borderline obsessive about her personal appearance. After all, it was part of her job. Both Elias and Rose simply stared at her for a moment, shocked into silence. But no one was more surprised than Michael himself. He stared as his sister climbed down from the tank amidst the commotion of soldiers chasing after the militiamen and checking on villagers. She was surprisingly graceful, considering she was wearing what appeared to be 4 or 5-inch heels. She did not even waver as she made her way over to Elias and Rose to look up at them both with knowing smiles. Pardon my brusqueness, but we came here to retrieve you. If you want to have a contest about whose cause is nobler, you can do it on the jet. Alice? Michael could not keep quiet any longer. What on earth are you doing here? His sister merely sighed, flipping her dark braid over a shoulder. I just told you. Mother sent me to retrieve you. She is having a conniption, and you left me there to deal with it. Some brother you are. At that, he had the decency to flush. There was no denying that he left the country without telling his mother. He had hoped that she would not get suspicious, but Elias' presence here was evidence enough of what had happened. He had been found out, and no doubt the Countess had gone slightly off her head. The subject of her outrage would have been Alice, which would explain why she had come all this way to retrieve him. Even so, the trip was somewhat outlandish. Even for a Tate. I am sorry you had to come all the way out here. You well should be. Alice had never cut him any slack before, and it was clear that she was not about to start now. Her dark eyes gleamed with irritation as she glared at him. I have no idea what you have done to upset Mum so much, but she has completely lost it. She demanded that I take time off work to come retrieve you and your little friend. So I hope you are happy. I had to cancel a meeting with Salvatore Ferragamo for you. Ferragamo, Mike. Alice was one of the few people in the world who could actually make him squirm with her verbal dressing down, and this one was pretty bad. Elias, however, seemed perfectly content to watch him get torn apart. The architect was merely watching with his signature smirk. Alice took a moment's break from tearing him apart to take a look at the village around them. When her eyes fell on clusters of emaciated people, her expression softened almost immediately. What happened here? For the first time since Alice had gone off, Rose finally piped up. To Michael's surprise, the aggressive tone she had taken with Elias had disappeared entirely. There was a cholera epidemic. The militants thereafter came and stole all the supplies from this village. They were helpless, and one of them reached out to me for help. I could not just do nothing. It was the first time he had ever heard Rose try to justify herself to anyone else without reacting defensively, and Mike would be lying if he did not color himself intrigued. Alice looked from the villagers to Rose and then back again, her expression neutral. Crossing her arms over her chest, she chewed on her lower lip before finally sighing. I understand that. She smoothed a few tendrils of hair from her brow. Besides, it is not you I am put out with. Alice jerked her head in Michael's direction, making him wince. It is him. Now both of you, come on. These men will handle everything. The village will be safe, and they will get the help they need. And you will not get shot. At that, Michael cast a glance in Rose's direction, and they both flushed guiltily. With a sigh, Michael merely shook his head. We will go get our things. He took Rose's hand quickly, to tug her away from both Elias and Alice, and back toward the hut they had been forced from. Rose said nothing, merely allowing herself to be pulled along until they were hidden from prying eyes. Michael sighed, letting himself relax for the first time that morning. Despite the pretense upon which she had come, his sister's presence made his heart light, and Elias only helped to improve his mood. They had both come all this way to get him. He felt confident enough to allow himself a breather, at least that was, until Rose's hand connected unexpectedly with his cheek. The stinging blow echoed around the enclosed space of the hut, and Michael found himself beyond words. When he looked up, Rose was glaring at him, her eyes wet with what looked startlingly like tears. You fool, she hissed, her hand shaking lightly. What on earth were you thinking? If they had not arrived, those militants would have harmed you. You would have thrown your life away for nothing. Ah. Michael gave her a long once-over. She was obviously upset, but he did not know if the fact that she was upset over him elated him or disturbed him. He had not meant to make her cry. That had been the last of his aspirations. But here it was. He had put himself in danger, and Rose was on the edge of tears. Was it strange that in some perverse way, her tears made him happy? Rose, I am sorry. Stepping toward her, Michael took her wrists in a gentle grip. They were hurting you. I got angry. I tried not to, but I could not help it. Are you going to condemn me for wanting to help you? If it is at the cost of your own life, I will. Her voice was unsteady, her breath hitching on the last few syllables. The conflict with the militants had really shaken her, more so the little stunt he had pulled than anything else apparently. When he moved to kiss her, however, Rose merely turned her face away stubbornly, so his lips made contact just above her jaw. Do not. I am angry with you, you lummox. At that, he stifled laughter. The only reason Rose stated the obvious was when she was struggling to believe it herself. In response to her protest, Michael merely pressed a soft kiss under her ear, then another against her neck, before working his way leisurely over the line of her throat. Rose managed to stay stiff against him for all of 20 seconds before she sagged against his chest and let him hold her. Michael's jaw still stung where she had struck him, but he supposed he deserved no less. It was a happy medium, between a bullet hole in his head and coming out completely unscathed. They packed quickly and efficiently once Rose had squirmed her way from his grip. Michael promised himself that he would get to her later as he finished loading up his bag, and ultimately, they left their solitary hut in order to say their goodbyes to the villagers. To his surprise, Michael found Elias consulting with a number of the village elders, instructing them on measures they could take to strengthen the roofs and foundations of the simple huts they had built. In retrospect, Michael could not say that he was too surprised. Trying to get Elias to take a moment away from working was like trying to squeeze blood from a turnip. Alice was speaking to a number of small children, all of whom were in awe of her sky shoes. While his sister and best friend were occupied, Michael and Rose said their farewells. The entire village rushed into the square to see them off, and Michael found himself pulled into hearty embraces by those healthy enough to do so. They thanked him profusely, in the method that once made him uncomfortable, but now he found made his heart swell. The first time someone had attempted to show gratitude this way, He and Rose had been in Britain at the soup kitchen. Michael had not known what more he could do, save tell them it was his pleasure. But now it was. He found himself genuinely regretting that he had to leave these people. He had learned so many names and faces, and he would always carry them with him. Dr. Michael. In the midst of being smothered by several dark-skinned elder women, Michael looked down to see Elias standing shyly off to one side, one hand clenched firmly in Rose's skirt. She looked up at Rose as if for reassurance. Rose merely nodded, her own cheeks flushing slightly. Elias broke from the young woman to launch herself at Michael's knees, and the doctor caught her just in time, hoisting her into his arms. "Thank you for making me better, Dr. Michael." The little girl wrapped her arms around his neck and squeezed tightly, pressing small warm lips to his cheek. And Michael felt his heart stutter in his chest. "Please come back and visit." "Of course." His voice was suddenly much too gruff. Gently, he lowered Elias to the ground, ruffling her downy soft ebony curls. "Take good care of your father." The young girl beamed, nodding enthusiastically a moment before she turned to Rose once more. Michael watched Rose swing Elias up to her arms, touching her nose to the little girl's tiny one before she reached back to unclasp the pendant she wore from her neck. It was 18-karat gold and ruby, modest but expensive. It must have cost a small fortune. Rose did not hesitate before clasping it around Elias's neck. "Keep this safe for me until the next time I visit, all right?" And she would. Michael did not think there was a force on earth, militia included, who would be able to pry that necklace from Elias's small slender fingers. All right. Our flight has to leave in a few hours. Get in the tank." Rolling his eyes, Michael looked back to find Elias watching him from the shade of a nearby hut. "I need some company, or Alice is going to drive me out of my mind." Likewise. The young woman cast Elias a withering look before promptly linking arms with Rose. Alice would have had at least 2 or 3 inches on the blonde flat-footed, but in heels, she towered over her by a good half-foot. "So glad you are here, Rose. I am in need of some female company." Rose merely looked to Michael in a silent plea for help, but he only smirked at her. This was her punishment for striking him. She would have to spend the entire trip back in the company of his sister. As fitting a revenge as any. He and Elias slipped into the musty but, thankfully, air-conditioned interior of one tank while the women dropped into the other, and then all at once they were on their way. In Rose's opinion, the trip back was almost as exhausting as the trip over had been. Once they returned to Kinshasa, it was evident exactly how much red tape Elias and Alice had cut through in order to be able to reach them. They were immediately taken in for questioning, and Rose fared about as well the second time around as she had the first. Watching Alice, however, was almost as fascinating as watching her brother. It was obvious that the two of them were siblings, even if they bore little physical resemblance. The similarities in their personalities were uncanny, and Alice was the only woman Rose had seen actually cow Michael. She performed with the same grace under pressure as her older brother, and even though their interrogators were brusque and accusatory with them, Alice merely brushed them off as if they were flies. It was a kind of poise Rose had to admit she was incapable of. She did not get a chance to ask Alice about it, however, until they had boarded Michael's jet at the airport. Elias promptly fell asleep once they were in the air, and Michael, who seemed childishly amused by the idea of leaving Rose with his sister, disappeared into the bedroom, leaving the two women alone. As exhausted as Rose was, she could not deny being both interested in and intimidated by Alice. While she had known that Michael had a sister, he barely mentioned her. In her head, Rose had built her up to be a younger clone of the Countess, and now she could see that she was perhaps only half right. By all appearances, Alice Tate was indeed a polished British lady at the height of fashion and poise. She sipped at her wine like it owed her money, and despite having trudged through the dust of the Congo and being questioned for 2 hours, not a hair on her head was out of place. But she was more than some titled rich lady. That much was evident in the way she had dealt with her brother. Alice had not simply thrown a tantrum and made demands, she had guilted her brother into doing what she asked, and she had not batted an eye. Of course, Rose felt little guilt about having run off without her parents' permission. She did it all the time. But if Michael's mother had really thrown such a fit, with him a man nearing 40, she had to question her motives. Was the Countess really so upset? She ventured over the rim of her own glass of wine. Alice looked surprised that she had asked the question, setting aside the pad she had been sketching on. She was, Rose noticed not for the first time, not only very posh, but also a stereotypical beauty. Long dark hair, dark eyes and slightly tanned skin, in her physicality she was the antithesis of her brother. Oh, she throws tantrums all the time. With a sigh, she waved her hand superfluously. Certainly this one was bigger than most, but I can imagine Mother being put out over the idea that you are possibly thwarting her big plans. Rose arched a brow, but she hardly needed to ask Alice to continue. The woman did so of her own accord. In her mind, Mike is as good as married. She assumed that he went off to Africa himself in a little show of defiance, and she still thinks that. She has no idea that you are involved. Rose's eyes widened as Alice took another sip of her wine. The young woman appeared completely calm, but Rose would be damned if she did not sense the slightest hint of warning in her tone. Of course there is no reason for me to tell her, as long as I am sure that you have my brother's best interests in mind. Oh dear Lord! Was that what this was about? Alice was out to ensure that she was not some gold-digging woman, out to drain Michael of every penny he had. The woman had to know that Rose was nobility in her own right. What possible reason could she have for wanting to steal Michael's money? There are only about 4 weeks left in summer, you know. When everything is all said and done, I assume you both will go your separate ways? The question was sudden and completely unexpected. If Alice had asked it of Rose a month and a half ago, she would have been able to answer without hesitation. Now, when she opened her mouth to reply in the affirmative, she found that the words would not pass her lips. The realization was enough to make Rose's heart stop. Her entire life, all she had ever truly been devoted to was the prospect of helping people. She loved her parents, but more than anything else, she considered them obstacles when it came to following her life's passion. Rose had never truly had siblings, and she had never been in a serious enough relationship to even consider halting in her travels. In 6 weeks, Lord Michael Tate had changed something in her. In a panic, the young woman's thoughts whirled. She tried to convince herself that it had to be the intimacy. The man was disproportionately good in bed. When he touched her, her mind went soft and pliant, and she could think of nothing else but him. But the intimacy was all that mattered, there was nothing more. It was not unusual for her to be flustered by a man who was good in bed, was it? She had been with precious few men, and none of them knew what they were doing. Who would not want a man like Michael Tate at their beck and call? But that was not it. The longer she stared at Alice's placidly waiting expression, the more confused she found herself. It was not just intimacy that drew her to Michael. She had been intrigued by him the moment she saw him, and that intrigue had driven her to run for the hills. Within a week of meeting the man, every misconception she had about him had been blown out of the water. He had proven himself something beyond his family roots, a feat she desperately wished to accomplish herself. He was a brilliant doctor, no one could deny that. And not only was he brilliant, he had the uncanny ability to stay calm under pressure. The world could be coming down on Michael Tate's shoulders, and he would not bat an eye. Except when it came to a few Congolese militiamen roughing her up, he could not contain himself. He just had to play the hero. And despite how angry Rose was at him for putting his life in jeopardy, when the man had jerked the gun away from the militia leader, her heart stopped. Against all her better judgment, Rose liked the man. He was an upstanding individual, where there were few to be had. He might have a smart mouth, but his heart was in the right place. He was chivalrous enough, even if that chivalry was misplaced where she was concerned. I imagine we will still stay in contact. The sound of the half-hearted excuse coming from her own lips was enough to make the young woman wince. He is a very, upstanding individual. For a long moment Alice merely stared at her, her dark eyes piercing. Then slowly she smiled, her expression turning from serious to amused within the space of 3 seconds. Upstanding. Of course. How kind of you. She refilled both her glass and roses from the bottle the stewardess left with them, before taking another sip. For a moment, a comfortable silence fell between the two women. Rose allowed herself to believe she had dodged a bullet, even as she contemplated why she was so viciously attracted to Michael. He was, without a doubt, one of the most singular males she had ever met. But was that enough reason for him to haunt her every waking thought? Perhaps it was just the wine. I am going to give you a piece of advice, Rose. Rose's gaze jerked back to Alice's when she spoke unexpectedly. Her companion was intensely concentrated on the sketch before her, her mouth pressed into a tight line of focus. You seem like a very world-savvy individual. So take notice of the details around you. Scowling, Alice erased a fine line before blowing rubber dust away delicately. I have seen the way he looks at you. Rose stiffened at Alice's words. I have never seen him look at anyone that way. Ever. She raised her gaze briefly to meet Rose's. He is not a man that will take someone breaking his heart lightly. Her mouth fell open in shock. Break his heart? It was clear that Alice had completely misinterpreted what was between her and Michael. There were absolutely no hearts involved. Plenty of body parts, certainly, but she thought it was pretty clear that neither of them was interested in the marriage their parents seemed to be so obsessed with. She had known that this summer was going to be a disaster from the very start. Only now it was turning into a disaster of very different proportions. Everything was entirely muddled up. Perhaps the stress of the Congo was beginning to fade now that Elias and her fellows were safe, but the prospect of returning to Britain now had an entirely different connotation. What on earth had Michael told his sister to make her think that something serious was between them? As far as Rose could see, the man had not been alone with her since the village. When would he have had time to gossip? Even the image of a man as large as Michael gossiping was an absurd one. She would have to spend the rest of the summer with the man, and here his sister was, going on about breaking his heart? She obviously had no clue that her own brother was toying with Rose. The man was flaky as all get out, making her heart pound one moment and stringing her along the next. Alice, I think you have the wrong idea. I am surprised that you ladies are still awake. Rose's mouth snapped in the middle of her sentence at Michael's unexpected entry. They had been in the air a good 3 hours, so she had assumed he was asleep. I have just come out for a nightcap. Your Macallan is on hand, Alice answered him offhandedly, never pausing in her drawing. You might want to inhale the entire bottle before we get home to Mother. Michael immediately winced, before shaking his head. Better to keep a clear head. He glanced at Elias' quietly snoring form in the corner. I am sure Elias has had a few sips off the bottle. At that assessment, Alice made a face, glancing up at her brother. I have no idea how you stand him. He is completely full of himself. Michael chuckled, running a hand through his hair. It had grown out a bit since they had been in Africa, and he had not shaved in days. As a result, the man's usually well-trimmed beard acquired a rugged look that Rose found she quite liked. She could certainly remember how his whispers had felt rasping against her inner thighs when the man had lowered his head between her legs. The thought was enough to turn her entire face scarlet. Rose quickly took a sip of wine big enough to choke her, and promptly coughed. Inside an instant Michael was at her side, taking her wine glass and thumping her on the back. All right, Rosé. Something go down wrong? She shook her head frantically as she tried to speak. I am fine. Fine? Her words came out garbled and dry, only embarrassing her further. Really, Michael, I am all right. Alice was half watching them, a small, amused smile playing about her lips. Michael, of course, being who he was, could not just release her. The man ran his fingers over her throat, checking her lymph glands in her neck and under her chin. Rose felt his touch tingling in places she had no idea thinking about in front of his sister. If you are sure, then. Was it her imagination, or did the man's fingertips linger on her throat before he finally drew them away? Rose forced herself to reconsider, as he crossed the cabin to retrieve a bottle of aged Macallan whiskey from the cabinet. He poured a glass with fingers she had seen dexterously close up a wound, and threw back his first drink effortlessly. When he poured himself another, Rose could not help but be transfixed by the motion of his throat as he swallowed. She had kissed that throat until he groaned her name. Why could she not get him out of her head? Rose leapt to her feet, setting aside her wineglass. "I am going to the restroom." It was all she could think to say before she bolted to the washroom. Once inside, she closed the door firmly behind her before leaning against it. The man had only looked at her, and her heart was thundering against her ribs. It had to be the wine. How many glasses had she had again? Leaning down, Rose splashed water on her face, taking a deep breath before assessing her own reflection in the mirror. Her face was flushed, her eyes bright, and she felt almost as if the room was spinning. She was almost certainly affected by the wine. Rose's problem was simply that she did not know whether she was inebriated with wine or with Lord Michael Tate.
Chapter 6. Family Secret.
Michael expected all manner of chaos to break loose as soon as he arrived home, but he did not expect it to do so in such a spectacular fashion. Luckily enough for him, Elias slept almost the entire journey home, which meant that he did not have to worry about the man harassing him. His sister, however, was a different story. It was not that Alice felt the need to remind him of what faced him back in Britain, but rather that she kept shooting him warning looks that made him uneasy. To distract himself, he tried to think of something else. The patients he would see to when he returned to the hospital in the country, medical papers he might write, but inevitably his mind always strayed back to Rose. She disappeared the moment he emerged from the bedroom, and had not come back since. Part of him wanted to go check on her after her coughing fit, but he refrained. Things were different now with Alice and Elias in such close quarters. Their little isolation had ended. Their flight back to Britain was just a reminder that the summer was half over. Instead of trying to chase after Rose, Michael settled on a couch and nursed his bottle of whiskey. Despite what he told Alice, he did plan to get well and fully drunk before facing his mother. It might be the only way he could bear to deal with her arguing. He could only hope she did not decide to bring his father into things. Heaven forbid. He managed to get pretty thoroughly soused by the time they reached Heathrow, but the confrontation was not to come until they returned to the manor. Perhaps it was that he knew a row with his mother was coming, and perhaps it was simply that Rose inched as far away from him as she could on the seat. But by the time they actually pulled up the drive of Tate Manor, every muscle in Michael's body was stiff and sore with tension. The moment the car came to a stop, Rose all but leapt from it, hurrying to the front door of the manor. When Alice cast him an almost accusatory look, Michael just glared at her. All at once, all the women in his life were against him. "I would say something about being beholden to your mother at your age," Elias drawled from across from him, "but I doubt you need to hear it right now." "Thanks?" Michael's response was dry as he slid from the car, shutting the door behind him and trapping Elias in the rolls. He was sure the architect would enjoy his few moments of solitude. A look over the other cars in the drive revealed to Michael that not only was his mother present, but his father as well. For the first time all summer, an additional gleaming Rolls-Royce was parked in the driveway, along with his mother's horrid pink Mercedes. Taking a deep breath, Michael steeled himself for the worst. He had no idea what his parents could possibly have to say to him that he could not rebut as a grown man. Nonetheless, he never liked it when his mother made scenes, and he liked it even less when she got his father involved. This was not going to be good. Edgar was nowhere to be found, and so Alice used her keys to let them into the manor. Once they were inside, Alice cast her brother a glance before taking Rose's arm and spiriting her off towards the kitchen with suggestions of tea. Elias arrived half a minute later, closing the door behind himself with a somber snap. He knew better than to speak, instead casting Michael a somber thumbs up before heading towards the back gardens. His mood turning even sourer, Michael quickly crested the stairs to the second floor. His parents had an entire wing of the house to themselves, and it was there he found the door to his father's study standing open. Inside, the decor was decidedly more somber than that of the library downstairs. The walls were covered in dark wood paneling, and bookshelves were lined with uniform volumes that looked as if they had never been touched. The moment Michael stepped into the study, his mother sprang from her seat near the door. Michael was surprised to see that she looked almost haggard, that was, as close to haggard as Angela Tate possibly could. Her hair was drawn back into a simple knot at the base of her neck, a few gray strands falling free around her face. The dress that she wore was slightly wrinkled, and she was not wearing heels. Immediately she rushed to him, wringing her hands. She appeared the most genuinely distressed that Michael had ever seen her. So much so that, for a moment, he felt genuinely guilty. "What were you thinking?" She did not hug him, did not try to touch him. Instead, Angela Tate just stared at her son with a look akin to betrayal in her eyes. "You would have been killed, Michael. Killed. And then where would we be?" Michael just looked at her, somewhat confused. He had not meant to upset her, but in his opinion it was quite clear where they would be if he were killed. He would be dead. Dead on a charity mission, and they would mourn him. One would think that might inspire a little more concern, and a little less guilt on his part. He was, after all, a grown man. He had known exactly what he was doing. "Mother, I apologize for leaving without telling you, but I am fine." His voice was calm, with a slight edge of irritation. After over 24 hours of travel, this was, after all, one of the last things he wanted to deal with. Assuredly alive. "What your mother is trying to say, Michael, is that you could not possibly comprehend the danger you put all of us in." Of course, his father could not even offer him a proper greeting. But then, when Earl Jonathan Tate was involved, half-hearted greetings were the least of Michael's worries. If Michael had to give credit to either of his parents for raising him, he would have to paint his mother as the more responsible party. Even though she herself had been too wrapped up in the trappings of nobility to pay much attention to him, at least she had been present. Michael and his sister were lucky to see their father 3 or 4 times a year, and it always seemed to be when they were in trouble. The Earl spent most of his time traveling around Britain and Europe, solidifying his status as head of one of the region's wealthiest and noblest families. When he was younger, Michael had been disturbed by the fact that he saw his father so little. However, by the time he reached his teens, he had made peace with the idea that his father really had no interest in his children. It was a fact that had only given him the impetus to become self-sufficient in his own right. The last thing he needed was to subsist on a name that he barely knew. Of course, Michael had no problem remembering what his father looked like physically. His pictures were plastered all over the place, regal and presumably intimidating. Even coming into his late 60s, the man stood stiff and proud, not a speck of dust on his impeccably tailored suit. His gray hair was slicked back from his wide brow, and he had worn the same wire spectacles for the past 20 years. When it came to his appearance, the Earl's wealth was quiet, almost understated. If you did not look hard, you would miss his gold and diamond cufflinks and the leather shoes that cost thousands of dollars. But all that mattered to him was that those with money knew who he was, and that was never a problem. Now Michael turned to face him warily. He was taller than his father, but size had nothing to do with the battle of wills that now took place. The man's dark eyes bore into his own, and Michael stood stock still, wondering precisely what all of this was about. The tension between them was palpable, and the minute he waited for his father to speak seemed to last an eternity. "Michael, do you know what the Tate family name stands for?" Michael arched a brow. They had called him back 8,000 kilometers for a lecture that could easily be delivered over the phone. Somehow, he did not believe that. "What does the Tate name have to do with me going to the Congo? I would presume that you would be happy to have your name associated with charity. I went to help those poor people." And in helping them, you put your own life at risk. Goodness knows what might have happened if we did not send Alice after you." At his father's response, his son's eyes narrowed. "I hardly need babysitting, father. I can take care of myself." "Oh, assuredly," the Earl nodded curtly. "You are grand at taking care of yourself. Self-made and established. A veritable ecosystem of singularity." Stepping out from behind his immense desk, the man advanced slowly on Michael, his gaze hard. "Do you ever stop to think about your family? The titles we have worked so hard to build over the years?" His temper was rising again. Michael did his best to try and swallow it. He could give a flying fig about titles, all told. He was doing his best to try to appease his parents as things stood, but he refused to be the precious, pampered heir to the Tate name. Michael would build his own destiny, and that was that. "Father, you do not need me to solidify that family name. You have done that efficiently enough yourself." Crossing his arms over his chest, Michael stared the older man down. "I do not understand the upset. I am still alive and well." "That is exactly what the problem is, Michael. You do not understand. You never have. And perhaps that is our fault." If he had been confused before, now the doctor was outright confounded. He could think of nothing to say, and so he merely waited for his father to continue, his stomach oddly tight. "Michael, you have always been a smart boy. Smarter than I ever was, I will give you that." The Earl's lips pulled together into a tight line. "I take it that in your quest for knowledge, you might have discovered a certain book in our library." All at once, Michael's stomach did an odd little flip-flop as he paled. Though there was no way he could know what his parents spoke of, there were, after all, thousands of books in their library. Somehow he did. Great Expectations. The copy that Rose had brought with them on their trip. Michael had no idea how, but he knew that was the book his parents referred to, and that knowledge must have reflected in his eyes. The Earl sighed, reaching out to take his shoulder in a firm grip. The gesture surprised Michael. He could count on one hand the number of times the Earl had voluntarily touched him in the past year. "Michael, I assume you saw our family lineage in that book?" How could he have missed it? The elaborate family tree in the front cover was probably the first thing anyone saw when they opened the book. The names of all the Tates that had ever lived in flowing gold scroll, right down to him and his sister. But of course, his name had not been as elegant as the others. His name was written in blue and hastily. It was almost as if someone had inserted him into the Tate history at the last moment. "Michael, we must talk frankly about a number of things." The moment the words left his father's lips, the Countess let out a cry of alarm. "Jonathan, no. Now is not the time. We swore we would wait." "Hush, Angela." The Earl silenced her sharply, warning clear in his gaze. "My son must understand what is at stake here. For his entire life, we have let him do as he pleases. It is time he understands how much we have put on the line." It took a great deal to make Michael feel uneasy, but at this point, the doctor was headed from uneasy towards downright discomfort. His parents were rarely ever so indirect with him. If they had an issue, they addressed it head-on. He suffered a lecture and then got on with his life. This was unquestionably strange. "Michael, your mother and I thought, well, we hoped we might not need to divulge this information to you. But certain circumstances have forced our hand." He continued to stare at his parents, waiting with bated breath. When the Earl next spoke, his gaze and tone were both unwavering. "Michael, your status as the Tate heir is contingent upon your marrying and being able to provide a child to carry the family name." Michael merely exhaled the long breath he had been holding. It was not as if that particular ultimatum was one he had not expected. Of course, a part of him, a large part, was hurt. These were his parents, and Michael had hoped that they would be human enough to see beyond titles. To refrain from forcing him to do something he did not want before he was ready. Obviously, he had been wrong on those counts. Running a hand through his auburn hair, Michael merely scowled. "You are telling me that I will not get my inheritance if I do not marry soon?" To his surprise, the Earl's face took on an almost guilty expression. Jonathan twisted his lined hands together, before taking a deep breath of his own. Michael, I am telling you that unless you marry into a British family that is noble by blood, then your adoption paperwork will be rendered null by the government. Michael's heart stuttered in his chest as his eyes widened. For a long moment silence spread throughout the room, stifling in its thickness. Had he heard correctly? Had his father just told him that he was adopted? He was almost certain that he had not heard correctly. After all, this was not the kind of thing you sprung on a grown man, and almost certainly not on a Tate. Throughout his life, his parents had stressed the significance of honoring the family name and its legacy. How he had to be upstanding, and make sure he never tarnished the Tate title. His life had all but been lived for him until he was an adult, and all because of his last name. Now, his father was telling him that he was not really a Tate. That he had never been a Tate. It was enough to make Michael's head spin. As shocking as it was to hear, he supposed that the jarring detail made a strange kind of sense. This was why his name was written in blue instead of gold in the family registry, why he did not look terribly like his mother, father, or sister, why his parents had always tried so hard to instill in him what it meant to be a Tate. As if his birth was not enough. Because it was not. He was not a Tate by birth. Which begged the question, who on earth was he? And why on earth had his parents adopted him, when they could produce an heir of their own? There was no question of Alice's parentage, was there? That much was evident in her looks. So why him? Michael, we love you. His mother's voice seemed to ring almost distantly in his ears. We loved you from the moment we saw you, and we knew that we had to save you. Save me? The words left him in a rush, as he stared at the Countess incredulously. Save me from what? He knew he was raising his voice, and he hardly cared. He could not stand to think that the people he called mother and father had adopted him out of pity. That he was another charity to attribute to their lives. Michael, please hear us out. His mother took his hands in hers, and Michael had to force himself not to yank away. Now was not the time to be rash. He had never been rash, and he could not let this be the start. So, instead of insulting the woman he called mother, he merely looked down at her expectantly. My darling, she cupped his cheek, stroking gently. You were born in Russia. Your birth name was Anton Melkin, and you are the child of Yentov Melkin and one of his mistresses. Goodness gracious. The Russian Minister of Defense? He would have had you killed, but your father and I happened to come across you when we were visiting Russia on holiday. We agreed to take you away, to save you. Your father thought you had died, and we brought you back to England to raise as our own. The Countess took a shuddering breath. But being a Russian citizen, back then, there were some conditions on your adoption. One of which is that the paperwork would not take full effect until you married and provided a child to carry on the family line. What kind of antiquated nonsense was this? They lived in the 21st century. Michael wanted to be infuriated. He had to throw something and rage at the fact that he had not chosen to live the life that he did, and he refused to be defined by some ridiculous regulation penned almost 40 years ago. But the words would not come out. It makes no difference where you come from, Michael. The Countess cupped his face, looking up at him with due affection. You are our son, and the moment you marry it will be official. Can you not see why we were worried? That you went off to such a dangerous place without telling us? Unspoken words hung in the air like poison, and Michael's eyes slowly narrowed. There was more at work here than affection and adoption. His mother was attempting to catch him in the crosshairs of his own emotions to distract him, but her husband was right. Michael had always been smart. You are not worried about me, he rebutted flatly, his gaze cool. He gazed from the Earl to the Countess, and then back again, before continuing brusquely. Let me be sure that I understand everything here. Unless I marry an actual British noble soon, I will give up my inheritance and Tate name. Slowly his mother nodded, tears beginning to rise to her eyes. Michael's heart remained cold as he continued. But I am not the only one losing something, am I? Both of his parents stiffened, as he continued. If your precious and lauded heir suddenly disappears, there will be questions, will there not? And if word gets out about my actual parentage, there will be questions about that too, I assume. Do stop me if I am on the wrong track here. The Earl and Countess remained stolidly silent. You called me here to tell me how I have put your line, your precious name in danger, and I am not even an actual Tate. You have some actual nerve to speak to me like this now. He had no idea what to do. Michael knew what he wanted to do, and that was to get in his car and drive as far away as humanly possible. But even if that meant leaving behind the Tate name, it also meant leaving Alice. Leaving his practice. Leaving everything he had built for himself. Despite how angry and betrayed he felt, he was stuck. Turning on his heel, Michael yanked the door to his father's study open and left without a word. For once, he let himself go beyond his gentlemanly tendencies, and slammed the door so hard behind him that it rattled on its hinges. It made him feel no better. Michael was not sure where he was going. He was only dimly aware of hurrying down the stairs and out the back veranda into the gardens. The sun was setting. It would soon be far too cool to be outside. But he found he did not care. His mind was too full to be rational with his parents, the new revelations they had visited on him, and atop all that, he could not help but think of Rose. Rose? His mother had brought her here in a last-ditch attempt to force him into marriage. Of course then, she had not been issuing any ultimatums, but anyone with eyes could see how determined she was on forcing them together. Rose was his parents' trump card, their ace in the hole. Had they somehow known how different she was? They could not have. If they had, they might know it was she who had convinced him to go gallivanting off into the African sunset with no regard for his own life. And that they would never allow. But Rose was different. Different from anyone he had ever met. For the first time since he had begun speaking with his parents, Michael allowed his mind to fill with thoughts of the blonde heiress, and surprisingly, a miracle occurred. His heart rate slowed. His anger ebbed. Just picturing her serene gray gaze in his mind's eye was enough to calm him. And worry him. What had happened between him and Rose in the Congo, he had not had time to give it much proper thought. He offered to take her there, in hopes that it would impress her and bring him close to the woman he so strongly longed for. And for the briefest of moments, he had felt that closeness. Rose had opened up to him, and allowed him near in a way that felt deeply personal. Those quiet nights together had left a lasting impression on his heart. Though the 2 weeks they spent in the Congo had been stressful, working day in and day out with lives on the line, they had also been in a way idyllic. Neither of their parents was around to pressure them, and there was no need to be anyone but themselves with people who were grateful for their mere presence. It was invigorating. But then, of course, it all had to come crumbling down. In truth, Michael could have quite contentedly whiled away the rest of his life with Rose there in that tiny village. It was silly to contemplate, but those weeks with her were some of the first in which he had been truly happy. That was enough to let him know that he had developed feelings for her. Against all odds, he had come to see the woman as more than his parents bid to get him to settle down. She was a beautiful, headstrong, intricately fascinating woman. One who he had come to admire and respect. And even now he still felt drawn to her. Therein lay his problem. Michael now found himself facing circumstances as ridiculous as they were convoluted. He was an illegitimate heir to his family's titles, and marrying Rose was the only way that he could keep the information from being discovered. That he could save his parents, the people who selfishly considered their own political gain instead of their son's best interests. Truly, he did not know what to call them anymore. But he could not simply abandon them. No more than he could abandon Alice. This meant that, somewhere in the back of his mind, he contemplated giving in to their wishes and merely allowing them what they wanted. Somewhere. But there were other factors to consider. Of course, principal among them was that he still had no wish to be married. He cared for Rose, found her very alluring. She piqued his interest more than any woman ever had. But that did not mean he was ready to spend the rest of his life with her. He dared say that, should he even decide to ask the young woman, she would turn him down flat. Rose was an independent figure. If anything, both of them had made it clear at the beginning of the summer that their parents' plans of marrying them were complete nonsense. They would not comply. Were things really so different now? If Michael defied his parents, would they not be getting what they truly deserved? Scandal and chaos. He had to admit that it was more than a little tempting to turn their lives upside down, especially in the wake of how they treated the delicate matter of his adoption. But the Tates were not just his parents. They were his sister, his aunts and uncles, and all the Tates before them. Did he really know enough about those people to shame them so profoundly? Michael did not think he had ever been so torn in his entire life. Mike? His head jerked up in surprise, and he came to a halt mere inches from the very round, pregnant form of Catherine, Elias's wife. The doctor's eyes widened in surprise when they met her vivid green ones. Pregnancy, he decided, suited her well. Her cheeks were rosy, her ebony hair glossy, and indeed a kind of glow seemed to emanate from her. At that moment, from nowhere, a completely unbidden thought pierced his psyche. What would Rose look like in such a state? Her blonde hair glowing golden, her cheeks flushed, belly heavy with child. His child. The thought was enough to send him reeling. He had to force himself to shut it out before Kat thought him completely out of his mind. "Are you all right, Mike?" Her expression was concerned as she stepped forward to touch his arm gently. Though Elias often teased his wife about her uncultured American tones, at this particular moment, Michael found them soothing. "You look a little pale." "Just pale?" Well, he might as well be relieved then. Michael felt conflicted enough to rip up several nearby trees. "Kat." He forced himself to smile as he bent to kiss her cheek, gently in greeting. "Elias did not tell me he had brought you." At the statement, the spunky young woman scowled, holding a hand protectively over her belly. "He takes me everywhere. He never lets me leave his side. The man is a maniac, I swear. I was glad he went to get you. I never get a break." Despite the many emotions churning in his gut, Michael could not help his low chuckle. That sounded like Elias, all right. The man took overprotective to new levels. Similar to how he had all but jumped in front of a rifle for Rose. "I am fine," he exhaled, lowering his gaze as he searched in vain for something else to discuss. "How is the baby?" The perfect subject. Immediately, Kat's gaze softened and she smiled radiantly. "Oh, he is wonderful. 2 or 3 more weeks before we get to meet him, according to the doctor." She rubbed over her belly fondly, and her gaze was 1,000 miles away. Which was all Michael needed at the moment. As Kat continued to chatter about her child, the doctor lapsed back into his reflection. He had stormed out of his parents' study before he had all the details, but he was not sure how much he wanted to hear. In truth, little of what they said mattered overly much to him. So he had been born in Russia. He had been raised in England. As far as Michael was concerned, he was British. He remembered nothing of Russia or the scandal that had surrounded his birth. Likewise, it mattered little to him that he was not really a Tate. He had been trying to escape the social expectations that surrounded him his entire life. What most shocked him was how willingly the Tates had been lying to him to claim him as one of their own so long as it benefited them. He was torn between believing them to be the only parents he had ever known and cursing them in every way he knew. The decision was something that he would have to rectify if he was ever going to get his head straight. And as much as he hated to admit it, Rose was at the middle of everything. So the question was, what was he going to do now? Try to tempt a woman he was not sure how he felt about into marriage? Or say to heck with it all to everyone and tarnish the Tate family name to make his own mark? It was not exactly a question he could answer on the spot. In fact, The only definite was simply that Michael was not quite sure who he was anymore. He knew who he had tried to be. But how much did that matter anymore? There you are. Michael was pulled from his self-contemplation by Elias's proclamation. The architect stepped into view on the garden path. It was obvious that he had showered and changed clothes since they arrived at the manor, and he appeared as refreshed as Michael felt haggard. At his appearance, his wife arched a brow. Who, me? She pointed at herself, her tone dryly amused. In reply, Elias simply smirked, sidling up to her to pull her into his arms and kiss her cheek intimately. Of course not you. I know exactly where you are at all times. Catherine merely rolled her large green eyes. And that is not creepy at all. But Elias merely ignored her snide comment, releasing her in favor of approaching Michael, his gaze curious. I meant you. I have been looking for you. What was all that commotion upstairs? Michael scowled deeply. We can speak about it later. He glanced in Kat's direction, thankful that the young woman quickly busied herself with looking over a batch of particularly delightful primroses. It requires an entire evening and several bottles of alcohol. Elias arched a brow in surprise and intrigue. That bad? Well, I look forward to it. He appeared to reconsider his words at Michael's unchanging expression, before lowering his tone and voicing another, more serious inquiry. Does it have anything to do with our dear Lady Lithgow? At the sound of Rose's title, Michael's stomach clenched in a sensation close to physical pain. It had hardly been 48 hours since the last time he had touched her, and already he wanted her again. And not only in that way. He wished more than anything else that he were free to talk to her about matters like this. To divulge his deepest, darkest fears and share his ultimate triumphs. But he and Rose were hardly close enough for that. Were they? Besides, Michael had no doubt that if he told her the real reason his parents wanted them to marry, she would run for the hills without the slightest of regrets. And he did not know if he was ready for that quite yet. No, he was selfish. He would like at least the last few weeks of the summer to be close to her. That was enough time to wait before all manner of chaos broke loose. She was exhausted. To her merit, Rose had not known how truly exhausted she was until she flopped onto the bed in her room in the Tate Manor. It was the first time in a long while she had been on a proper bed, and, despite her reservations about the uppity bourgeois and their comforts, she appreciated it. As she lay there, the weight of her trip and all that had happened weighing down upon her, her eyes began to drift closed. Her sleep was long and dreamless. In fact, it was the most relaxed she had been since they had left Britain 3 weeks prior. Rose only began to rouse from her slumber at the sound of distant voices. Her eyes fluttered open, and the dark room before her swam into focus. The voices, however, remained. They were faint, but whoever was speaking had to be all but yelling at the top of their lungs for their voice to carry in a house as big as this one. As she came back to full wakefulness, the young woman strained slightly in an attempt to hear what was causing all the ruckus. All she discovered was that she could not hear anything clearly. The revelation was enough to make her frown. Surely the Tates were not having such a violent row over Michael going to Africa. She had sensed that the Countess would be upset. If that was not the case, she would not have sent Alice. But a screaming match? Rose could not think of anything less befitting of the Tate title. Besides, Michael never lost his temper. Not like that. She flushed slightly as she caught herself. Who was she to think that she knew so much about Lord Michael Tate? Simply because they had shared intimate moments a few times, was she supposed to be the authority figure for him? She could hardly be so naive. The summer was half over, and as far as Rose was concerned, that meant she was 6 weeks closer to being off scot-free. 6 weeks more of slight madness, and she would be free to go to Thailand for 2 years. She could not recall being away from England for so long, since she had been in the Peace Corps. She would be far away from the influence of her parents, far away from all the rigid, ridiculous expectations of her station, and far away from Lord Michael Tate. Curiously, at the mere prospect, her stomach gave a little twinge of anxiety. One Rose considered completely inappropriate for a woman of her age. She was far too old for butterflies and fluttering hearts. She had long since learned of the reality of things. She was lucky that this reality included as much of Lord Michael as it had. The man had shown her that she herself could feel such strong desire at times, and that was no small feat. He had shown her that some men could be more selfless than others. He had obviously earned his title through all the hard work he had put in, and he could be absolutely dedicated when it came to protecting other people. She would always be honored to know him, but that was where their association had to end. Now that they were back in Britain and the Tates, it seemed, had even more guests than before, they could not be sneaking around with one another. Rose fully planned to stick to her own bed, and she could only hope that Michael was of similar sensibilities. Exhaling a long breath, she rose from the bed to stretch, wincing at her stiff muscles. A bath would do her good. After a long hot soak, she would feel right as rain. But Rose did not feel any less ill at ease after her bath. In fact, while she soaked, she looked over her newly tanned skin and noticed the faint darker spots left by the man who had been her romantic partner in the Congo. With every mark she found, memories surfaced of how tenderly yet passionately Michael had held her. Those private moments had stirred something deep within her, leaving her longing for more even now. She stepped out of the tub, still feeling that lingering warmth, and shook her head, determined to push the feeling aside. Stolidly ignoring the pull she still felt, she set about unpacking her things and preparing to do her laundry. After tossing a few cotton dresses onto the bed, she paused upon the discovery of the book she had borrowed from the Tate library. Rose only hesitated a moment before flipping through the pages to find the picture nestled in the back chapter. The baby in black and white was just as adorable as he had been the first time she saw him. Sighing, the young woman traced a fingertip over his tiny eyes and nose, wondering how on earth it must feel to have created another human being. She could hardly fathom. Almost unconsciously, her hand dropped to her own belly. She could not even imagine what it must be like to be pregnant. To have a child that you loved more than life itself. Certainly, she had nothing against children. Rose had always loved children, but having her own was a different matter entirely. It meant giving up the life she loved to care for her child. Add a father to that equation, and things just got convoluted. Yes, that was a good word for it, convoluted. Her lips pulled into a frown, and she slid the picture back to where it belonged. As tempted as she was to keep it, it did not belong to her. She would return it along with the book. Maybe slip back into the library when she was sure all of the Tates were sleeping. Oh goodness, that would not do at all. Was she some kind of coward? Afraid to face a man, simply because she had been intimate with him a few times. She had, Rose realized, been avoiding Michael the entire way back from the Congo. Perhaps this was the time to march right up to him and put the book in his hands. To show him that she was not intimidated by him or what he could do to her. Of course, that did not mean she would be discourteous. She and Michael were friends, after all. Mature adults who could appreciate and respect one another. She would go to see him with those ideals in mind. And nothing else. Steeling herself, the young woman dressed in a conservative button-up and denims with slippers before making her way from her room, headed towards Michael's suite. When she arrived, however, she found the door open and the man himself absent. Annie was inside busily making his bed, and when Rose asked, the housekeeper said she had not seen him since he returned. Her expression contemplative, the blonde then ventured downstairs and began to search for the man. Michael was huge. It could not be very hard to find him. Especially in his own house. He was absent from the darkening kitchen, nowhere to be found in the gardens, and the only person Rose found in the formal living and dining rooms was the butler who was busy setting the table for dinner. When Rose finally ventured into the library, she was beginning to think perhaps he had left for the evening. When she entered the vast space, however, she was surprised to find it already occupied. Rose's eyes widened at the sight of Alice lounging on the sofa with a cup of coffee, as she flipped through what appeared to be a design book. Though Alice had already looked impeccable on their trip back from Africa, now she looked even more so in a lovely emerald-colored sheath and a soft cashmere sweater. She was the picture of refined elegance, and Rose found she felt a bit dowdy. Not something she usually afforded herself. She was intent on leaving the room before Alice could notice her, but the younger woman looked up as she was attempting to shut the door quietly. "Rose?" The blonde flushed slightly. "Alice? I apologize. I did not mean to intrude." Immediately Alice sat up, a small smile playing about her lips. "You are not intruding. I dare say you are the best pre-dinner company I could ask for. Please sit down." Things had been odd between them on the plane, if nothing else, and so it was with no small amount of wariness that Rose ventured into the library. What was it with the Tates? The Countess, Rose found she could deal with easily. The woman was as shallow and capricious as her own mother. When it came to the children, however, everything tended to get terribly confusing. As she sat across from Alice, her companion poured her a cup of coffee gracefully. "Cream or sugar?" "Both," Rose replied automatically, and Alice smiled. "I do love a spot of coffee before dinner. I know I am not being authentically British by not having tea, but one must dare to be different every now and then, would you not agree?" At that moment, Rose realized that she knew precious little about Alice Tate. From what she had seen, she was far more realistic and grounded than the Countess, but she had the tenacity to command her elder, very persuasive brother. Rose would be lying to herself if she did not admit curiosity. "I suppose so." Taking her coffee, she sipped at it, trying to remember her original goal. She was supposed to be finding Michael to return his book. Perhaps she could just give it to Alice instead. It was not cowardice, Rose told herself, if she simply ran into his sister before him. It was convenient. I was just looking for Michael. I borrowed a volume from the library, and I wanted to be sure he knew I returned it." She set the book on the table between the two of them, and Alice arched a brow. Reaching forward, she thumbed through the first few pages. "Great Expectations? I cannot imagine you are reading this on Michael's recommendation. He has never had anything good to say about Dickens." Rose sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. "Well, we cannot all while away our days reading complicated medical journals, can we?" She realized far too late that she might have spoken out of turn, but was surprised when instead of reprimanding her for speaking ill of her brother, Alice only laughed. "You are very right there. You know," she sipped at her coffee thoughtfully, "he has been interested in those dreadfully boring things since he was 7 or 8 years old." Rose's brows leapt upwards in shock. "That young? He has always known what he wanted to do, I suppose." It drove Mum and Dad crazy. They would give him a volume of French to study with his tutor, and he would sneak off to read about tuberculosis and polio. She chuckled fondly. Absolutely off his head. But it helped him in the end, I imagine. He is amazing at what he does. Rose nodded enthusiastically. "He is. I do not ever think I have seen a doctor with such a steady hand." Her mind drifted back to the first time she had seen him perform in the surgery. It had been obvious that other doctors and attending nurses were nervous, but Michael had never so much as batted an eye. He remained calm and unruffled throughout the entire procedure, despite holding someone's life in his hands. Since then, he had only demonstrated a similar command of his art in the Congo. "He is so intense when he is working," Rose found herself musing. "So focused, almost as if nothing else around him exists. And he treats each and every patient like they are his only patient. He is utterly fearless." "I do not know if I would say that." Alice's reply surprised her. As she poured herself another coffee, she merely smiled at Rose's expression. "Perhaps he is good at hiding it from you, but there are many things Michael fears." "Like what?" Rose was caught the moment the hook was dangled before her. She could not help it. She wanted to know everything she could about the man. After all, in 6 weeks they would be parting ways completely, would they not? Alice laughed softly. If you tell him I told you, he will wring my neck. All at once, the atmosphere between the two women was entirely different. It had gone from tense to wary to companionable, all in the space of 24 hours. Rose had not realized how much she had missed having a woman her own age to talk to, until she was faced with Alice. He will not find it out from me, she reassured the younger woman, and Alice's smile turned fairly conspiratorial. All right then. For one, he is frightened of the mantle he will be forced to take up someday. He will be head of the Tate family within a decade, I would say, and he does not like to talk about it. I am sure the pressure gets to him. Her words made Rose stiffen slightly. She knew all too well what it was like to have the future of a family riding on one's shoulders. For another, he does not like being alone very much. Rose took a sip of her own coffee to hide her snort of amusement at that one. If Alice meant that the man sought out women for his bed when he did not have one in close quarters, she could believe that. He had a strong appetite once loosed, and yet the thought of Michael being with other girls was nowhere near pleasant for her. And I do not mean physically alone, Alice continued, forcing her attention back to the present. He lives alone, does not keep very many friends, but he is lonely. I can see that much whenever we meet. He is convinced that no one understands him. And he might very well be right. A low, insubstantial ache began to make itself known in Rose's chest as Alice explained, and she fought the urge to squirm. That could not be true. A man like Michael was one of the easiest to understand. Unlike most men, he was straightforward with his desires and expectations. He was earnest and kind. He was honest and forthright. Michael is not untenable at all. The words burst from her before she could stop them, and immediately Rose flushed deep scarlet. Alice, for her part, only stared across the coffee table at her, her expression intrigued. Is he not? Goodness gracious. She had gone and done it now. Why could she not seem to keep silent when it came to Michael? Her mouth was going to get her in a world of trouble if she was not careful. That is, I mean to say. Rose scrambled for a way to recover. I just feel as if he is a very simple man. He wants to help people. There is nothing wrong with an earnest cause. For a long moment, a poignant silence hung between them. Alice's dark eyes seemed to be watching her intensely, waiting for something. Rose had no idea what that something was, but she sensed that if she backed down now, she would lose any respect she might have gained from Alice. As much as she wanted to excuse herself and flee to the safety of her room, she remained on the couch. Slowly, a smile began to spread across Alice's face anew. She set her coffee cup on the table before rising from the chaise lounge and rounding it to take the seat next to Rose gracefully. He is earnest, is he not? Slowly Rose nodded. She could not prevent her own small smile of assent. He most certainly is. Just like you, Rose. She immediately shook her head. Oh no. I just want. I only meant to. Michael would not have helped you get to Africa if he did not believe your cause was a noble one. He would not have defied our parents and endured his dressing down if he did not think you were doing what was right. Do correct me if you think I am wrong. Rose could do little more than gape. At this, Alice's smile only grew wider. Reaching out, she took Rose's hand between her own. Rose, I would like to help you make the most of the time you have left here at the Manor. Rose now found herself quite flummoxed. She had no idea what Alice was referring to. You do. Of course. I have to admit, I find your cause quite admirable. Refreshing in a world where all that matters is money, and how those who have it choose to flaunt it. I thank you. Rose did not think she had ever encountered someone quite so direct. Even Michael had been a bit skeptical at the way she turned her nose up at spending money. I am going to take a few weeks off from work. I cannot risk returning to the office so soon anyway. If Ferragamo finds out, he will choke me. She seemed to wince at the very prospect. So instead, we will focus on something that can keep us both occupied, shall we? And what would that be? Rose hoped Alice was not going to ask her to be a model for one of her designs. She hated being put on the spot. Worse yet, however, might be if Michael's sister asked her to design something herself. Rose had never been very artistic, and she had no wish to embarrass herself. When Alice finally revealed her aim to her, however, Rose's eyes lit up, her heart all but humming with excitement. "We are going to throw a benefit for the Congo. And you are going to host it."
Chapter 7. The Benefit.
Rose liked Alice. Really, she did. The younger woman was the epitome of the unexpected. She said and did things that no real British noble would condone, and for that reason Rose found her fascinating. Of course, Alice's shunning of the rules and regulations that governed her resulted in her refusal to touch her trust fund. She had made her own way in the world, and unlike many of her financial peers, she went out of her way to educate herself on the plight of those less fortunate than herself. Rose learned all of this, of course, when Alice went into detail about how they would run the coming benefit. She did not have to teach Alice how to organize things. It was evident that the young woman had already been in contact with the Congolese embassy and had in fact been planning this for a while. In fact, she seemed so absorbed in the task that she pulled Rose in right along with her. For a few hours at least, the blonde heiress forgot the turmoil in her chest and the argument she had overheard upstairs. By the time dinner was announced, they had a concrete plan for the benefit that they wanted to execute, and Rose found herself so enthusiastic she almost skipped to dinner. When she took her seat, however, and noticed that Michael seemed to be absent, she began to backslide. Even with a notepad full of ideas she had scribbled down in Alice's company, Rose found herself wondering what on earth had happened to him. It was not like him not to be at dinner. Even if he, like her, preferred not to spend much time in the company of his parents, he usually put on airs for the sake of evening meals and muddled through things. That day, however, he was absent. Rose did not spot Elias either, and as a result, it was simply she and Alice eating with the Countess, and for the first time all summer, the Earl himself. Somehow, Rose did not find him nearly as impressive as she might have imagined. He was shorter than his son, and when he introduced himself to her, she found his grip weak and half-hearted. In fact, as they all ate together, the Countess chatted incessantly while her husband remained silent, almost as if she was trying to make up for his unwillingness to make conversation. Though Rose told herself not to dwell on the matters of the Tate family, she did. She dwelt on them all the way up the stairs and to her room, and she continued to dwell on them as she readied herself for bed. Where on earth was Michael, and why had he disappeared so suddenly? Why did his parents seem so uncharacteristically ill at ease? Why was Alice suddenly so enthusiastic about endorsing the cause of another, and why? Why did she care so much? Pulling the coverlet over her head, Rose squeezed her eyes closed and tried to tell herself that she did not. She could not. She had to stay the course. Only 6 more weeks. With a sigh, she rolled onto her side, hoping she would be able to drift off. She would be lucky, she supposed, not to have any nightmares about the Congolese militia. And even luckier not to wake up longing for the absent Lord Michael. In the end, Rose was lucky enough to experience another bout of dreamless sleep. She slept so well, in fact, that when she woke the next morning, she was astounded to find it was almost 11 o'clock. She had promised to meet Alice in the garden for tea at 11:30 to discuss their benefit plans, and her eyes widened the moment they fell on the clock. As she leapt out of bed, a very unladylike exclamation escaped her. The young woman rushed to shower and throw on a silk top and slacks, before hastily raking her damp hair up into a ponytail. She was sure that next to Alice's elegant form she would look a fright, but she hardly cared. They were planning, were they not? This was not a social call. And Michael had disappeared, so she did not have to concern herself with what he thought of her appearance. The moment she was dressed, the young woman dashed down the stairs and out to the gardens. There was a pavilion about 50 meters away from the rose hedge in the back, and that was the direction in which she headed. By the time she arrived, she was slightly out of breath. And more than a little shocked. It was not just Alice who waited for her at the pavilion. Sitting around an elegantly set table were Elias, a very pregnant woman she assumed must be his wife, and none other than Michael himself. At the sight of him, her heart all but leapt out of her chest, and Rose had to force herself to catch her breath immediately. She could have sworn everyone present could hear her hammering heartbeat. "Well, good morning, sunshine." At the sight of her, Elias smirked, raising his teacup in her direction. "We were wondering when you would show up." Rose was slightly mortified. It was bad enough that Michael should see her looking so harried, but the other guests? She found she would have been quite content to sink into the ground and disappear at that precise moment. Alice met her gaze apologetically, and Rose was certain in that moment that she was exactly as conniving as her brother. Speaking of which, she chanced a glance at Michael out of the corner of her eye. If Rose had expected him to behave himself, she was sorely disappointed. The man was looking at her as if there was not a full tea tray right in front of him, his dark gaze intense. Rose felt a flush spreading from her hairline downwards, and she forced herself to look away. She was in no mood to recall how much she had missed sleeping next to him at that moment, none at all. "You must have been sleeping wonderfully, Rose. I feel guilty for calling this meeting." Alice's smile was radiant, and as Rose looked from her face to her brother's, she realized the actual lack of physical similarity between them. Where Alice's hair was dark and glossy, her brother's was deep red with auburn streaks. Her eyes were a deep shade of blue, and his were a dark hazel. Michael's facial structure was all angles, with a strong jaw and cheekbones, while Alice's features were soft and aristocratic. Alice, Rose decided, looked more like the Earl and Countess, while Michael had a rugged allure all his own. Since they had returned to England, he had trimmed his beard, and he had regained his close-shaven, gentlemanly appearance. But Rose would never forget how he had held her in Africa. Despite their exhaustion, the man had been with her completely, and she had adored every moment of it. At that moment, Elias cleared his throat pointedly. "Have a seat, darling. The tea will get cold." Had she really been staring at Michael like an utter idiot for the past 5 minutes? She quickly sank into the empty chair between Elias and Alice, hoping she did not look as embarrassed as she felt. "I do not believe you have met my wife, Catherine." Seemingly oblivious to her discomfort, Elias formally introduced the woman at his side with a smile more genuine and fonder than any Rose had seen him wear since she met him. On the whole, she rather disliked him as a person, but she had to admit, a man who looked at his wife like that could not be all bad. "Call me Cat." The young woman reached across her husband to shake Rose's hand warmly. She was clad very comfortably in a large maternity shirt, denim, and what appeared to be Converse sneakers, and she looked more radiant than any of them in their fine clothes. It just went to show that a woman creating new life was one of the loveliest things in creation. There she went with those uncharacteristically romantic thoughts of hers again. "I hope you will forgive me, Rose." Alice graciously poured her tea. "I invited the others to join us, because I thought we could use their input." "Of course," Rose managed, serving herself a scone with clotted cream and hoping that she did not look a complete fool. From where she was sitting, it was impossible to keep from looking at Michael right across from her, no matter how hard she tried. The man had set his tea aside and was leaning over the table, his chin resting against his knuckles as he stared straight at her. Was it Rose's imagination, or did the man have dark circles around his eyes? Was he not sleeping properly? Or had the row he had with his parents somehow disrupted his schedule? "Cat happens to be a brilliant event planner." Alice grinned at the woman in question. "Elias, I suppose, has his uses insofar as helping us pick out the location." When she cast a scathing look at the architect, he merely blew her a kiss. "And my darling brother will be the financier." "No." The word burst from Rose before she could stop it, drawing all eyes at the table to her. Realizing how vehement she must have sounded, she quickly tried again. "I mean, I could not possibly impose. I am a guest in your household." "I would not worry yourself too much," Elias cut in with a shrewd smirk. I impose on the Tates all the time." To my great dismay, Alice groaned dramatically before taking up her own pad from the previous night. "Now Rose and I already discussed a few must-haves." "Alice, I am sorry to interrupt." Rose was not about to let this happen. She could not. She was already in a huge amount of debt to Michael. Was he trying to crush her under the weight of her indebtedness? "But I cannot allow Michael to fund this affair. I will do it if I have to. I have already asked so much of the Tates." "Do not, Rose." The imposing lord managed to silence her, as he typically did in one succinct command. "There is no way you are going to change my mind. Alice has already asked, and I accepted. That is, unless you want to halt the benefit and redistribute any money that might go back to Elias's village." For a good minute Rose glared at him. She looked at Alice, who had the grace to look somewhat sheepish, then back to Michael again. The man merely stared her down infuriatingly. Rose was going to strangle him as soon as she got the chance. "All right. Fine." Elias looked as if he was having a field day, and Kat was clearly confused. "All right then." Alice was the only one that continued to beam brightly. "Let us discuss then, shall we?" She was upset. In fact, upset might be an understatement. 4 days after their meeting to discuss Alice's benefit idea, Rose still avoided him like the plague. Michael did not know what was worse, having Elias around to offer useless advice from his playboy days, or being unable to decide for himself what he was supposed to be doing. He wanted her. Of that there was no question. He had always wanted Rose, even when he did not know why. Now, even though he was fully aware of his impetus, Michael did not understand his desires any better. To say the least, his personal life was not in the best of states. Since his parents had spoken to him about his adoption, they had attempted twice more to speak to him, and he had all but barred them from his room. He had nothing more to say to them, and would have nothing to say until he decided how he was going to act. So far he had shared his secret with no one. The only thing he had done was return to the library to look over the book Alice told him Rose had returned. He could not deny that it drove a knife into his heart to gaze upon the Tate family page. His parents professed that they loved him. But did they? Or did they simply expect him to bow under the weight of their expectations? If that was the case, they would find themselves sorely disappointed. Michael had never been cowed by any situation in his life. Given pause maybe, but never cowed. He supposed that, in a way, he was lucky that Alice had suggested this little venture. It gave him something to think about besides his troubles, insurmountable as they seemed. However, Michael could not help but suspect that Alice had ulterior motives. Certainly, she had never neglected to help him when he really needed it, but to suggest something in his favor without any suggestion he subjugated himself to her. That was unusual indeed. He was deep in thought on the subject after a shift at the hospital, when she found him reclining in the library, staring not at his book but at the ceiling. He was in the midst of remembering a particularly lovely light in the Congo, when Alice's face popped into his line of vision, startling him. He sat up immediately, almost colliding with her, and his sister smirked. "Language brother?" The title made him wince inwardly. How on earth would Alice feel if she knew the truth about him and their family? "You have been a recluse for the past few days, so I came to find you and cheer you up." She extended a bottle of port to him, and Michael could not help the chuckle that bubbled from his throat. "Dessert wine? Hey, do not discount it. It is 14%, and there is no Macallan in the house, so do not be picky." Taking a seat beside him, she uncorked the bottle and poured him a glass before doing the same for herself. Grinning, she extended her beverage towards him. "Cheers." Michael sighed, raising his own glass. "What are we toasting to?" His question garnered him a mischievous smile. "My genius in accelerating your love life." Michael almost choked on his wine. "Her what?" He immediately looked over at her, his expression incredulous. "What are you on about?" Alice only grinned at him. Do not tell me you are that dense, Michael. Anyone with eyes can see that you are over the moon about Rose, and she is trying to run in the other direction. Does it really surprise you that I came up with this idea to bring the two of you back together? For a good 2 minutes, Michael could do little but gape at her. He could not decide whether to throttle her, to kiss her, or to storm from the room in an incensed rage. When did his little sister decide that she could take over his life? Since when had she discovered that she was a matchmaker extraordinaire? Do not look at me like that, Michael. Alice sipped her wine placidly. You may be upset now, but in a year you will be thanking me. You will have the woman you are pining over, our parents will be happy, and the Tate name will live on, blah blah. I am not a Tate. He could not help it. Michael found himself so overwhelmed that the words slipped out of him on an aggrieved note that almost pained him. This was a bit much for him to handle right now, as if every individual problem was hitting him all at once. If he expected Alice to be at all shocked by his little outburst, however, he was sorely disappointed. His sister, ever cool, only arched a brow at his outburst. Are you not? Do tell. And Michael realized that he had to. If he held this inside him for one more day, he might very well go mad. He had been keeping his business to himself, because he did not particularly feel like unburdening on Elias. As happy as he was that his old friend had come for a visit, Elias had all his attention focused on his child, who would be making an appearance in roughly 2 weeks' time. How could Michael justify dumping something like this on an already burdened man? Rose was out of the equation, because she was part of his quandary. In trying to reconcile his feelings for her, he only found he both missed and wanted her, which did nothing at all for his concentration. And then there was Alice. Alice, who, despite being unsure of his family's authenticity, he had never doubted. Alice, whom he had discounted because she seemed like the kind of woman who creates drama rather than soothes it. And up until that point, that assessment was mostly true. But just now, Michael needed to talk to someone. And his sister was there. The entire story spilled out of him, slowly at first, and then faster and faster as he fell into a rhythm. He refilled his port glass twice while he spoke, and never once did Alice's attention waver. She watched him with rapt attention and a neutral expression as he told her about him and Rose. How they had first come to be together, and how things had been between them in Africa. He told her how the woman had seemed to be avoiding him since then, despite the fact that he longed for her more than he had any woman. With no small amount of hesitation, he told her about their parents and the secret they had hidden from him. He told her of the condition upon his inheriting the family name and title, and why their mother had brought Rose so suddenly to the manor. He finished on the note of his uncertainty. His stomach twisted into knots as he searched Alice's face for a single sign, any indication that she was disgusted with him. Annoyed that she no longer felt a single obligation to call him her brother. With a sigh, Alice only reached for the port bottle, pouring herself a second glass. Her answer was a single word. So? So? What did she mean, so? Before he could demand more, Alice's expression became suddenly angry, her eyes flaring as she rose from the couch to stand over him. So what, Michael? If this is the reason you have been pouting around the house all week, I should give you a good talking to. She paused long enough to swallow her drink before continuing. So, Mom and Dad adopted you? Who cares? You are still my brother. You could have been born anywhere for all I care, and you would still be my brother. So forget whatever feelings of isolation you are harboring. I am here, am I not? I took myself all the way down to Africa to retrieve you, did I not? Do you think I did that because Mum told me to? No. I did it because I was worried you would mess up. And I was right, was I not? The young woman took a deep breath, continuing to glare at her dumbfounded brother as she continued. Personally, I am of the opinion that they tarnished the Tate name by lying to you. You are more Tate than either of them. Which is why you are going to inherit the title, and all it entails, without doing anything you do not want to. Michael had never been so proud and frightened of his sister in his entire existence. He realized now how wrong he had been to assume that she might feel the same way as his parents. He and Alice had always stuck together through thick and thin. And nothing was going to change that. But now, here she was, in a predictably Alice move, insisting he could have it all without giving up anything. Instead of saying anything, Michael merely folded Alice into a tight hug. For a moment she stiffened against him. He knew how sensitive she was about wrinkling her designer clothes. But then the moment passed. She leaned into his embrace, winding her arms around his neck. "You idiot," she murmured in his ear, squeezing him hard. "What is in a name?" "Nothing really?" Michael chuckled, his heart full. How could she possibly be cheering him up at a time like this? The universe had gone absolutely mad. Eventually, he parted from her, releasing her to sink back onto the couch and nurse the rest of his wine. "Now," he continued blithely, "how on earth am I supposed to achieve the world and all the rest of this nonsense you have suggested?" Alice's triumphant grin was back as she flopped down next to him. "I would have thought that would be simple even for you. You marry Rose." The doctor immediately leapt to his feet once more. "Are you insane?" "Clinically? No," Alice replied cheekily, merely crossing her legs primly, as he looked down at her incredulously. "Just perceptive. How am I supposed to ask her to marry me? We have only known one another for 6 or 7 weeks." Alice promptly sipped on her port, before fixing him with an infuriatingly innocent look. "So?" There went that word again. Michael was beginning to hate it. "We agreed that neither of us was out for marriage," he went on in a rush, his face reddening in frustration. "We both have things we plan to do. Lives we plan to lead. Marriage is not a part of any of that." "Let me tell you what I am not hearing, brother dearest," Alice cut in with infuriating primness. "I am not hearing that you do not want to marry her because A, you cannot stand her," she began to tick off additional reasons on her fingers. "B, you are incompatible. C, you find her unattractive. Or D, you are not in love with her. Do any of those things apply here?" Michael found himself momentarily speechless. His sister was batty, absolutely out of her mind. To suggest that he marry Rose so they could live happily ever after felt impossible. "Do you love her, Mike?" The question was enough to make his heart skip a few beats. Michael stared down into his sister's earnest eyes as she looked him over, and wondered what exactly it was that she saw. It was a question he had never asked himself, or rather, one he had never allowed himself to ask. Why would it even come into question? He and Rose had, after all, only known one another for 2 short months. Just because he adored the way her blonde hair fell in waves around her face did not mean he loved her, did it? Because he liked to make her angry just to see the way she flushed and the gleam in her eyes, that was not love. How he liked to watch her fall asleep, adored her selflessness and drive, and enjoyed every experience they had together, simply because it was with her, that did not mean he was in love with Lady Rose Lithgow. When had it happened? He had been so careful. So exceedingly careful, telling himself it was just the physical things he would be involved in. Just kissing. Just the closeness they shared. Just risking the wrath of everyone who loved him by gallivanting off to a third-world country, just stepping in front of a loaded gun. He was questionably crazier even than his sister, certifiably off his rocker. After an entire lifetime of telling himself that when he settled down, he would really be settling, Michael found himself doing quite the opposite. He was in love with the woman who skirted around him on tiptoe, who was intimidated by, and equally infuriated by him. She did not seem to mind the closeness they shared, but when it came to anything beyond that, she could get supremely defensive. "Does it matter?" he finally asked, his chest strangely hollow. "I do not think this is the right time to pop the question, Alice." "And why not?" The girl replied blithely. "You are both in the same place at the same time. Terribly convenient, do you not think?" "That is not it," Michael growled dangerously in reply, his gaze narrow. She would never be receptive to the idea. You do not know her like I do. She is single-minded when it comes to her life and her causes. He sank back down onto the couch with a sigh, leaving the remainder of his port untouched. In her mind, I would only keep her from her goals. Rose certainly was not the kind of woman to let anyone stand in her way. It was only when he got close to her, really close, that she melted. When they were alone, far from prying eyes, Rose opened up in a way she never let anyone else see. If there was ever a time he thought she might have feelings for him, it was then. When she was at her most vulnerable. Michael, I hate to burst your self-deprecating bubble, but that woman has it bad. The doctor's gaze jerked to his sister's gaze, warning in his eyes. Do not, Alice. Do not bait me. Why would I bait you now? She demanded brusquely. With everything on the line? Do you really think me so cruel, Michael? She was right. Though Alice was prone to teasing, outright misdirection was not her style. It had never been. Which gave him a glimmer of hope he did not dare entertain. Not yet. Explain? He demanded lowly. At his command, his sister merely rolled her eyes. You could ask a little more nicely. This is my future we are talking about, Alice. Do not hang me out to dry. All right, all right. The young woman took a deep breath. Do you not think there is a reason she is running away with you? Why does she avoid you? From what you are telling me, a woman like Rose would not waste her time beating around the bush if she did not have feelings for you. She would just tell you and be done with it. Why do you think she has not done that? Michael opened his mouth to answer, and then shut it. Alice had a reasonably good point. Rose never hesitated to express her strong opinions about something. When she was conflicted or embarrassed, she practiced avoidance. Like she was doing now. The realization made him want to march up to Rose's room and break the door down. He wanted to see her. He needed to, but he would have to act delicately here. It was unfortunate that delicateness was not his forte. Calm down, Michael. Once again, Alice helped to ground him. His sister squeezed his shoulder gently, her gaze reassuring. You have done surgeries harder than this. I trust you will handle it wisely. So no pressure then. Michael smiled wryly, shaking his head. Despite how ridiculously convoluted everything had seemed, his outlook had suddenly changed. An hour-long conversation with his ridiculous sister had given him the countenance he needed to figure everything out. Well, almost everything. There were a few actions that only he alone could take. First and foremost, he had to find a way to get Rose to speak with him. If he could do that, then maybe, just maybe, he could manage the rest. God willing. It was going to be a grand affair, but then again, when were benefits not grand affairs? For the past few days, Alice had been helping Rose solidify the details. Elias was able to give them his perspective on the best spaces for the events, and Kat, despite her pregnancy, refused to be left out of the many errands that needed to be run. Of course, Elias insisted upon accompanying her everywhere she went, and so she was never out of his sight. A veritable relief for everyone involved. The plans were coming along nicely, and there was no doubt about that. But there was no way they could continue in the same fashion, with her avoiding Michael the way she was. Eventually, she would not be able to rely on Alice, and she would have to confront the man face to face. As things were, Alice was out with her brother making arrangements for the venue. Kat and Elias were talking with caterers, and the Earl and Countess were preparing for a party or another. Meals for the last day had been strained, to say the least, and Rose found herself wondering if there was some unseen drama unfolding in the Tate household. The more she tried not to get into trouble with it, the more she wondered, until she found she was losing sleep. With a sigh, the young woman laid her head back against the bench she reclined on, her eyes sliding shut. It was a gorgeous, clear summer's day outside, and she was all alone. She finally had a moment to think. What are you hiding, Michael? She murmured lowly, drumming fingers over her lower belly absently. Am I hiding something? A low cry of surprise escaped Rose as she bolted upright, her eyes flying open. She found Michael standing over her, his expression mildly amused as he stared down at her. The lounging woman found herself immediately and extremely self-conscious. It was an inborn habit that she could not shake, and she found herself yanking down the skirt that had hiked high on her thighs as she sat up properly. I thought you went with Alice. I was going to. He looked utterly mouth-watering today, clad in a short-sleeved polo shirt that exposed the taut muscles of his arms and form-fitting trousers. But I realized I had some details to attend to here first. Oh. Rose hoped she did not look as disappointed as she sounded. I see. Well, she attempted to look busy as her tone lost its surprised edge. Do not let me keep you. She scribbled nonsense down on the pad in her arms as her heart pounded, and she waited with bated breath for him to move away. A beat passed, and Michael made no motion to leave. He exhaled a long breath before taking a seat next to her. The bench was so narrow that their thighs touched, and heat flared immediately through her. Rose resisted the instant and powerful urge to fling herself into his arms. The heat of him so close to her, that darkly alluring scent of his, it was going to drive her absolutely insane. Rose, you are those details. The young woman's gaze jerked to his in alarm. What had she done now? Why are you running from me? The question came brusquely and without warning. Surely I cannot frighten you that much? It had nothing to do with her being afraid of him. Not one bit. If anything, Rose was terrified of herself, and the way her sensibilities flew out of the window whenever she was near him. It had been bad enough before she got to know the man, but now her desires were nearly unbearable. Far from being forced to attend work with him, she now found herself wanting, more than anything, to tag along with him to work every day. To watch him work his magic, and execute that marvelous healing gift. She found herself wondering about all his female co-workers and which of them were catching his eye, and she despised the sick feeling that rose in her. Michael? This is not really the best time. She tried to deflect him as best she could. We are in the middle of planning for the gala, and I had hoped we would not. Just answer my question, Rose, Michael replied firmly, his gaze never leaving hers. Do I frighten you? Is that why you cannot stand to be in the same room with me, after all we have done together? Reaching out, he cupped her jaw, running a thumb over her slightly parted lips so the young woman shivered. What on earth was she supposed to say to the man? She could hardly form words with him touching her the way he was. That is not it? She managed, swallowing thickly as she fought the urge to lean into his touch. Then what? He countered. For the first time in almost a week, his face was inches from hers, and Rose wanted to kiss him so desperately that it hurt. Tell me. She did not know what to tell him. You confuse me, Michael. You turn everything all topsy-turvy, and I cannot think straight when I am around you, she murmured softly. How am I supposed to tell you something I do not know? Let me help you? He replied, his tone low and silky. Have dinner with me tonight, just the two of us. When she opened her mouth to protest, he would not let her. We can go back to your soup kitchen if you like. I will go anywhere you want, as long as it is with you. The man knew exactly what to say to melt her defenses away. All right. The words left her in the barest whisper, and the next thing she knew, he was kissing her. His mouth was on hers, and there had never been anything so right or perfect in the entire cosmos. Rose devoured him hungrily, her fingers threading through his thick auburn hair as if it had been an eternity since she touched him. She wanted any and all of him at that exact moment. As much as she might want him to, however, Michael did not press further in the gardens. Instead, he lifted his mouth from hers to gaze down at her, his dark eyes bright with desire. Be ready to go out at 7. I will take you in the rolls. The face Rose made was automatic, and it drew a chagrined smile from her beloved. You will survive. And she would. Nothing, not an ostentatiously fancy car, an expensive restaurant, or any outlandish price tag, would be able to temper the excitement she felt at being on Michael's arm once more. Letting the lingering sensation of his lips on hers propel her, she made her way upstairs to ready herself for the evening. Each time she tried to reason with herself that her rational mind threatened to intercede in her fantasy world, for once, Rose ignored it. Michael wanted her in his arms again, and this time she would not be so foolhardy as to look a gift horse in the mouth. Running was exhausting. Hiding was even more exhausting. Which was why she was going to allow herself to enjoy this evening, as well as the next 5 weeks. After all, they would be planning the benefit together. They were under the same roof, why torture herself? Why deny herself when Michael's kiss made her feel more like a woman than she ever thought she could? Around 7, the young woman came floating down the stairs in a midnight blue dress that was probably a little too revealing for her usual tastes. However, Rose barely had time to reconsider her choice before Michael's appreciative gaze was taking her in from head to toe. Without a word, he extended his arm to her and led her to the waiting car in the front drive. When they drove, she decided she did not care where they were going. What did it matter, after all? She was more absorbed with the feel of Michael's thigh nestled snugly against hers than she was with their destination. Or at least she was until they reached it. Rose found herself surprised when the car drove down a narrow country road into what appeared to be very real British wilderness. They drove through the darkness for a full 10 minutes before she contemplated raising her voice, but just then the trees around them fell away and her breath caught in her throat. Before them was an immense lake, sparkling beneath the light of thousands of stars. On the edge of that lake was a small cabin, its windows alight with a warm glow silhouetted on the banks of the gorgeous body of water. As the car pulled to a stop, Rose gazed at the sight in wonder. She was so engrossed that she did not notice Michael had left the car until he had opened her door and extended his hand to her. "Shall we?" For some inexplicable reason, Rose felt her heart begin to pound. She took Michael's hand and stepped from the car, allowing him to lead her to the quaint little cabin. Swiftly, the tall man produced a key from his jacket pocket and let them in. Inside there was not much space. The small living area had been converted into an elegant dining room, with candlelight and soft music playing in the background. Rose glanced at the man next to her. "All right, Michael. If you are trying to be romantic, you have accomplished it." He chuckled, closing the door behind them before he crossed the small room to pull out her chair for her. "You have no idea how much your approval means to me, my lady." With a soft laugh, the young woman sank into her seat, glancing over her shoulder at him. "We are back to titles now, are we?" Michael merely winked at her, before shrugging out of his suit jacket to place it on the back of the chair across from hers. At his action, Rose raised a brow. Said brow continued to rise as she watched Michael make his way to the small, rudimentary kitchen and begin to pull items out of the fridge. "Are you cooking?" she inquired, surprised and incredulous. Michael merely smirked at her. "The best braised rack of lamb you will ever taste." Slowly, Rose began to shake her head, a smile of genuine amusement curving her lips. "I will believe it when I taste it." The doctor merely chuckled. "I accept that challenge." Rose had to admit she was slightly awed by the man's skills in the kitchen, even a tiny one. Having never been much of a cook herself, she was much more inclined to order takeaway or visit a restaurant. Michael, true to his word, seemed to know his way around the kitchen. Rose watched as he braised, boiled and sautéed their dinner into fine form. When he brought it to the table, she still could not quite believe he had made it all before her eyes. "You thought I was a spoiled little princeling that could not fend for himself." Michael poured her a glass of red wine with a flourish, his smile smug. "I live alone, you know. How do you think I feed myself?" "Takeaways, like a normal person," she answered smartly. In return, Michael popped a roasted vegetable in her mouth, and Rose savored the crisp herby flavor. Michael was an untold talent, it seemed. "Does Annie know you can cook like this?" "You are not to tell her." Taking a seat across from her, the man pointed his fork at her threateningly. "Or it will be my head." Rose laughed softly. All right, Understood. With that, she dug into her meal. After having lost her appetite for a few days, she found she was ravenous and tucked in enthusiastically. In less than half an hour, she had polished off her food and 2 glasses of wine and was feeling quite proud of herself. I almost forgot, Michael perked up as he put down his own knife and fork. Dessert? Rose was tipsy enough to think she might not mind having him for dessert, as the man stood and returned to the kitchen. His form was utterly divine in those slacks, and her fingers itched to uncover the muscular length of his body. She watched with rapt attention as he pulled 2 pastry boxes wrapped in twine from the refrigerator and brought them to the table. I cannot claim to have made these, he admitted with a chuckle, but I have been guaranteed by the purveyor that they are worth every cent I paid. As he placed a box before her, Rose merely gave him a skeptical look. Please tell me you did not pay $300 for a cake. At the question, Michael's eyes took on an odd gleam. Not cake? That was enough to pique her curiosity. Delicately, Rose sliced through the pastry twine with her knife before opening the box. Inside was, oddly enough, another box. This one, however, was made of chocolate and sat on a layer of wax paper. Reaching into the pastry box, Rose removed the thin, elegantly carved chocolate lid. And stared. Inside the chocolate box was an unquestionably gorgeous chocolate dessert. It looked to be mousse of some kind, piped into the box with layers of sponge cake and whipped cream. But it was not the dessert that made her heart stop. It was the dressing. Atop the elaborate confection was a breathtaking white gold diamond ring that shone in the candlelight. It had to be at least 5 carats, set in a band encrusted with minute diamonds covering half its diameter. It was one of the most beautiful pieces of jewelry she had ever laid eyes on. But Rose was at a loss for why it was atop her dessert. And so all she could do was stare. Rose? She dimly realized that Michael was calling her name, and she looked over to see that the man had sunk to one knee before her. He was on his knees. Dear Lord, she had finally lost it. She was dreaming. This could not be happening. It could not. Rose Gwendolyn Lithgow. Would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? Rose could not speak. Her heart was fluttering so fast she was short of breath, and she could not make it stop. How? She finally managed breathlessly. How do you know my middle name? At that, a soft, almost nervous chuckle escaped Michael. That is what you want to know? Of all the things you could ask right now. His amused words helped to snap her from her shocked trance. Rose swallowed thickly, looking from the ring to the man kneeling before her and then back again. Michael, this is not funny. Not at all. Of course it is not, he replied lowly, reaching over her dessert and plucking the ring from atop its chocolate throne. I am absolutely serious, Rose. I want you to marry me. His gaze locked with hers, and Rose found no mockery there. Michael, this is... She struggled to find the words. We barely know one another. We both agreed that this is not what we want. We agreed that this is not what we thought we wanted, he corrected her gently. You want to travel the world and make people's lives better, Rose. I have the skills to help you do that. We worked marvelously together in Africa, you cannot deny that. I have no intention of holding you back, if you will allow me the same courtesy. The young woman opened her mouth before shutting it. She tried opening it again, but no words came out. What on earth was she supposed to say? That this was insane? That he was insane? The smartest thing would be for her to leave him here, return to the car and demand the driver take her home. So why could she not? Why was her heart so terribly full to bursting with something that seemed so much like elation, that she could barely keep the moisture from rising to her eyes? This was wrong. This was not the way she had pictured her life. She was not ready. Michael had caught her completely off guard. Your favorite color is silver. At first, she did not understand what Michael was saying, but the more he spoke, the clearer his words became. You wear it all the time because it complements your skin and hair, and because it reminds you of the moon. You like chocolate but detest vanilla. You believe it is entirely too boring for you because you are always seeking something new and interesting. You like the Beatles, but would rather have Seal serenade you at night. I know because that is the last song you listen to on your music player. You read to escape from everyday life when you cannot physically escape it, but when you can, you feel as if the weight of the world is lifted from your shoulders. Taking on the burden of someone less fortunate frees you in ways people cannot imagine. And you have lived your whole life thinking that is the one thing people will never understand about you. Rose inhaled a shuddering breath as tears began to slip down her cheeks. But I understand. It is one of the things I love about you, Rose. One of many things. And I am prepared to spend a lifetime discovering them all. The man? Rose sobbed as he took her hands in his. She watched him slip the ring, still slick and sticky with whipped cream, onto her finger. Say yes. You know you want to. The blonde snorted in laughter through her tears. Still cheeky at a time like this? I despise you, Lord Tate. You love me, Lady Lithgow. Michael drew her down from her chair and into his lap. That is why you are going to marry me. Slowly Rose nodded. She could do nothing else. She watched as a slow, triumphant smile spread across Michael's face the moment before his gaze turned heated. With her watching, he raised her ring finger to his mouth to envelop her in warm wetness as he cleaned the digit of the dessert's leavings. Rose gasped, only able to endure a few seconds of teasing before she slipped her hand from his mouth and replaced it with her own. They gave themselves fully to the moment that followed, lost in the quiet intimacy that needed no words beyond the steady rhythm of their hearts and the warmth of shared promises. When the night finally gave way to morning, they lay wrapped in each other's arms, the world outside the little cabin forgotten for a time. If Lord Michael Tate thought he was busy before proposing marriage to Rose, what came after was a veritable litany of activity. Of course, Alice was the first to know that his machinations had gone according to plan, and after triumphantly claiming that she had always told him so, his sister congratulated him with a warm embrace for both him and his bride-to-be. She and Rose, he found, were getting along swimmingly, which could only bode well for the future. Of course, Elias and Catherine were the next to find out. Kat all but danced in joy, at least, as much as she could dance a mere 2 weeks away from her due date. Elias did not seem overly surprised, merely citing that he was proud that his best friend had grown some courage. Michael owed him one for that, and he had plans to torture Elias specifically at his stag party. Then, of course, there were he and Rose's parents. Michael found himself quite somber when he spoke with the Earl and the Countess, if for no other reason than because he knew he was playing into their hands. It was quite convenient for them that he had happened to fall in love with the woman they picked, and he made it clear, on no uncertain terms, that they might very well have lost him in trying to pigeonhole him into his duties. Furthermore, he announced that there would be no Tate heirs until he was ready. He enjoyed the look on their faces. Michael considered it payback for the trouble they had put him through. They could stay on pins and needles for a couple more years. It might take just that long for him to forgive them. Rose's parents, for their part, garnered more joy from the match, seeing as though their plans had been slightly less of an ultimatum for their daughter. At the news of Rose's engagement, they came to visit and celebrate personally with the Tates, and it was the first time in a while that Michael got drunk with the gentry, which made him so uneasy. Rose apologized uneasily over and over for her mother pinching Michael's cheeks and calling him son. For his part, the good doctor merely threatened to cut off her brandy for medical reasons, and she sidled away reluctantly. For this, Rose called him a wonder. Of course, with news of the engagement, the benefit evolved. Over the next few weeks, it became as much of an engagement party for Michael and Rose as it did a cause to raise money for Congolese in need. Instead of wedding presents, Rose urged their prospective guests to give monetary gifts to charity, and they obliged handsomely. By the night of the actual event, they had close to £4 million in donations, and the number only continued to grow. Michael had hardly left his bride's side since their engagement, but on the night of the benefit, she begged off to visit Elias and Kat in the city. The couple was busy helping in the gala preparations, and adjusting to life as new parents. Baby Liam had arrived just a week after Michael and Rose's engagement, and Rose was eager to help Kat dress him for the party, which left Michael completely alone for the first time in 4 weeks. After he had showered, he took a moment to stare at himself in the mirror. Tonight he would see Rose in her element, happy and working towards a cause close to her heart. In 6 months she would be his wife. His, forever. So why did he feel a twinge of guilt when he thought about his beloved fiancée? On the night they had celebrated their engagement with their parents, Rose's very inebriated mother had whispered to him, "You know she had plans to leave us? Vietnam, Thailand, or some pitiful other country like that. She held it over our heads for weeks when I insisted she would love you if she just met you. And look, I was absolutely right." Rose had turned immediately scarlet and shushed her mother. Michael, of course, thought nothing of it until she spoke of the matter later on in his arms. "I told them that I was going to Vietnam once things fell through with this. Made them promise to double the time I stayed after I proved you were wrong for me. I was stubborn. It seems juvenile now, but no secrets, right? No secrets." It was quite a reasonable request. They were going to be sharing their lives together after all, and the fact that Rose trusted him enough to tell him something so trivial humbled Michael. It just further solidified his determination that she should also know the truth. It was impossible to count the number of times over the past few weeks Michael had tried to tell Rose about his true parentage, about the ridiculous stipulation his parents had placed upon him. No matter how he spun it, the story sounded ugly. He could never quite bring himself to let it spill out. What he needed was the right place and the right time. Both had seemed to be in short supply with how busy they had been lately. But he would tell her. Michael swore that, before they were married, he would tell her everything. With a sigh, the man splashed water on his face as he contemplated himself one last time. Tonight was all about Rose. He would not concern himself with other, more trivial matters. Michael dressed quickly and impeccably. Despite the traffic, he made it to London in under 2 hours and arrived at the venue, a breathtaking museum that Elias had designed years ago, right on time. While the driver went to park the car, he greeted the paparazzi as graciously as he could before hurrying inside. There were hundreds of well-dressed, extremely moneyed guests bowing and kowtowing. Of course, these types of social events usually made him uneasy, but this one he would bear for Rose's sake. The ballroom was decorated exquisitely, with silver and purple streamers strung wall to wall, and a light display to imitate the starry night sky. Michael checked with the doorman to make sure most of the guests had arrived on time before moving into the crowd in an attempt to find familiar faces. Rose told him that she would be wearing a silver gown, and so he looked for her eagerly. Instead of finding her, however, his eye was caught by several big-screen LCD televisions broadcasting live news events from the Congo. Thankfully, there was nothing too disturbing running, so he turned his attention back to finding his fiancée, and almost ran headlong into Catherine. At the sight of her, Michael grinned. He almost did not recognize her without her pregnant belly. Instead, she carried a minute infant dressed in a tiny tux. Anyone who saw baby Liam loved him immediately, and Michael had to admit that he was not immune to the boy's charms either. "I was worried you might not make it in the traffic." Kat beamed, bouncing Liam gently. She looked radiant in a red dress that set off her green eyes, and Michael promptly pecked her cheek in greeting. "And how are you, Liam?" He lowered his voice, taking the proffered child from Kat's arms to cradle him gently. The warm weight made his heart unexpectedly light as he rocked Liam back and forth. "Are you behaving for Mummy? We would not want you taking after your father, would we?" At that, Kat snickered. Liam yawned, opening his tiny mouth wide and promptly spit on the sleeve of Michael's jacket. The doctor winced as Kat immediately flushed in embarrassment. "Oh dear, Michael, I am sorry. I burped him earlier." "It is fine." He brushed off her apology with a crooked grin, depositing Liam back in her arms. "I will just clean up in the toilet. Be right back." Rose is waiting for you by the buffet. Kat called after him. I will tell her you are here. With a smart nod, Michael turned and began making his way toward the bathrooms. Thankfully, people made way relatively quickly in the face of baby soil, and he made it to the men's room fairly quickly. The stain, however, was not quite so accommodating. Michael removed his jacket and rubbed at the sleeve devotedly for 5 minutes with no improvement. He was in fact still rubbing when the door to the men's room opened once more. Michael? His head popped up to see Elias in the doorway, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I might have to forfeit my jacket. This stain is impossible. Mike, you need to get out here right now. Elias' expression was grave, on the edge of panic, and the moment Michael realized, he rushed from the bathroom. The moment they were back on the ballroom floor, the first thing he noticed was that silence had fallen over the crowd. The only sound was the voice of a television reporter. The volume from the television had been raised, and every guest watched the screen with rapt attention. We have here a man who is part of the Freedom Militia. In the wake of a visit to the Congo by British nationals, he has pressing information to share about the sanctity of Congolese soil. Michael's mouth fell open as the reporter on screen extended her microphone to none other than the man from whom Michael had taken a gun. He had meant to kill him on that dusty, hot day in the Congo, but Michael turned the tables. The doctor would never forget his filthy teeth and cruel smile. This man, he calls himself doctor, the militant trilled in broken English. He is no doctor. He is not even English. To Michael's shock, the man waved a handful of Polaroids in front of the cameras. They were pictures Rose had taken of the Tate family tree to help children read, along with a copy of what he now knew to be his own baby picture. I have proof here, the Congolese man continued. Proof that he is not English. He is Russian. We let this man onto our soil, and he could be a spy or something just as bad. He leered into the camera, clearly glad of the attention as he continued. I have the papers here. I researched him. He is from Russia. His father is a bad man. Very bad man. He only pretends to be English. And why, you ask? Michael felt nausea begin to turn his stomach as the man held up a picture of Rose. Lord and Lady Lithgall's audible gasps echoed around the room. I have information that he is marrying this woman. Rich woman. How can he have money if he is not English? He wants to marry a rich lady and take her money. Take her name. This idiot had everything all wrong. But he was close enough to being right that Michael's mother and father were beginning to look alarmed. Even Alice's face had flushed from where she stood close to the punch bowl. If you do not believe me, ask him. Ask this fake Englishman. Ask and you will see he is a demon. Michael could not bear to hear any more. He forced himself to shut it out. To shut everything out. The questioning stares shot his way, his parents' desperate pleading gaze. He needed to go back to the bathroom and take a minute to think. Michael? He froze. All at once, she was there in front of him. Rose, a vision in silver silk and pearls. Her gray eyes were wide and questioning as she looked from him to the television and back again. What nonsense is he on about? Michael swallowed thickly. This was not how he wanted it to happen. Not now. Rose? Michael's parents were making their way towards him in a panic. The Earl was all but shoving his way through the crowd in an attempt to get to his son. Listen to me, Rose, this is not what it seems. Then what is it? She replied, her voice somewhat mild as she gazed up at him. Not here, Michael grunted as his arm was suddenly taken in an iron grip. He glanced back to see his sister had taken hold of both his and Rose's arms and propelled them away from the ballroom. Within a trice, the woman found an exhibition room and shoved them both inside. In an instant the door was shut behind them, and Michael found himself staring down at his very lost-looking fiancée. The woman he loved. How on earth was he supposed to explain this?
Chapter 8. Bound Together.
He is lying, is he not? Rose's voice rang out through the empty exhibition room as she stared up at Michael in the semi-darkness. Just a bid for attention. He went back to Elias's village and did who knows what to get those photos, and now he hopes to infect someone in the international community with his lies. Michael's heart ached. He did not know what hurt more, the realization that evil had once again found the village they had tried so hard to help, or that he had no idea how to explain things to Rose so they made sense. Rose, there is some truth in what he says. Even in the dim light of the room, he could see her face fall. Rose searched his expression almost desperately, as if she expected him to soothe the alarm rising in her mind. I am Russian by birth. I did not know until very recently. I am sure you might have seen the Tate family tree in the book you borrowed. The young woman merely gaped as he continued. I was adopted, apparently the love child of a Russian defense minister and his romantic partner. My parents told me they wanted to save me, but I am sure what they wanted was a trump card they could use later, so they took me away and raised me as a Tate. But I am not a spy. I did not even know about this until a few weeks ago. How a man with the resources of a Congolese militant discovered the details is beyond me. He did not think his chest had ever been so tight. Rose stared up at him, her attention focused on him until he finished speaking. When he trailed off, she stepped forward, her expression unreadable. Is that all this is? She inquired softly, her fingers curling into his shoulders. In her earnest gaze, she begged him to be finished, hoping with every fiber of her being that that was all there was to this misunderstanding. And Michael knew that he had to tell her all of it. He could not marry her unless Rose knew the entire truth. That is not all. He had hoped for better circumstances than this, but in that moment, it occurred to Michael that maybe the magic scenario he was waiting on would never come. There were certain conditions placed on my adoption. As I was a Russian citizen almost 40 years ago, the way things were done was antiquated. Ridiculous. How ridiculous. Her fingers were now curled so tightly into his arms that he could feel the tips of her nails through his shirt. Her eyes were hard on his, and Michael's heart hammered heavily against his ribs. It was required that I marry into a true British noble family. The marriage license would secure my status as a Tate and my ability to provide heirs, completing my citizenship and assuring my inheritance, as well as the familial line. Rose froze, every muscle in her body going visibly stiff. Michael could see the cogs in her mind working, and rushed to reassure her that it was not what she thought it was. Rose, this means nothing. I love you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. When did you find out about your inheritance? She cut him off sharply, her eyes blazing defiance. Tell me. Michael swallowed thickly. No secrets. The week before we were engaged. Rose staggered back from him as if he had physically struck her, her expression horrified. Michael made to go after her, only to have Rose throw a hand up in warning. Do not touch me. Do not you dare touch me. Rose? He could feel his heart being torn into 1,000 pieces at the betrayed expression on her face. Please believe me. Believe you? She replied incredulously, her voice trembling. You want me to believe that you want to marry me after knowing me for 6 weeks? That you are madly in love? That this just happened to coincide with the knowledge that everything would be taken from you if you did not marry post-haste? She began to shake her head slowly in disbelief. I cannot believe I fell for it, that I almost... A choked sob escaped her and Michael's eyes slid shut. He could hardly breathe. He had to gather the wherewithal to tell her. To make her understand that this had nothing to do with money or titles. That he had never felt the same about any woman he had ever known. But the words would not come. All he could see was the devastated expression on her face. All at once there was a soft tinkling sound, and Michael's eyes popped open as a small object struck the ground at his feet. His eyes widened when they fell on Rose's engagement ring, before jerking back to her face in horror. The woman's expression was stony, absolutely cold, even as her eyes gleamed with unshed tears. You can take your hope diamond and keep it." With that, she turned on her heel, flinging the door to the room open before storming out, leaving Michael utterly alone. His face a mask of disbelief, the doctor bent to pick up the ring at his feet. As he raised it to his line of vision, it glimmered in the low light. Michael remembered the look of shock on Rose's face when she first laid eyes on it. Remembered how she had trembled as he slipped it on her finger. He had never imagined he might feel any greater emotion than he had in that moment. But now he knew better. The weight of tragedy was far heavier than the elation of triumph. He floated through the rest of the event on a blurry haze of automatic responses and gentlemanly airs. He had long learned to mask his real feelings behind politeness, and now for the first time, he welcomed the anonymity. Of course, his guests wanted to know what had happened. What the Congolese man on the television had been talking about. However, Michael allowed his parents and sister to voice their concerns. He himself focused as best he could on running the benefit. Even though Rose had long fled, he could not answer guests who asked him where she was, so instead he redirected their interests. He focused on the fundraising, and by the end of the night, they had raised almost $10 million in relief funds. And he felt absolutely nothing. Michael left as soon as he was able, despite Elias' demands that he tell him what had happened. He drove the Rolls-Royce himself, not back to his parents' manor but to his own apartment in North London. Though he was sure the maid had been in frequently, the place seemed oddly musty and completely empty. Where Michael had once enjoyed his solitude, he now found it almost overbearing. In the past few weeks he had spent with Rose, he had grown used to having her at his side. Used to the thought of having her forever. But he had ruined all of that. If he had just been honest with her from the beginning, maybe all of this could have been avoided. Maybe she would still be here with him. But it was not going to help him to dwell on maybes and what could have been. Right now, he needed to dull the pain. With a sigh, he tossed his jacket on the couch and retrieved a bottle of Macallan from where Elias had placed it in the cabinet months ago. He started to get a glass, but ultimately decided that he did not care, and began drinking straight from the bottle. Rose? He lost her. He lost her. He could not ever remember feeling so desolate. Michael drank until his senses were dulled. Until the sharp pain in his chest reduced to an excruciating ache, and his vision started to run together. He had never been a heavy drinker, but right now he needed, more than anything, to block out the gravity of his mistakes. He had not the wherewithal to deal with them with his usual grace. No, right now, if he was sober, he would throw things. Break them. Be completely and totally foolish. So he needed to drink. He was, in fact, so affected that he did not notice his phone buzzing in his pants pocket. When he fumbled to pull it from his slacks, he noticed that he had no less than 10 missed calls. Some were from Elias, more than a few were from Alice, but 5 were from his parents. They had enormous nerve to be trying to contact him right now. They had spent the entire evening of the benefit bowing and scraping, reassuring people that the Congolese militia man who had tried to shoot him was lying through his teeth in an attempt to cause an uproar. Luckily enough, almost all of the benefit's patrons believed them. How fortunate they were to just be able to erase their mistakes. A snap of their fingers and they were gone. While he was looking over his calls, his phone began to vibrate once more, his mother's name scrolling across the screen. Michael contemplated merely tossing the device away, but on impulse he answered. "Hello, Mum?" "Michael, thank goodness you are all right." The Countess immediately gushed with the typical drama. "We were worried sick about you. Where have you gone?" "Home." The doctor took a swig of liquor from the half-empty bottle on the table before him. "I will not be coming back to the manor. You can have Annie pack my things and send them back to my flat." "Darling, that is ridiculous. You need to come back to the manor and speak to Rose. She is packing all her things to leave, and I have seen neither hide nor hair of her engagement ring." "What happened, Michael?" The diamond was hard in his pocket, pressing against his thigh. When he first saw it in the shop, his only thought was how beautiful it would look on Rose's delicate finger. Now, without her, it was just a rock threatening to cut into his flesh. "There is no engagement, Mother." The Countess inhaled so sharply that Michael was surprised she did not swallow her mobile phone whole. "Rose knows all about the adoption and the stipulations. I told her everything at the benefit." But darling? Countess Angela Tate had a bad habit of stuttering when she was nervous. She almost never did so, but now she was quite panicked. "Why would you do such a thing? You two were so splendid together." "Because it was the right thing to do," he replied flatly. "Better to tell her now than have it come out later." "But she broke off the engagement?" "Michael dear, that means you only have another year or so before." "Enough, Mother." Michael's words were sharp and piercing, designed to hurt. "Enough with the titles, the inheritance, and the Tate family reputation. This is your doing. You wanted your heir, but you did not think about your son, did you?" Rising from the couch, he picked up the bottle to carry with him as he began to pace furiously, years of frustration pouring from him. "You were never willing to accept me for what I was. You only wanted to mold me in your image, and now look where it has gotten you. You are only worried about a marriage for politics' sake, and you know what? You will not get it." He took another swallow from the bottle, quite pleased to hear his mother all but hyperventilating over the phone. "I am not touching another woman. Ever. No marriage, no children, nothing. And when the year is up, everyone will know the truth of what you have done. It is the least you deserve." For almost a full minute silence reigned between them. When the Countess finally spoke, her tone was meek and pleading. "But Michael, you could just as easily find another. There are plenty of beautiful, willing ladies." Michael snapped. Regardless of the drink intended to dull his senses and the desolation that consumed him, his mother's selfish request was enough to slam his temper to the forefront. "I love her," he roared into the receiver, sending the half-full bottle of Macallan hurtling against the opposite wall to smash in a fountain of glass and liquor. "I love her, and your machinations have ruined my chances with her. How can you be so cruel as to imply that there is another? I would rather walk away from everything than inherit your name under these conditions, you selfish woman." His phone went the same way as the bottle, smashing into tiny bits and pieces against the marble of the kitchen counter. Once it was decimated, Michael sank down onto his haunches behind the sink, his breathing ragged. Inhaling long and slow, he attempted to force himself to calm down. He had always had a hold on his temper, never let it rule him. But this was too much. He knew he had been harsh with his mother. Somewhere deep down she probably loved him as truly as she purported to. But that love was buried in a place he could not reach, somewhere deep beneath selfish aspiration and superficiality. Well, he would have no more part in it. None. Trembling in fury, the man rose to his feet and padded back to the liquor cabinet, heedless of the shards of glass that cut into his feet. He needed another bottle. Maybe if he drank enough, he would stop seeing her face. His precious Rose. The next week was hell. At least it was when he was not drinking. After attempting to go to the hospital on Monday and being sent home by superiors shocked at his haggard appearance, Michael consciously decided to drink himself into a constant stupor. Why not? It would be a while before he could get his mind together enough to practice again, so why not fill his head with drink? At least that way, he did not have to think of her. But even with the constant alcohol, Michael could not forget Rose completely. When he lay in bed, he remembered how she felt next to him when she slept. He remembered how she nestled into the crook of his neck and shoulder, and pressed soft kisses there. He remembered the way she gazed defiantly up at him when he challenged her, and the way she spoke her mind, regardless of what anyone else thought. How long, he wondered, would it take his vivid memories to fade? Funny, in the end, he and Rose had parted at the end of the summer. Only Michael had never imagined that it would be like this. Sequestered in his apartment, Michael went through a bottle of Macallan a day. When he ran out, he ordered more. When he needed to eat, he ordered takeaway. Which only served to remind him how highly Rose thought of a good takeaway. His parents continued to try and contact him, and his mother even tried to visit, but Michael would not buzz her up. He would not even listen to her pleas for forgiveness. They were the last thing he wanted to hear at the moment. Elias got a little further. Michael actually allowed him into the apartment and offered him a drink. When the architect instead merely commented on how terrible he looked and how he needed to hurry up and return to his old self, Michael merely stared at him blankly. After an hour of insulting, cajoling, and ultimate frustration, Elias stormed out with a threat to send Kat and the baby over to guilt him into conceding. But Michael knew that he would never follow through. A good father would never send his wife and child into a dark apartment littered with empty liquor bottles, no matter who its occupant was. So he was safe in his solitude. Or so he thought. On Monday of the second week, Alice came to visit him. He had of course ignored all her calls, and so when she arrived she merely let herself in with a spare key. Michael was lounging in his living room, starting his daily bottle, when she appeared before him. As always, Alice looked breathtaking without a hair out of place. Juxtaposed with his newly dingy flat, she looked even more radiant. For a long beat she merely gazed down at him, her expression disgusted. Then she rounded his coffee table to snatch his bottle away from him before he could take his next sip. "What do you think you are doing?" Michael merely glared at her, groping for his Macallan. "Give that back." "Like anything. You look a mess." His sister scoffed, giving him a withering once-over that might have once made him cringe. Now Michael found he hardly cared. When he failed to answer her, she merely took his bottle with her when she stalked away from him to the drapes covering the windows. When she flung them open to let in the bright sunlight, Michael cursed. "What are you doing, Alice?" "No, what are you doing, you idiot?" She countered sharply, setting the bottle firmly out of his reach. "Sitting here in your apartment, drinking yourself into old age. Do not be such a pouting child." From Alice, the insult had an effect it had not from Elias, and Michael's eyes narrowed in affront. His gaze never leaving his sister, he rose from the couch to make his way to the liquor cabinet, from which he retrieved another bottle of whiskey and proceeded to open it in front of her with a flourish. "Did you just come here to insult me?" He took a long swallow, and Alice reddened. "I came to get you off your backside." Alice snapped, visibly irritated. "Seeing as how no one else seems to be able to." "What if I do not want to get off my backside?" He replied scathingly, sinking back down onto the couch. "What if I just want to be alone?" Alice merely glared at him scathingly for a long beat before she spoke again. "Why did you not come home the night of the benefit, Mike? You could have spoken to her. Reasoned with her. Instead, you just came skulking back to your apartment like a child." Michael's chest tightened as his glare intensified. "Alice, do not." "I heard her, Michael." She was upset, yes. She was packing up to leave, but she was sobbing. "I heard it every time I passed by her door. I wanted to go in and try to make her feel better, but I had no business. It could only have been you. But you were not there. She was upset, and you were not there to comfort her." "Stop it." He cut in sharply, his stomach twisting viciously. No amount of liquor could help him drown out the pain Alice's words brought. "I do not want to hear any more. Who knows where she is now?" Alice burst, throwing up her hands in frustration. "Long gone. All you had to do was talk to her. Use that exceedingly big head of yours and find a solution, but you are so wrapped up in your own nonsense." "Enough," Michael bellowed, his voice echoing through the emptiness of his apartment as he held his ground against Alice for perhaps the first time in his life. After all, this was no petty squabble they were speaking of. This was his life, and he would not have her belittle it. "Enough and get out of my house. I do not want you here." Alice's reaction was instantaneous. She struck him hard, the loud smack ringing to the ceiling as she stood before him, trembling in anger. For a split second, Michael was shocked. It was the first time he had felt anything but anger and desolation for almost a week, and it broke through the cloudy haze of his depressed, drunken stupor. As his cheek smarted sharply, he touched the injury gently before looking at his sister in surprise. First of all, Alice's tone remained just as curt as before. "You do not ever talk that way to me. Ever. Next time, you will regret it." Second, the young woman paused a moment before she stepped forward to wrap her arms around him and pull him into her embrace. At that moment, Michael realized how exhausted he was. Exhausted from being angry, from being upset. From being everything under the sun, except the one thing he had once prided himself on: rational. The moment Alice's arms were around him, he melted, sagging against her as the bottle in his hand clattered to the floor. With a sigh, Alice rubbed up and down his back comfortingly. She was the only woman he knew who could slap him one moment and embrace him the next. "It is going to be all right," Alice murmured softly. "You can fix this. I know you can." A hopeless, hollow laugh escaped him. "How?" "You told me that she was gone. After I left her alone, she spent an entire night crying and then took off. How am I supposed to find her now? How am I supposed to make her believe me?" Alice looked up, cupping her elder brother's face so she could gaze into his hazel eyes. "You made her fall in love with you once. Now you just have to make her remember why." He groaned. Alice made it sound so easy. With a groan, Michael turned away from her, raking a hand through his unkempt hair. Gosh, how long had it been since he had showered or shaved? An eternity, it seemed like. He realized for the first time how odious his mouth tasted. Gosh, he had been such a fool. "Please tell me you are not going to let your pride stand in the way of going after the woman you insist you love." When Alice goaded him, Michael turned on her, his expression fierce. "I do love her. More than anything in the entire cosmos." At that, Alice merely grinned, crossing her arms over her chest in obvious satisfaction. "Prove it." 1 month later. She was an idiot. An utter and complete fool. Sitting on a mound of warm sand, Rose curled her toes into the grains beneath her as she stared out at the ocean. It seemed as if it could go on forever. An endless, glassy plain of blue that she could lose herself in. That she wanted to lose herself in. There were worse places she could have come, really. Ultimately, she had stuck to her plan. She came to the place she professed she always would, Thailand. Now, sitting on a remote beach, about 100 meters away from the village where she had taken up residence, Rose tried her utmost to feel the sense of serenity and fulfillment that enveloped her the last time she had come to this place. Tried and failed. But then nothing had been easy since she had left England. Nothing had turned out the way she wanted it to. Closing her eyes, she allowed herself to remember the events of a month prior, and was quietly ashamed that tears still welled in her eyes. Why on earth was she crying? She had rid herself of a man who used her. Had found out just in time to keep from being a pawn in his plan to maintain wealth and power. Why was she not elated? Geez, what a complicated question. Sucking in a breath, Rose forced her eyes open. If she opened them, she would not have to think about what could have been. But sometimes she let herself remember. Those 3 weeks in Africa. They should have been absolute hell. She and Michael had been in a war-torn country, trying to save people with little chance of success. Ultimately, she did not know what had become of Elias and her people after she and Michael left. But while they were there, they had done some good. They helped people. They helped each other. For her entire life, Rose had believed that the concept of love was a lark. A lie designed to trick women into settling, when they could be so much more. Her parents had been hell-bent on pressing her into marriage because it was the proper thing to do. She lived in the 21st century. She was her own woman, and Rose was hell-bent on doing only what she deemed worth her time. Africa had been worth her time, not only because of Elias and her people, but because of Michael. He was the first person she had ever met who she truly believed understood her. So much so that he put his own life on the line to get her to a place he had never gone, and used his skills to help her cause. No one had ever done anything so selfless for her before. So yes, their time in Africa had been dangerous. Ultimately, Michael's sister Alice had arrived to take them away before they were killed. But those 3 weeks had been bliss. Rose was able to keep a promise and help people who needed her. And she also got to know Michael intimately. She watched him work his magic on the people in the village. His skills were unparalleled, not only in a plush hospital in a first world country, but also out in the middle of nowhere where it really counted. She had really truly believed that she cared for him. The way he touched her. The way he held her. She still did if she were honest with herself. Was that why she could not let him go? Or was it because he had lied to her? Because he had allowed her to believe that he was a kind, selfless soul, when really he was no different from the rest of them? He had really had her fooled. The way he so easily cast aside the trimmings and trappings of nobility to enter her world. How much of it, she wondered, had been an act? Had it all just been an act? The soup kitchen, the trip they took, and even the night he proposed to her in the cabin on the lake. She could still recall how shocked she had been, how the rational side of her warred heartily with the part that had fallen head over heels for the man without even realizing it herself. She had not known him for very long, but Lord Michael Tate was the only man she ever loved. The only man who saw her for who she really was. And the only man to hurt her so completely. Rose remained on the beach, close to the water, until the sun went down. Only when the last magenta streaks of light had disappeared from the dark sky did she return back to her village to help make the evening meal. In all honesty, she barely remembered leaving England. Everything was a blur. After Michael revealed his deception to her, the only thing she could think about was getting away from him, even as some weak, clinging part of her wished that he would come after her. Tell her it was all a joke, that he did love her. But he had not come. She spent the entire night flinging things furiously around her room, sobbing, refusing to talk to the Tates, and ready for her departure. Of course, her parents demanded to know what had happened when she told them the engagement was off. They wanted her to come home and discuss things, to be rational. But Rose was far beyond being able to listen to them. She booked the first ticket to Bangkok she could find, and left the next morning at dawn. The only person awake to see her off was Alice. Of course, Rose meant to leave the house without anyone's knowledge. In a perfect world, she would never talk to another Tate as long as she lived. But fate had not been on her side recently. Alice caught her on her way out the door. The dark-haired woman was still clad in her nightgown and robe when she approached Rose, and it was only out of civility that Rose even spoke to her at all. "Please wait." It was the only time Rose had ever seen Alice anything other than calm and composed. Her expression was worried, her lovely eyes ringed with dark circles. "Wait for him, Rose. He will make things right." Like anything she would. Rose had forced a small smile onto her face, and dipped her head to kiss Alice briefly on the cheek. "Thank you for everything, Lady Tate." Those were her last words in Tate Manor. Rose had gone straight from northern England to Heathrow Airport, and been in Bangkok within 10 hours. She had hoped that the strain of travel would help her to forget the humiliation she endured, but she had not been so lucky. It had taken her 2 days to reach the isolated village of Phai Au in southern Thailand. It was where Rose had spent her tenure in the Peace Corps, and she remembered it intimately. Despite the fact that she had not formally told any of the residents she was coming when she arrived, they greeted her with open arms. She was welcomed as if she had never left, and in that she found some small measure of comfort. She hoped she would heal. And one day she knew she would. But for now, as she helped to serve children the rice their mothers had cooked them, the pain in her heart was still enough to temper any joy she might feel. Where, she wondered bitterly, was Michael now? Had he already moved on to the next unsuspecting, moneyed woman in London? How quickly would he get her to agree to his proposal of marriage? Though the idea of Michael being with another woman made her physically ill, she forced herself to relive it over and over. It was the only way she would be able to distance herself from him. Rose managed to last until after dinner, before she hurried to the edge of the village to empty the contents of her stomach miserably. It seemed that ever since she left London, she could barely keep anything down. Of course, she had often heard rumors of someone being so heartsick that it made their body physically ill, but she had never believed them. Not until recently. That night she lay awake on her cot, staring up at the thatched roof of the hut she shared with a woman named Pri and her small daughter Lau, and wondering when she would be able to forget, when she would be back to her old self again and be able to move on with her life. Hopefully, being in Thailand would help. It had to. If helping these people did not hasten her journey back to the real world, she was not sure what would. The days seemed to pass at a snail's pace for Rose. Every morning, she awoke early to help the children on their way to school. In the small but clean space, she did her best to help the teacher educate them. Of course, her best subject was English, and after 4 weeks in Phi Ao, she was proud to discover that almost all the children knew their alphabet. Rose was also not too shabby in arithmetic, so she helped where she could when the teacher fell short. Her afternoons were spent helping to harvest food and fish, a sport she used to enjoy heartily, but now she found she could barely muster the strength for it. By the time she went about her evening duties and into dinner, she was exhausted, all but crawling into bed. It seemed she grew more and more tired by the day, but Rose was not convinced she was anything but profoundly depressed, until one of the village elders was found dead in her hut one morning. A quick diagnosis by one of the only trained nurses among them proved that it was a particularly virulent strain of malaria, thought to be confined to the north of the country. Almost immediately, the news spread through the village. Everyone was warned to wash their hands with soapy water, make sure food was thoroughly cleaned and cooked, and most of all, to make sure that mosquito bites were dealt with quickly. Of course, it was impossible to avoid the insects altogether. Rose herself had been bitten hundreds of times in the month she had been in the village. Ultimately, she told herself that putting anything on her skin was fighting a losing battle. At least until the malaria outbreak started. Despite their best efforts, the people of the village were sickened, one by one. First the small children fell ill, and then their mothers in an effort to care for them. Then those tending to the sick were infected, until finally, in only 2 weeks' time, over 70% of the village was sick. Numerous pleas were sent to larger cities to send a doctor, but so far no one had come. Rose did the best she could to keep up with the demand for care, but when Lily, the nurse who had diagnosed the first case, died, she found herself swamped with work. She ran from hut to hut from dawn until dusk, barely stopping to eat and sleep for a few hours every night. Even as exhausted as she was, Rose told herself that if she just pushed through it, things would come out better on the other side. These people needed her, and she could not let them down. That thought kept her going right up until she collapsed in the village square one morning, not a single hour after getting up. It came without warning. One moment Rose felt hot and dizzy, and the next she was coming to the ground, a host of concerned faces hovering above her. "Rose?" Pri's voice was faint, almost as if she were half a world away. "Are you all right, Rose?" "I am fine," Rose tried to speak, but her words came out in the weakest of whispers. Why could she not lift her head? All of her limbs felt like lead, and her mouth might have been full of cotton. Her expression alarmed, Pri raised a hand to feel Rose's forehead and drew back in shock. "She is burning up. Get her into one of the houses, quick." Burning up? Was she sick? But she could not be sick. She had work to do. However, there was little Rose could do, as the few healthy people left in the village pooled their strength to carry her to one of the only remaining free beds. As the villagers bustled around her, she finally allowed her exhaustion to overwhelm her, and felt herself falling into darkness. Phi Ao. When the man Michael had paid to see him through Thailand first told him that the village would take 2 days to reach, he had been skeptical. But he forced himself to let Kobe do his job. After all, he had not come this far to quit now. As he sat in the back of a car racing towards the closest village that would allow them access to the jungle beyond, the tall man stared out of the window, his expression intense. He wished he could have come sooner. In truth, he would have come the moment his sister managed to snap him out of his stupor, but he had encountered more than his fair share of obstacles. He had, of course, needed first and foremost to find Rose, and the only people who knew where she was were her parents. Rose had once told Michael that their parents were not very different. They both came from noble families that prized wealth and prestige over anything else. However, when he had arrived at the Lithgow family estate, Lord and Lady Lithgow had laid into him, not because he had ruined the marriage they had so meticulously planned, but because he had driven their daughter away. They were incensed, convinced, and not wrongly so, that Michael was the reason Rose had fled the country. They expelled him from their house and barred him from returning, which meant they also refused to divulge where their daughter had gone. Thanks to Lady Lithgow's drunken rant, Michael already knew it was somewhere in Thailand, but unless he got a more specific location, he might very well spend the rest of his life in the Southeast Asian country trying to find her. He needed the Lithgows to help him, and to say the least, they had not been very accommodating. Every attempt Michael made to see them only resulted in further defiance, until finally, shockingly, his parents had stepped in. Predictably, Michael had not wanted their help. He wanted nothing more to do with his family's selfish bids to rule British nobility. Almost as if in tandem with the Lithgows, he stolidly refused to see either of them until finally, his mother got through to him. Alice, nearly as shocked as he himself at the news, told him that her mother had come clean about everything. She had all but announced to British society the exact plight of Michael's birth. That he needed to be married by the time he was 37 in order to maintain citizenship and his family ties to the Tates, and how wrong she had been for accepting the terms set upon his adoption. Of course, the latter profession had garnered Michael's attention enough that he agreed to see his mother. Angela had met him tearfully, and to his complete surprise, revealed why she had outed their prestigious family's secret. "I love you, Michael. Perhaps I was too stubborn and foolish to have been so selfish until now, but I would like to make up for it. Whether you marry or not, whether you can ever forgive me or find yourself unable to, I will always be your mother and you, my son. I will fight for you." Even now, months later, Michael was still reeling from her profession, from the tightness of perhaps the first earnest embrace she had given him in her entire life. His renewed faith in his parents allowed him to accept their help, and that was when the Tates began to pressure the Lithgows. Admittedly, it did not take much for them to crack. The threat of social isolation in London was enough for them to grant Michael the meeting that led him to southern Thailand, and the village in which he hoped to find Rose. Kobe and he arrived at the closest village to Phai Ao, around midday. From there, a village fisherman told them it was a full day's trip through the jungle to reach Phai Ao, and that it would be better to wait until the storm brewing on the horizon had passed. Michael had seen no storm, but true to the fisherman's words, the next day, the sky opened up, and rain poured down on the small village in rivulets. Michael and Kobe were driven inside their own rented hut to wait out the storm, and every minute that ticked by only infuriated Michael more. It rained for a full 2 days, and by then, all of Michael's clothes were soaked through with a mixture of perspiration and humidity. By the time he and Kobe finally left, he was itching to escape the small confines of their hut. Of course, the jungle was hardly any more kind. Their fisherman guide helped them avoid some of the more dangerous animals, and took the lead on a well-worn path through the foliage. Even so, Michael found it hard to keep his footing. The ground was uneven, and the bags he carried weighed more on him with every step he took. To keep his confidence, he reminded himself that Rose lay at the end of his journey. When he saw her, he would make up for all the pain he had caused her. As Alice had directed him, he would prove that he loved Rose more than life itself. And he would win her back. They got only a precious few hours of sleep that night, and when they awoke, the fishermen announced they were a scant 4 hours from Phai Ao. Michael had to resist the urge to shove the man aside and run the entire way. Instead, He kept to the path and followed the fisherman and Kobe until the path finally ended. In the clearing beyond lay a very picturesque little Thai village against the brilliant backdrop of the sea. Though Michael knew that it was in Rose's nature to want to help people, he was sure it had helped her decision to come here that the place was absolutely beautiful. As they drew nearer, however, Michael noticed that something seemed off. It was midday, and yet he could not see a single inhabitant of the village milling about. "We are sure this is it?" he inquired skeptically to Kobe. "It is inhabited?" "For sure," the Thai man replied succinctly. "Fishermen are in and out all the time." "So why did it seem so utterly deserted?" Michael did not see any signs of life at all until they were literally in the thick of the village itself. It was only then that he began to hear soft moaning, low wails of discomfort, and almost inaudible sobbing. The hairs on the back of his neck stood straight up. What on earth was happening here? All at once, 2 women and a man appeared in the doorway of a house not 3 meters in front of them. Between them, they carried a makeshift stretcher, and upon it was the body of a recently deceased teenage girl. Michael's stomach tightened. He could not fight his impulse, and immediately raced to them. "What happened?" he demanded immediately, almost shocking the 2 women into dropping the load they carried. "How did she die?" For a long beat, all 3 villagers only stared at him, and Michael cursed. They probably did not speak English. Luckily, Kobe and the fisherman came to the rescue. Kobe spoke to the trio in rapid Thai before turning back to Michael. "I told them you are a doctor. They say she died of malaria. Most of the village is infected." Michael's blood ran cold. "Ask them if they knew an Englishwoman living here. Her name is Rose. She might be helping with the sick." Kobe nodded, immediately translating for the trio of villagers. One of the women's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of Rose's name. "Rose?" she repeated in English. "Rose?" "Yes, Rose." Michael burst impatiently, taking the woman's hand gently. "Do you know where she is?" Quickly, Kobe convinced the fisherman to help him take the woman's burden from her. The moment she was free, she wrapped strong fingers around Michael's wrist and dragged him towards a line of huts in the rear. She pointed to one of the last ones on the right, and Michael thanked her quickly before breaking away and sprinting towards it. Within a moment, he was inside the dim space, and the sight that met his eyes almost brought him to his knees. Rose's lithe, slender form lay on a narrow cot, paler than he had ever seen her. Every inch of her skin was covered in a thin sheen of sweat, and she seemed to be struggling for breath. Next to her, a middle-aged Thai woman held her hand tightly, rocking back and forth with an anxious expression. "Rose?" The word escaped him in a rush, and Michael barely made it to her side before he collapsed to his knees. The woman next to him leapt to her feet. "Who are you?" she demanded in perfect English. "What are you doing here?" Michael could hardly speak. He took the hand the woman had dropped and felt the weak pulse at Rose's wrist. Any elation he might have felt at being reunited with her was sapped from him at the sight of her struggling so hard to take her next breath. She was very, very ill. But he had to keep his composure. It was one of the things Rose had so admired him for. If he could not do that now, he would not be able to help her or any of the people in the village. And he would have come here for nothing. Somehow he managed to speak. "I am here to help." And it was the honest truth. Michael had seen far too many epidemics in the past year. They were ugly things, products of isolated settlements and governments who cared little for their people. Luckily in Phayao, there had not been many deaths yet. But there might have been. Had Michael not arrived when he had, who knew how long the villagers might have gone without medical care? He got to work within minutes of finding Rose's barely breathing form, calling Kobe, the fisherman, and every able-bodied villager to him to give them direction. He sent 2 of the villagers and the fisherman back to another town in order to take a car and secure supplies from the nearest hospital. Kobe and the others set to work with the limited supplies he had brought with him. For now, emphasis was placed on keeping people well hydrated and conscious. But Rose was well beyond that. Though he knew he had other patients to tend to, Michael could not bring himself to devote his full attention to them. Not with Rose clinging to life the way she was. According to Pri, her companion, she had been bedridden for about a week, but the older woman suspected that Rose had been sicker for far longer. She had been exhausted and listless almost since she had arrived at the village, and now it seemed as if she had lost the will to live. Michael made her as comfortable as he could. He fed Rose a thin gruel, made sure she drank as much as she was able, and mopped her fever-moist skin. But until drugs arrived from a hospital in the closest city, there was little else he could do but pray. Michael absorbed himself in his work. All in all, there were about 30 sick villagers, but most of them were still conscious. They could walk and feed themselves, and with Kobe and the other villagers to help him, Michael could split his time evenly between Rose and overseeing their recovery. For 2 days he barely left her side. Michael did everything for her, helped the villagers cook and clean, and prayed to whatever deity existed that he had not come all this way just for Rose to slip through his fingertips. Ultimately, his prayers were answered. 36 hours after Fisherman Lee had gone, he returned with the other 2 villagers on 4-wheelers with cases of anti-malarials. Everyone in the village was duly vaccinated, and those who needed them were given IVs. From then on, it was a simple waiting game. One Michael hated playing. To distract himself, he looked over Rose again and again. Committed to memory features that he thought he might have forgotten. The way her hair curled over her shoulders almost to her waist, the soft pout of her lips, and her incredible milky skin. He checked her pupils and vitals, especially her heart rate, which was up since she had been vaccinated. And that is when he discovered it. A second heartbeat. For a moment, Michael thought that he was imagining things, but it was there. Light and faint, but growing in strength, a scant 6 inches from its mother's. He could only stare, his mind awhirl. Michael learned from the other villagers that Pri was Rose's liaison. She did not speak Thai, and so Pri was both her friend, translator, and confidant. She had said nothing about this, which led Michael to believe that she did not know. Which meant that Rose did not know. Dear sweet God, he had left her alone here. She and the new life within might have died, and he would never have known. Michael took her hand in his, squeezing it tightly as his heart filled until he could barely breathe. All he needed now was for her to wake up, and for the bonds that held them to be completed for the last time. Hers was a world of haze and half-shadows. For the longest time, Rose was not sure if she was asleep or awake. She was hot, then cold, then hot again. Somewhere in her dreams, she heard the voices of Pri and the villagers, but found she was not strong enough to respond. She knew she could not be awake because a few times, she heard Michael's voice mingling with the one she knew. Even when she was barely conscious, she could not escape him. Funny, it was also this half-awake state that allowed her to find her situation almost amusing. Lost somewhere between sleeping and wakefulness, pining for a man who cared nothing for her. And then, one day, the dream ended. And Rose woke up. It happened very suddenly. One moment she was swimming in darkness, and the next, she was staring at the thatched ceiling of an unfamiliar hut. She blinked at the bright light streaming in through the window, before turning her head to gaze at her surroundings. The moment she did, the woman beside her leapt to her feet, tears in her eyes as she clutched at Rose's limp arm. "Miss Rose? You are awake. Thank God." Before Rose could ask anything of her, the woman released her hand and raced from the tent, leaving the young woman in a haze of confusion. Where did Pri go? Hopefully they would get water because Rose was unbelievably parched. She needed to get up and ask how long she had been sleeping. What happened to the villagers? Who was still sick? Rose? Her heart stopped. Slowly her gaze rose to the doorway of the hut, and for a moment Rose was convinced she was still sleeping. That was the only way that Lord Michael Tate could be standing before her in Thailand, thousands of kilometers away from home. "You are finally awake." She watched his expression in a mixture of awe and desire so sudden and fierce that it was almost enough to galvanize her into motion. Why was he here? This man had hurt her. He had lied to her and ripped her heart from her chest. Why was he not back in Britain, finding her replacement? Slowly, Michael stepped into the tent, filling it with his presence. He looked tired, as if he had not slept for days. But that made him no less devastatingly handsome, and hurt her heart no less. Those eyes. Gosh, those eyes could undo her. How do you feel? Michael's tone was carefully neutral, but his fists were clenched at his sides, and Rose found herself swallowing thickly. Tired, awful really. She managed, her gaze never leaving him. Like you look? That earned her a ghost of a smile, gone as quickly as it had appeared. You are recovering from malaria. I arrived a few days ago to find over half the village out with it. Luckily enough, we managed to acquire some anti-malarials from Phuket. Everyone should be right as rain within the next week or two. She should be elated. The village would survive. Pri and her family would be fine. But instead, Rose found herself nervous. She was too weak, too afraid to keep herself from asking the questions that rose to her lips. And so she did not. Why did you come here? Her voice barely rose above the rush of the waves beyond the window of the hut. Without a word, Michael looked over her from the top of her head to the tips of her toes. Rose was suddenly acutely aware of how haggard she must look. She had been in a bed for what must have been days, she was covered in a sheen of sweat, and her mouth tasted awful. Yet, Michael stared at her as if she were a priceless treasure in an exhibit at the Louvre, as if he could want nothing more than to covet her for the rest of his life. She had to be imagining the emotion in his eyes. It could not be real. Believing that it had gotten her into trouble. She could not fall for his game again. If it was a game he was playing, her rational mind piped up dryly, why did he come all the way here from the United Kingdom? It was an awful long way to come, just to satisfy a requirement far better suited to women close to home. I came for you. Taking a step forward, Michael raised his gaze to hers, and the adoration she saw there took her breath away. Rose, you cannot imagine how I felt the moment I saw you lying there, clinging to life. Another step forward brought him just inches from her bed, and Rose was terrified of what would happen if he came any closer. I came here to find you, to convince you that what I feel for you is real, but I did not know how real until I thought I might lose you. To her shock, the man dropped to his knees beside her bed, taking her hand. Rose let him. In fact, she reveled in the warmth that radiated from him, his gaze, his scent. It was everything about him she missed. Everything she denied herself. Rose, I love you. Without titles, without rules and regulations, I love you more than life itself, and I will do anything to prove it to you. She could not stop the tears that welled in her eyes. Rose wanted to be strong. To reject him and protect her heart, but she could not. Not this time. Rose, listen to me. Before you say anything, reaching forward carefully, Michael rested his large hand on the flat expanse of her lower belly. You are with child. Rose stopped breathing. Even as she wanted to deny the possibility. To insist that she had been protected, a part of her had known it was true. Even before she fell sick with malaria, she had been constantly lethargic. Sick to her stomach. Her breasts had recently grown tender, and she was hard-pressed to remember her last cycle. She had been so wrapped up in the shambles of her life that she had attributed all the symptoms to stress, but deep down she had known exactly what they were. A baby. She was pregnant with Michael's child. I heard the second heartbeat while I was examining you, Michael continued, his voice trembling slightly over the words. You are going to be fine. The baby is fine. Rose, all I heard was the most minute of flutters. I thought I was imagining it, but I knew and I wanted it. I want you, Rose. And I want our baby. Reaching up, the man cupped her cheek, and Rose felt a heart she was sure had been shattered irreparably starting to piece itself together. Against her will, her love for him enveloped her in a warm blanket. One told her that no matter what happened, everything would be all right. That she would get her fairy tale. And still Rose fought. She had always been a fighter. So what now? Tears spilled down her cheeks as she searched Michael's face for answers. I go back to Britain with you and the baby? We all become Tates, and live happily ever after in a society that gives aid only to the people it deigns worthy? If she expected Michael to rise to her jibe, she was disappointed. Instead, his hazel eyes merely gleamed with good humor. Well, I suppose eventually that our parents might want to meet their grandchild. But that does not mean we have to live in Britain. In fact, my entire status as a Tate is up in the air right now. Rose's eyes widened in shock. What do you mean? Michael chuckled softly. My mother is challenging the adoption regulations. If she wins, I will be a Tate regardless of where I came from or who I marry. If she loses, I will be just an ordinary British citizen. Leaning down, he brought his face close to hers, so that his lips were a bare hair's breadth away from her own. Do you think you could love an ordinary man? Rose's eyes slid shut, tears sliding down her cheeks. What he said was absolute nonsense, of course. She knew enough about Michael, and she knew that he had amassed his own fortune from his practice, along with wise investments that both his best friend and sister helped him to make. And even if he were dirt poor, Michael could never be an ordinary man. It was impossible. He was extraordinary, willing to risk life and limb for people who could do nothing for him in return. He was a gentleman, even without his title. A brilliant doctor, philanthropist, and the man she wanted more desperately than she needed her next breath. So we will go wherever you want. Do whatever you want. We never have to go back to London, as far as I am concerned. Mind you, Michael grinned teasingly, I am sure Catherine and Alice would be dreadfully upset if they never got to see you again. Rose could not help it. She laughed through her tears, reaching up to cup Michael's face between her hands. She had not felt this light, this elated, in what seemed like an eternity. He was here. Really here, and he wanted her and only her. Oh, I almost forgot. Michael shifted carefully to withdraw an object from his pocket, and in a trice, a very familiar ring was winking before her line of vision. This is yours. I have been holding onto it for safekeeping. Taking her hand gently, he gestured to her in permission. Do you mind if I return it? Beyond words, Rose shook her head slowly. She watched as Michael returned the lovely ring to where it belonged. She would never take it off again, not for as long as she lived. Once the ring was in its proper place, Michael kissed her palm warmly, and then his mouth found hers. In the quiet sanctuary of the hut, they surrendered to the depth of their feelings, sharing a closeness that spoke of forgiveness, longing, and the unbreakable promise of a shared future. The world outside faded as they held each other, hearts beating in rhythm with the distant waves, renewed and whole once more. You will not have to. Rose drew back for long enough to gaze into the eyes that had won her heart. At the man who had touched her like none ever had. We are bound together, you and I. And nothing will ever break us apart.
Epilogue. 4 months later.
Are you sure this is going to be all right? It was the 5th time in less than an hour that Michael had asked her, and this time, instead of answering him, Rose merely glared at him in warning. Michael, despite his intimidating size, knew when to take a hint from his fiancée. He shut his mouth and nodded, merely taking her hand to help her up from where she lounged in her seat. Their flight was about to start boarding, and it seemed as if they had been at the gate for hours. Of course, before that, they went on a long journey back from the small village where they had spent the last 4 months to Bangkok, which was no easy feat. Of course, when Rose had arrived at the beginning of the summer, she thought very little of the grueling journey. Things were a little different when she was 5 months pregnant. Mind you, she had not transformed into a complete whale just yet, but it was harder to get around with her newly rounded tummy, aching feet, and protesting bladder. There were a few points on their journey where she was sure Michael was going to lose his temper with her. She must have asked to stop for bathroom breaks at least 8 or 9 times during a 3-hour car ride. But he had never raised his voice. Not once had he even sighed in exasperation. The man was a marvel, and when Rose remembered that she would soon be marrying him, her heart all but floated out of her chest. Marriage. She had once viewed the concept with such contempt, certain that it was just a ploy to tie women down in their prime, but Michael had taught her otherwise. Even if he was a tad bit overbearing, when Rose suggested that they return to London for a few months, she surprised him. The young woman knew because she had surprised even herself. Even after learning of her pregnancy, she had been bound and determined to remain in Thailand, to give birth in Bangkok before returning home. But things had changed once she and Michael told their families about their plans. Neither set of parents had attempted to manipulate them. They learned the hard way just how well that worked out for them. Instead, they apologized thousands of times over for their behavior and begged to be present for the momentous occasion of their grandchild being born. Michael's mother assured him that she had steamrolled through the committee that had opposed his becoming a full-fledged Tate unconditionally, and that he was always welcome at the estate. She did not, however, impress on him the stress of his status as heir, and for that she earned Rose's respect. Michael would do as he pleased, and in time he would cooperate with his family, this much he made clear to her. But he would do it on his own terms. And Rose could not be prouder of him. So it was off to London for the last trimester of her pregnancy. And she had to say that, for the first time, she found herself excited by the prospect. When she and Michael returned to London, they would be doing so of their own volition. They would face no pressure from their families to marry or act accordingly. In a way, by finding one another, they had finally won their freedom. The irony did not escape her. The flight back to England was pleasant enough. Rose slept almost the entire way under Michael's watchful eye, only coming to groggily half an hour before they landed. It was another caveat of pregnancy, she discovered, that she was literally tired constantly. It was quite annoying for someone who was used to keeping busy every moment of every day. Their parents did not greet them at the airport. Rose knew better than to expect that. Both the Lithgolls and the Tates were too high profile, and too busy atop that to welcome them on their grand re-entry. Instead, they received a decidedly more modest welcome from Kat and Liam. Upon spotting them near the baggage claim, the raven-haired woman made her way over to embrace Rose warmly, shifting Liam to her hip. Rose barely got a chance to kiss the little cherub before Kat gushed over her own swelling belly and congratulated her and Michael on their coming bundle of joy. Rose, for her part, was caught up in cuddling Liam until Michael came over with their bags and redirected her with a gentle kiss. "Do not monopolize him, darling. We will soon have one of our own, do not you worry." At the reminder, Rose's lips turned up into a dreamy smile. It seemed like her days lately were marked by bliss. Everything Michael did only made her want to kiss him or hold him close. Another thing pregnancy had done to her ever-changing body was increase her affection for him. Dramatically. Not that her fiancé was complaining. Michael gladly took everything she had to give and returned it tenfold. In fact, the way the man currently eyed her promised her that once they returned to his flat, he would have his way with her in the most loving sense. She could not wait. "I certainly thought it would take you a long time to get through customs. I am lucky I made it on time." Rose's head swung around in surprise at a very familiar, posh accent, and she immediately grinned. Alice stood not 10 feet away, looking magnificent as always. Though Rose had never been overly concerned with wearing the latest fashions, she was keen on trying some of the maternity clothes Alice promised to design for her. "Alice? Do not you dare run, I will come to you." Alice closed the space between them in 2 elegant strides to pull Rose into a hearty embrace. "Welcome home, darling. So good to see you again." "Likewise." Rose beamed as Alice stepped back to touch her swelling stomach gently. "And hello to you too, little princess. Your auntie is going to spoil you rotten, never worry." The blonde did not doubt it for a moment. Alice spoiled everyone in her immediate vicinity. She was already going on about how many clothes she planned to buy for her niece. "Nice to see you as well." Alice feigned disinterest as Mike and Kat approached, choosing to first hug the dark-haired woman and her son before all but flinging herself at Michael. The enormous man caught her without any hesitation, grinning as he hoisted her into his arms. "Michael, please, you will wrinkle the Gucci. To the winds with the Gucci. I have missed you." Alice's returning smile was warm and genuine as her brother lowered her to the ground. "I have missed you too." Alice was, Michael informed Rose, the only one in his family who he could ever really trust. The one who stuck by his side through thick and thin. And the one who had snapped him out of the funk he was in before he chased her to Thailand. Rose was sure she would never be able to thank her enough. As for Michael, his gratitude was evident in the love and adoration in his gaze. "Come now, we are having dinner downtown." "We?" Michael inquired wryly. "I got us a reservation at Pendleton." "No easy feat, let me assure you. Not for 10 people at least," replied Alice. 10? Rose's eyes widened in surprise. Alice grinned in amusement. "Of course, silly. Michael, myself, and you. Elias, Kat, and Liam, and our parents." She had actually gotten both the Lithgolls and the Tates to take a break from their busy social lives to have a family dinner. Alice truly was a marvel. Rose realized that she probably did not give her enough credit. As Alice picked up one of their bags to prance off as if it weighed nothing, Michael sighed, shaking his head in amazement. "She's a gem, that one. Almost as lovely as you." When he kissed her neck, she sighed in contentment. She could not agree more. Dinner was a large but intimate affair. Of course, with so many world-famous personalities gathered in one place, the restaurant all but shut down at the number of paparazzi trying to get inside. It was not until Elias threatened to sue half of them that they backed off, and Michael had a good chuckle into his aperitif. As much as he had loved Thailand, it was good to be home. It was strange, however, seeing all his friends and family sitting at a table, being cordial to one another. Usually they skated around each other, making appointments when they should have been interacting seamlessly, but just now it seemed effortless. Lady Lithgow chatted with his mother over their wine while the Duke and the Earl smoked cigars, well away from the children and Michael's pregnant fiancée. Elias expounded on the quality of his steak, stopping every now and again to take Liam from Kat and bounce him on his knee. Michael did not think he had ever seen an expression as soft as the one Elias used with his son. Liam was the final chink that undid his armor completely, and he could not imagine the architect having any regrets. For half of his own meal, Michael could not eat much. He was entirely too transfixed by the woman at his side. As Rose spoke and laughed with Catherine and Alice, he took in every inch of her, from the glowing tendrils of hair across her face to her lovely eyes and pert mouth to their child growing slowly inside her. He had not known it was possible to love someone so much. Rose filled his heart as no woman ever had before her, and no woman would after her. When he was with her, nothing else mattered. Not his titles, his money, or even what he was doing the next hour. She was everything he could have wished for, even if he had to fly halfway across the world to get it. Rose accepted him for who he was. She marveled at his medical skills, without implying they were the product of anything other than his own determination. She admired his drive without attributing it to his family name, and she loved him regardless of how much he was worth or where he had been born. It was the kind of love he was convinced only existed in children's stories, and yet here it was in the palm of his hand. "Oh dear," Elias griped after trying to engage him in conversation for the umpteenth time. "If you are up for a round with her, go on then. You are spoiling my meal." Michael merely rolled his eyes at his friend's antics. "I will make sure to remember that the next time you ogle your wife from across the room." Elias had very little to say to that particular comment, and so Michael thought it was an excellent time to make a toast. Clearing his throat, he stood from the table and raised his glass. "I would like to propose a toast to family past, present, and future." It seemed that everyone at the table, could agree on that. To family. Alice smiled, raising her glass as the others followed suit. As Michael sipped his wine, he caught Rose's eye. Though she had no wine, she raised her water glass, and the moment she put it down, he tugged her to her feet to kiss her soundly before everyone present. At that moment, he did not care who was watching. Rose was his, and she and their child would be his entire world. Once, Michael had never imagined that his title would garner him anything but strife. But now, with the woman he loved in his arms, he was willing to admit that maybe, just maybe, he owed his mother a thank you. After all, it was not every day that your salvation dropped into your lap and filled the void in your soul. In the quiet of the evening that followed, they surrendered once more to the depth of their feelings, wrapped in the warmth of shared promises and the gentle certainty of the life they were building together. The world outside the moment faded as they held each other close, hearts beating in rhythm, renewed and whole.
The end. Sneak peek for Dirty Business. Prologue.
Ethan was used to pain. In his short 7 years alive, he had experienced quite a lot of it, both physical and emotional. So the idea of pain did not really frighten him anymore. At least, he never thought it would. It was always a different story when the pain was actually inflicted. And it was no help that his mother seemed particularly skilled at hurting him when he least expected it. Like today. Ethan had been fairly enthusiastic about his day at school. The math test had been an absolute piece of cake. Chicken fried steak was served for lunch, his was government subsidized, and he missed the bus, which meant he got to walk home in a little bubble of solitude. But when he got home, his entire world turned on its head. He thought that his mother might still be at work, but she was not. He found that out the hard way. The moment he opened the door, she hit him in the stomach with such force that he immediately dropped to his knees. The lunch he had so savored only a few hours earlier immediately threatened to come up as he struggled to catch his breath. The pain was so immediate and so intense that he did not even have time to cry out. Ethan had been caught completely unaware, which was what his mother had intended. As much as she loved inflicting pain on him, she relished it all the more when he was surprised. "You little creep," he dimly registered her incensed tone as he tried simultaneously to draw breath and to keep his lunch down. "Did you think I would not notice you were not on the bus?" Ethan could not answer her just then. Even if he wanted to, he would not have been able to. He could barely speak at all, just a pattern of pained wheezes that whistled raggedly past his lips. "Mommy," he gasped. Do not give me your excuses." Alicia Weathers slammed the door behind her son so hard the windows rattled, missing his head by bare centimeters. Unlike him, she had had a particularly bad day. For Alicia, it seemed like every day since Ethan had come into her life was a bad day. Her husband, the man she loved more than anything else in the entire cosmos, the only one who had stuck by her when her parents had all but abandoned her, had left just a few days after the child was born. It was obvious, he told her with no small amount of derision, that she loved the boy more than she loved him. The statement had sapped any remaining love that Alicia might have had for her child, and in truth there had not been very much to begin with. Alicia was a young woman with the misfortune of having drug-addicted, abusive parents, who had thrown her out at the age of 15. Despite her hatred for her parents, she slowly slipped into their exact shoes. By the age of 19, she was married to a man equally as difficult and abusive as both her parents had been. At 20, she thought that the solution to her problems might be a baby. How very wrong she had been. For Alicia, Ethan was just an addition to her many troubles, and she made sure that he knew it every day of his young life. The only reason she had not given the boy up for adoption was because the state gave her money for him as long as she was making minimum wage, and she could not pass that up. "Take this." She shoved the bucket and sponge that she held at him. "And clean the bathroom. It is a mess." Ethan knew better than to remind his mother that he had cleaned the bathroom just the previous day. He had no idea what she did in there, but whatever it was, it ruined the space within hours of his scrubbing. Not that he could ever get the bathroom too clean. The toilet leaked, and there were little bugs everywhere that he did not know how to get rid of. "Can I have my friends over afterward?" It still hurt to breathe, but he somehow managed the question anyway. When his friends were over, his mother usually did not hit him so much. Probably because she worried about what one little boy or another would say if given the chance. It was the one foolproof way he knew to avoid his mother's violence, if only for a little while. Alicia's face screwed up in confusion. Though her first impulse was to deny the boy, if his friends came over, that meant she would not have to deal with him for a while. She was always open to a little alone time. "Fine," she scowled at him. "But do not come up to my room. Do not come anywhere near my room." "I will not," Ethan promised swiftly before his boon could be rescinded. "I promise I will not." But Alicia did not hear him. She was already too absorbed in the prospect of her next moment of peace. She was already starting up the narrow, rickety staircase toward the only bedroom on the second floor. They lived in an old one-bedroom townhouse, and Ethan made his bedroom in a corner of the living room downstairs. He did not mind. There was more space there, and less chance of his mother rolling over in the middle of the night to hurt him for waking her up. Ethan hurried to the bathroom to clean as fast as he could. As always, the place was a mess, and he tried not to think about what exactly he was touching as he cleaned it. It took the small boy about half an hour to clean up his mother's mess. He dumped most of what he found in the garbage and did his best to wipe clean all the surfaces he could reach. After dumping out the dirty water, he rushed for the telephone to call his friends over. As he stood on his toes to reach the kitchen counter, he winced at the sharp pain that lanced through him where his mother had hit him in the stomach. It still hurt, but he was used to this kind of pain. Despite being small for his age and constantly unkempt, Ethan was popular in his first-grade class. He had an easy way with other kids that the teachers admired. He never got into fights, and he was, without question, one of the brightest children in the year, if not in the entire school. It was perhaps his intelligence that kept him from running away. Even as hopelessly unfair and unpredictable as his life was, even at age 7, he knew that getting hurt with a roof over his head was better than being homeless without the hurt. After he called 4 of his closest friends to invite them over, he quickly tidied up the area designated as his room. A corner of the living room held a child-sized mattress covered in a thin blanket, a few piles of clothing, and piles upon piles of books, most of them centered upon math and science. Math was Ethan's favorite subject, and although suggestions from his teachers to move him up a few grades had almost sent his mother into fits, they certainly did not mind lending him a few upper-level books. Ethan had finished all the books currently on loan, and would have to remind himself to ask for more. He was excited to see his friends, and even more excited at the prospect of teaching them something new. One of Ethan's favorite things to do was to teach what he knew to his friends. They told him that things like algebra and negative numbers were too hard and did not make sense, but to Ethan they were easy. And that made him feel good. While Ethan was busy trying to decide what new math theory he was going to teach his friends, Alicia was preparing herself for her daily moment of peace. She had left something important downstairs in the bathroom, where her son was cleaning. With a low mutter, she hurried downstairs. When she got to the bathroom, however, the item was not there. Alicia did not panic immediately. Rather, the terror crept up on her in slow increments as she searched the bathroom, tearing apart what Ethan had so meticulously cleaned. By the time she had pawed through every nook and cranny, Alicia was blinded by fury and fear. What had that boy done with it? She had paid almost $1,000 for it. It was supposed to last her the rest of the month. If he had done something to it, she was going to make him regret it. She stormed into the living room to find her son poring over a book, completely absorbed in its contents. In that wild, inexplicable moment, Alicia saw him clearly. She saw her child, nothing like her, brilliant, handsome, and resourceful, who had stood up to her bullying since he could barely stand by himself. He was destined to be more than she ever would, and she hated him for it. When she went for him, Alicia's intent was serious. When his mother slammed him against the wall, Ethan felt something inside him give with a sickening sound that took his breath away. And then the pain, oh the pain. Like something was poking him from the inside, struggling to get out. The pain was like nothing he had ever felt before. He screamed. He could not help it. The sensation was so sudden and intense that Ethan could do nothing but scream, which only enraged his mother further. "Where did you put it?" she demanded, striking him across the face so hard that he was shocked into silence. "Where did you put my things? If you threw them away, I swear it." "I do not know, Mommy," Ethan managed, reduced to hysteria as the pain consumed him. "I do not know what you are talking about." "Yes, you do." Now Alicia's fingers wrapped around his slender neck, choking off his breath bit by bit. "Tell me where you put it." Even if Ethan had known what she was talking about, he would not have been able to answer her. He could barely breathe as things stood. He hurt all over, and he could taste something warm and metallic in his mouth. If Alicia Weathers had not been so wrapped up in her rage, she might have noticed that the friends Ethan called had arrived and were gaping open-mouthed at her from the doorway. She also did not notice that one of the boys had told his mother how Ethan was always hungry and wore tattered clothes, and that the woman was in tow with the homemade lasagna for Ethan and his family. Elizabeth Warden was the kind of mother that Alicia was not. At the sight of the younger woman trying to hurt her son, she leapt into action, racing for Alicia and yanking her off Ethan. But the younger woman was far stronger, and soon turned her attentions on Elizabeth herself. At the sight of his mother struggling, David Warden immediately called 911. Ethan and David's mother ended up in the hospital. She had multiple lacerations to her face, and he had a few broken ribs, bruised lungs, and a mighty concussion. When Ethan came to, it was not to his mother's face but the face of a stranger. A kind blonde woman with glasses and a sweet smile told him she was sorry, but he was not going to be able to see his mother anymore. Ethan cried, but it was not because he was sad. It was because when the blonde lady held him, he felt safer than he had in all his years with his mother. And though he was only 7 years old, he knew that was not the way things were supposed to be. Chapter 1: Scratching the Itch. 22 years later. When his phone rang, Ethan hardly gave it a passing glance. He knew exactly who was calling and why they were calling, and it was far too early in the morning to get yelled at least in his humble opinion. He had barely gotten up 5 minutes ago, and he needed a cup of very strong coffee before he was ready to tackle the day. Before that, it would be physically impossible to take any phone calls. He pulled on his robe and shuffled into the shower, looking forward to the espresso that awaited him when he got out. Rosita made the best cup of coffee in the city, and he was lucky to have her putting up with his nonsense. At least, that was what he thought until, halfway through his shower, came a knock on the bathroom door. He poked his head out to glare at the closed door. "What is it?" Rosita cracked open the door to poke her head in. "Sorry, Mr. Kensley." She extended his cordless office phone through the crack in the door. "It is Mr. Allister. He says it is very important that he talk to you." Allister? Was not Allister in the Midwest somewhere? What was he doing calling Ethan at this hour of the morning? With a groan, he reluctantly shut off the shower and reached for a towel to wrap around himself, before stepping grudgingly onto the slick tile floor. No sooner had he taken the phone from Rosita's outstretched hand than he was speaking into the receiver. "Allister, what could you possibly want at this hour?" "Me?" A deep Highland brogue came back brusquely, making Ethan wince at its volume. "I do not want a thing." With his accent still heavy even after almost 2 decades stateside, the statement sounded more like, "I dinna want a thin." But Ethan, unlike many people Allister ran into, had no problem deciphering his brother's way of speaking. "It is 4 in the morning here, Ethan, and I just got a call from Vlad, who asked me to call you because he knew you would not pick up your phone." Well, that was a dirty trick. Ethan had not thought that Vladimir would try an alternative way to contact him, but he supposed he should not be surprised. When it came to getting work done, Vladimir was one of the hardest taskmasters in existence. Well, darn. Darn is right. It is the middle of the night here. Call the madman and let me go back to sleep. Right. Ethan, normally guiltless in every endeavor, could not help but feel a little guilty on this one. If there was anyone in their family who was less of a morning person than he was, it was Alistair. Of course, Vladimir had preyed on that particular detail. The rascal. Apologizing once more, Ethan hung up to silently fume for a moment. His first impulse was to call Vlad out on his sheer nastiness. One of the caveats of having a brother who was also your boss was nonsense like this. The only reason Ethan did not immediately call the older man was because he recognized that, in part, well, if he was honest, this situation was kind of his fault anyway. Raking a hand through his damp hair, he leaned against the edge of the sink to call Vlad's private number. His older brother picked up on the first ring. Alistair was angry, was he not? Ethan did not know what infuriated him more, that his brother knew exactly how to play all his siblings, or that he always seemed to have the upper hand in an argument. That was, perhaps, because Vladimir did not often engage in arguments he did not think he could win. That was cold, Vlad. What is cold, his brother returned in an irate tone, slightly colored with his Slavic roots, is not answering a call when there is something important to discuss. Ethan repressed a groan. Somehow, Vladimir's idea of important differed greatly from his own. Vladimir, we finalized those figures yesterday. I have made some adjustments, Vladimir returned succinctly, making Ethan's eyes widen. What kind of adjustments? Those ledgers were perfect. Vladimir, what have you? I suppose you will know when you reach the office. Ethan glared daggers at the phone, cursing his brother's curious mix of wile and gall. I will wait for you. See you soon, Ethan. And then he hung up, leaving Ethan to gape at the phone like an idiot. How did he always let Vlad back him into a corner? Was it not enough that the man was just as ruthlessly intelligent as he was, if not as mathematically inclined? No, Vladimir just had to get under his skin. He forced himself to take a deep, calming breath. This, he reminded himself, was not Vlad trying to be vicious or underhanded. No. This was just Vlad being Vlad, and if he, as his brother, had not come to terms with that after almost 2 decades of getting to know the man, then he was the one at fault. Another deep breath, slow and easy. The elder man could be infuriating as all get out some of the time, but he still loved him, still did his best to meet his never-ending demands. And that was what he was going to do now. Quickly, he toweled off and dressed in one of his favorite suits. Rosita, bless her, was waiting with his very large latte in a to-go cup. With his first grin of the morning, Ethan pressed an affectionate kiss to the older woman's cheek. I love you, Rosita. You love my coffee. Rosita winked at him. Hurry up now. As if he could do anything else. Ethan all but jogged towards the entryway of his penthouse apartment, stopping just before he opened the door to take a peek at the floor-length mirror in the entryway. His father and brothers might call him vain, but he did not think there was anything wrong with wanting to look good. He had not got to spend nearly as much time on his hair as he would have liked, but in his favorite dark gray suit, he would say he cut a pretty charming figure. Ethan always liked to tease his mother that because he was the only American-born of the 5 adopted Kensleys, he had to work harder to be appreciated by the ladies. He did not have an exotic accent, or get to jet away to far-off lands often. Instead, he relied on his looks, his good taste, and a rather warped brand of chivalry. Ethan's car was parked in a private garage, and he would never argue when someone called him particular about his vehicle. It was the first major purchase he made when he began work at his father's company, and it would always be near and dear to his heart. Apart from that, it was absolutely gorgeous. The silver Aston Martin glinted in the shadows. Its headlights blinked when Ethan unlocked it. The moment he slid into the driver's seat, he found some of the morning's stress melting away. In his car, it did not matter if he was in traffic or not. He could be at ease. Which was a blessing, considering that he and Vlad were probably going to bump heads the moment he stepped into the office. The mere notion was enough to give him a headache, so he shoved it aside in favor of contemplating what he would do when he was finished with work. If Ethan was going to have a stressful day, then the last thing he wanted was to have to deal with stress when he came home. He would want to unwind, and for Ethan, unwinding meant company. It always had. His lips curved upward into an indulgent smile as he pulled out of the garage and onto Park Avenue. The question was, who would he call? He had a ready and waiting list of women in his dossier, each of whom had their own particular merits. There was a fiery redhead named Stephanie, who was a Wall Street banker, and a blonde with French origins, Lunette, who liked to dress up. But if he were really honest with himself, Ethan knew who he would end up with. He had a thing for dark-haired women, and Carmen was the most alluring one he had ever met. She was vivacious, witty, and always willing to spend time with him. And it was she who he would call on tonight. Scene break. To be fair, Ethan's day was only about half as stressful as he had imagined it would be. Vlad had only wanted him to come in early, so he could personally tell him why the reiterated figures needed work, and so he could pile another project onto his already huge pile. Whenever he could, Vlad plotted to get Ethan into the office early, no small feat when one considered that the man slept until noon on his off days. Though Ethan might give off the image of a slacker, he held his family and the enterprise bearing their name in high regard. While he was at work, he was working and nothing else. He ran the accounting department that ran figures for not only the New York City hub and other cities in the United States, but also the international cities. It was a lot of paperwork, but it helped that Ethan was nothing short of a human calculator. He had been a savant with numbers as far back as he could remember, not that he liked to remember too terribly far into the past. Ethan hunkered over his desk all day, stopping only to have one of his favorite sandwiches, a Reuben, for lunch before diving back into his workload. By the time he finally finished all the figures Vladimir requested, it was about an hour after he had asked Carmen to meet him. But she, as always, was extremely flexible. She met him at the entrance of his apartment complex, and Ethan was struck, as always, by her effortless beauty. Tan skin, gleaming ebony hair braided halfway down her back, and exotic almond-shaped hazel eyes. He could imagine that when Carmen entered the courtroom, more than a few witnesses found themselves tongue-tied at the mere sight of her. After several encounters, Ethan was happy to say that he knew just how to handle the silver-tongued vixen. "You always keep me waiting, Ethan." Her voice was low and smooth as honey as she embraced him, kissing him on the cheek warmly. "What am I going to do with you?" He had several ideas, and all of them involved going up to his penthouse. "We can discuss it over dinner," he chuckled lowly, before lowering his mouth to the place where her neck met her shoulder. "We can order from that absurdly expensive seafood place you like so much." "I do not need dinner, Ethan." One of Carmen's best qualities, in Ethan's opinion, was that she was direct. She knew what she wanted, and had no hesitation in taking it. Ethan barely lasted until the front door of the penthouse. Luckily for him, Rosita had already left for the day, so they had the apartment completely to themselves. The moment they stepped through the door, the energy between them shifted. Ethan's fingers slid through her dark, gleaming hair as a low breath escaped him. He leaned back against the wall, letting Carmen take the lead for a moment, watching her with clear appreciation. But it did not last. He caught her by the shoulders and turned her, gently but firmly pressing her back against the same wall. Her quiet laugh was cut short when he kissed her, something she usually avoided. This time, she did not pull away. His attention drifted to her neck, his touch lingering there, drawing a soft reaction from her. Carmen's composure slipped just a little, her confidence giving way to something more instinctive as she leaned into him. Ethan noticed everything, every shift, every breath. Carmen had always had a bold streak. She lived on the edge of things, and that was part of what drew him in. There were no expectations between them, no complications, just moments like this. When his attention returned to her face, she met him with a look that said she wasn't done yet. Her hands found his shoulders, pulling him closer, urging him not to hold back. Ethan answered without hesitation, his focus entirely on her now, on the way she reacted to every small movement, every touch. The tension between them built quickly, familiar and electric. Carmen's breath caught as she clung to him, her earlier confidence giving way to something more vulnerable, more real. Ethan watched her carefully, intent on that moment when she would let go completely, and when she did, it showed in every line of her expression. That was what he lived for. That unguarded moment. Even as she caught her breath, she did not let him go. Her hands moved with purpose, pulling him along with her, as they made their way deeper into the apartment, eventually collapsing onto the nearest couch. But Carmen wasn't one to stay still for long. She reached for him again, drawing a quiet reaction from him this time. The long day faded into the background, replaced by something far more immediate. Ethan followed her lead, until as always he didn't. He shifted, guiding her, setting his own pace. Carmen laughed softly at the change, but the sound quickly faded as the moment deepened again. "Ethan," she murmured, a hint of impatience in her voice. "Just stay with me." He did not need to be told twice. Using his strength, he turned her gently, and she responded instantly, meeting him halfway. The balance between them, push and pull, control and surrender, fell into place as naturally as ever. They moved together through the apartment, the tension carrying them from one space to the next, until everything else blurred into the background. By the time the energy between them finally settled, hours had passed. Ethan lay back, catching his breath, a faint, satisfied smile on his face. Now, finally, he felt like himself again. The quiet did not last long. Hunger crept in, sharp and immediate, cutting through the haze of the night. He reached for his phone and ordered from a deli down the street, half listening as Carmen mourned the loss of her carefully planned seafood spread. When he was done, he set the phone aside and joined her in bed. Thankfully, she did not want to cuddle or make lovey-dovey talk. He was not good at that kind of stuff anyway. After a lingering kiss at the base of his neck that almost roused him to attention again, Carmen stalked back to the living room to check her emails on her phone. Ethan did likewise. It was not usual for Vlad to send him something in the middle of the night and expect that he had checked it by the next morning. At the sight of an upcoming notification, he frowned. Darn. He could not believe he had almost forgotten. "What has put that look on your face?" Carmen returned in short order with her phone, distracting him for a moment with her magnificent figure. "And do not tell me it is the intimacy, because I would know you are lying." Her snark brought a momentary smirk to his face. Indeed, there was not a single thing wrong with their time together. It pained him that he would momentarily have to put the set aside. Nothing important. He tossed his phone on the bedside table with a frown. "Just a family event, coming up. I am not looking forward to the planning stages. It means we will not be talking for a while." Carmen arched a brow as she took a sip of water from the bottle she had swiped from the fridge. "How long is a while?" Ethan shrugged, swiping the bottle from her to take a long gulp. "I do not know for sure. A couple of weeks?" "Is it the charity thing?" Carmen arched a brow in inquiry, her expression carefully casual. But he saw right through her in a heartbeat. The charity thing to which she so lightly referred was the Children's Charity Ball, one of the most exclusive yearly events in the city, made so by the $1,500 buy-in per plate. This, of course, was not to benefit the charity staff itself. Every penny went towards supporting orphans all around the world. It was a cause near and dear to Jackson Kensley's heart. Every year, Ethan's father liked to do things up in style. Taking other people's money to funnel it to where it is really needed, he called it. And the fact of the matter was that he paid for most of the ball accoutrement himself. The donations all went to the cause itself. Jackson would not have it any other way. Being a Kensley son, Ethan went every year. His entire family went every year at least, whoever was stateside. But tickets, despite being as expensive as all get out, usually sold out within the first few days that they were announced, and shortly after, people started doing anything they could to get admission. As casually as she acted about it, Carmen would probably do anything to get in. Ethan was not black-hearted. In a perfect world, he would offer Carmen an in. She would certainly look good on his arm at any high-class function. The caveat in this particular case was that his family would be in attendance, and Ethan knew better than to show up anywhere with a woman on his arm when his father was involved. Jackson would be all over him like white on rice, and then he would have to go through the process of explaining to his father that it was not like that. He did not want to get married right now, he was still young, and so on. Yeah, he finally answered Carmen with a matching casual air. Boring beyond boring, I know. Somehow I will survive. He did his best to pretend he did not see her crestfallen expression. This, he knew, would disappoint her, which might make her reluctant to deal with him in the future. It was something he had dealt with 100 times, and somehow he would weather it now. If he was lucky, Carmen would let him call her again. If he was not, there were plenty of other fish in the sea. Scene break. As Ethan might have expected, the next few weeks were some of the most hectic of the year. His workload was always heavier in January and February, and atop that, he had to help plan the upcoming charity ball. Luckily, when it came to aesthetic choices, his mother was more than willing to help out. In fact, Ethan went from seeing her once a month or so to stumbling across her every day when he went to check on the charity ball. He knew that she sometimes felt a bit isolated at home when her husband continued to work himself into an early grave and her sons had all left the nest. This was cathartic for her, and his father liked having her around. Thankfully, Ethan was not treated to too many days of lovey-dovey behavior at the venue or in the main offices before the night of the event finally arrived. After 6 weeks of being run ragged, Ethan finally allowed himself a moment to relax. After all, by this point, all the figures had been run, and all that was left for him to do was relax and enjoy the party. And what a party it was! Olivia Kensley had outdone herself as head of the decorating committee. The Metropolitan Museum of Art's main ballroom was decked out in hues of rose gold and cobalt blue, the colors of the charity to which they were donating. Impeccably dressed waiters with trays of champagne and canapes circled around the pre-dinner crowd. The attendees themselves were one of two groups, those who thought it was their God-given right to be there, and those who could not believe where they found themselves. Ethan greatly preferred to mingle with the latter. Despite growing up the son of a successful multi-billionaire, as well as being host to his own self-made fortune, the vast majority of people with money made his stomach curdle. His father called it too rich for their britches, and the phrase had made Ethan laugh since he was a child. Jackson Kensley made certain that no son of his was too rich for their britches. They each had a chore list growing up, and they only got allowances when all their chores had been done. If any of them thought they would just coast by on their father's name, they had quickly been proved wrong. To be fair, Ethan thought they had grown up well. To be standing where he was today was enough to put a smile on his face, and all his brothers had similar stories. But of course, Vlad was not smiling. When Ethan all but ran into him, he sighed at the look of suffering on Vladimir's face. He had never liked social functions, and atop that, Alistair told Ethan that Vlad had just gotten some very intimidating news. Their father was slated to retire within the year, and Vladimir would take his place. Of course, that was no surprise to anyone in the Kensley family but Vladimir. Despite being one of the most efficient men Ethan had ever met, he had a crippling fear of failure. Something about worrying he would sully the name of the family that had taken him in. Of course, he never listened to all of them telling him that was impossible. The man had never missed a day of work in his life. But tonight, he was determined to frown his way through one of the best evenings of the year. "Well, you look absolutely miserable." Vlad rolled his eyes. Somehow, the dark-haired man managed to make even that imposing. "I am not miserable. I can just think of 100 other things I could be doing to prepare for my trip to Los Angeles." Ethan arched a brow incredulously. What does this have to do with Los Angeles? Vlad, this is about tonight. You are not going to Los Angeles for weeks. I have a ton to finish before I leave. Vlad's blue eyes all but gleamed with worry. It will take me ages. Dude, Ethan clapped him on both shoulders. You need to take a chill pill, Vlad. Kick back. Relax. This is supposed to be a party. Do you not need to take a breather? Not when there is work to do. Ethan sighed long-sufferingly. He should not have bothered to ask. When it came to work, Vlad was completely and totally single-minded. He acted as if he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, which technically in many ways he did. It was not, however, as if he did not have a decidedly large family to support him in any endeavor he might seek to pursue. Vlad, Ethan squeezed his shoulders firmly, I cannot believe I am saying this, but you need a woman. It was something their father might say, even though Ethan meant it in a completely different way. Vlad groaned, taking hold of Ethan's hand to remove it. The answer is always a woman with you, Ethan. Some of us are built differently, you know. The last time Ethan checked, all men were the same. Wired a bit differently for sure, but the build was never an issue. Of course, he did not expect Vlad to find a girl to let off some steam with just because Ethan told him to, especially not with Los Angeles and father's retirement hanging over his head. Even under the best of circumstances, Vladimir was not the kind of man who went out to bars and picked up women. It just was not his style. Did not hurt to suggest a bit of a different approach, though. Just do not worry yourself into an early grave, okay, Vlad? Vlad merely grunted in reply, grabbing a glass of champagne from a nearby waitress before stalking off into the crowd. It was not long before he was overtaken by the family of a major investor in the company, and Ethan only hoped that maybe they would be able to cheer his brother up a bit. It was nice to see the people he spent time with in the office let their hair down, have the investors come down from on high, and spend time with the little people. Ethan always thoroughly enjoyed hobnobbing with the city's elite. He did this as much to make fun of them as he did to observe them, thankful that the Kensleys were so very different. Having had quite a few glasses of champagne before dinner, Ethan was pleased to be seated between his mother and a very attractive brunette. When he began to lean towards her, however, Olivia Kensley squeezed his hand. She looked resplendent in a red ball gown, just as attractive in her 60s as she had been 20 years earlier. Married Dove. And her husband is very possessive. Call him a scoundrel, but he was not the type that let marriage get in the way. He did not want to replace any woman's husband, but that did not mean that he would not oblige a lady if she threw herself at him. It would be rude, in fact. But his mother was right. A dinner table packed with New York's elite was hardly the place or the time. When he caught Olivia's eye with a sheepish grin, she merely sighed. I am sure this is not what your father meant when he told you to pick a nice woman and settle down. Ethan made a face, even as his mother reached out to straighten the collar of the starched shirt he wore beneath his impeccable black tuxedo. Mother, I am 30. I cannot just produce grandchildren on demand. That is not what he meant, Ethan, Olivia sighed. But then they were cut off when dinner service started. Jackson Kensley himself sat at the head of the table, a few seats away, flanked on his right by Vladimir and his left by Lucas, his youngest son. Lucas looked just as in awe of his position as several guests who were probably coveting it, but anyone who knew anything about Jackson Kensley knew that he valued his family above all else, and it always showed. Dinner was delicious as it always was, 5 full courses of the things his father most liked to eat, such as garlic chicken with rosemary potatoes and grilled asparagus salad. Ethan could not complain as he, and most of the table, came away completely satiated, fully prepared for the list of speeches and recognitions of donation that were to come afterward. What was Mum scolding you about? Lucas managed to sneak up on him as they were reconvening in the ballroom, and Ethan merely grinned at him. Since they were younger, Ethan liked to tease Lucas about the remnants of his British accent. Even at the age of 28, it had not quite disappeared. In truth, as a teenager, Ethan had been slightly envious of it. Unlike Lucas and his other brothers, Ethan had been born and bred on American soil. There was nothing exotic or interesting about him, at least in his opinion. "None of your business," Ethan jibed playfully, elbowing his brother in the side. Despite being younger, Lucas was of equal size, and the blond man took it like a champ. "Enjoyed basking in the limelight, sitting next to Dad at the head of the table, did you?" Ethan asked. Lucas's wide green eyes took on the expression of a deer in headlights. "I do not know how you guys stand it. Everyone is looking at you. Everyone whispering. Well, Vlad does not stand it. He hides away and leaves the rest of us to tackle his media absence." Ethan jibed. "Maybe you should take a leaf from his book." "Ethan," Lucas frowned, "you know Vlad has his issues." "Somewhere there is an entire volume written on Vladimir's issues," Ethan returned with a small smirk, "but we will not address that now." His expression softened somewhat. "You think he is going to be all right? He is walking around like a zombie. News of Dad's retirement hit him pretty hard." "He will be fine." Lucas's lips curved upward into a confident smile. "Probably the most stressed he has ever been in his life. Vlad is only reacting accordingly." "Yes, well, maybe I should tell him Dad is considering Alistair as chief executive officer. That might turn him around pretty quickly." Lucas's expression turned to one of horror. Their eldest brother's temper and propensity for daredevil stunts were legendary. When they were younger, he had told his father that he would sit in an office and be beholden to stockholders over his dead body. Jackson had only laughed at this proclamation. Anyone with an ounce of thinking power knew better than to try and tie Alistair down in an office. He belonged outdoors, doing all the crazy stuff he liked, which was why he was head of land acquisition. And he was very good at his job. Speaking of someone very good at her job, Ethan was eyeing the decorative chair who had worked with his mother. She was about 2 decades younger, and wearing a dress that showed off her awe-inspiring figure to the hilt. He must have been staring as Lucas smacked his arm in reproach, a knowing smile playing about his mouth. "Do not get into too much trouble, Ethan." The light-haired man chuckled, clapping his brother on the shoulder. "You should get into more trouble, Lucas. I am sure it would serve you well." Any further conversation they might have had was cut off when their father stepped up to the podium to make his speech. Even in his 70s, Jackson Kensley cut an imposing figure in his starched suit and tie. He stood tall and proud at the podium, gazing over everyone assembled there. When he spoke, he did not need a microphone for his voice to resound through the ballroom. "Thank you to all my esteemed guests, my friends and my family, everyone in attendance who helped make this night an event to remember. I am always heartened to see so many of us come together to help those in need." That, Ethan knew, was not the primary reason most people had come to the event. They came to see and be seen, but that was beside the point. Their money was still going to a good cause. "Every year," Jackson went on, "I travel the world for both business and pleasure. Both in our own country and abroad, I see the difficulty that orphan children endure. It is imperative that we help provide for those children who cannot provide for themselves, so that they might lead bright and prosperous futures." Polite applause greeted this statement, with a few pockets of strength from those people who actually believed in the cause to which they donated. Ethan and his brothers applauded the most heartily of all, with good reason. "As all of you know," Jackson went on, his expression simultaneously solemn and proud, "each of my 5 sons was adopted. Their circumstances were different, and as men, they were vastly different people, but all they required was an opportunity to shine. They make me prouder than I can imagine every single day, even if they continue to grind my nerves on an off day every once in a while." That incited a smattering of chuckles, and Lucas caught Ethan's eye with a grin. Vlad was off in a corner somewhere, no doubt lamenting that he would ever cause their father any trouble. Tashira was God knew where, Switzerland the last Ethan heard, and Alistair was no doubt jumping into the Grand Canyon. It was a shame, as both of them could appreciate a good party. "I implore you," Jackson continued, his expression turning serious once more, "to educate yourselves on the state of our young people. In many cases, these children come from broken families. Abusive families. Parents who cannot put food on the table, or some convoluted combination of the three." His words stirred unwelcome memories in Ethan, and the young man frowned, his champagne glass stilling halfway to his mouth. Thoughts of his biological mother were rare these days, but he still got them, floating in like a disease in his subconscious. Though she was the one who had given birth to him, Ethan had long stopped considering her his mother. Olivia Kensley was the woman who taught him what having a proper mother was like. She was the balm that soothed his exhausted soul when, at the tender age of 8, he had been scooped up from a nasty foster family. He shuddered at the mere memory, before downing his entire glass of champagne. He did not want to think about this. He always got into a funk when he thought of his life before the Kensleys, and that was the last thing he wanted now. Ethan was, in fact, so wrapped up in the past that he barely heard the rest of his father's speech. He barely snapped back to the present in time for Jackson to thank everyone for coming again. Ethan applauded automatically, taking a fresh glass of champagne from the first waiter he could find. At times like this, he needed a good stiff drink and a warm, soft woman. He knew from experience that when his past started creeping in, there was only one surefire way to banish the unwanted memories. While Lucas went to congratulate their father on raising over $5 million, Ethan made a beeline for the dessert table, where several beauties had already congregated. He made small talk with one of the premier attorneys in the city nearby, suspecting the man had the same intent that he did. All the while, Ethan watched a particularly gorgeous blonde out of the corner of his eye. It seemed that she was there with her husband, laughing while he suggested various desserts to her. Usually, when a woman was married, he was not the one to initiate contact. He let them come to him. But the memories plaguing him unsettled him enough to make him bold. The moment the man left her, which no good husband, he justified to himself, would really do, Ethan excused himself from his conversation with the attorney and sidled over to her. He admired her long, slender legs, in the short cocktail dress she wore for a moment before addressing her. "Big sweet tooth, huh?" The woman lifted her head to fix him with breathtaking cornflower blue eyes, and Ethan's gut twisted in raw desire. When she smiled, it was slow and inviting. "Maybe a little bigger than most. You have got quite the spread here, Mr. Kensley." It seemed his reputation preceded him. That could be good or bad, really, depending on what kind of woman he was dealing with. "Well, we like to have a little of everything. You never really know what people's tastes will be." "I see." The blonde took up a saucer of crème brûlée, breaking the crystallized sugar crust with a small silver spoon before taking a lingering bite. Ethan forced himself not to watch her like a starved man, despite his desperation. "I am Loretta, by the way." "Pleasure to meet you, Loretta." He extended his hand for her to shake, and the young woman laughed, taking it briefly. "Are you this charming with all the ladies, Mr. Kensley?" She had no idea. "Only with the ones I cannot take my eyes off of." Loretta chuckled softly, taking another bite of her dessert. "And tell me, would it happen to deter you if one of your conquests was spoken for?" Well, she had come right out and said it. She was astute up front. He liked that in a woman. "If it does not bother her," he answered lowly, taking a step closer to her, "it does not bother me." Loretta's intrigued smile turned to one of blatant amusement, as she arched a brow. And if it did matter to her? Had he read this entire situation wrong? Ethan had been so sure this woman was giving him all the signs he looked for. It was possible, he supposed, that his mood had thrown his entire game off. Ethan did not know quite how to answer her inquiry, so he merely eyed her in a desirous query. Possibility turned to certainty the moment Loretta finished her dessert, handing the empty dish to a passing waiter. "As tempting as your offer is, Mr. Kensley, I am spoken for, and I like to keep things monogamous." Ethan's heart sank. Well, that was that. He supposed the chase, at least, had been exciting. As much as he wanted to run his hands over her decadent curves, he knew that pushing Loretta any further would be blatantly disrespectful, and he had never gone quite that far where a woman was concerned. "You will have to forgive me then, Loretta." A bit of his desperation faded in lieu of embarrassment. He did not think he had ever been turned down so politely. The blonde merely grinned, reaching past him to select another dessert. As she did, she brushed past him, and Ethan swallowed a groan at the feel of her ample hips whispering past his own. "You know, Mr. Kensley, I was really rooting for you and the ballerina." She straightened to daintily nibble on the corner of a petit four. Ballerina? It had been a while since anyone mentioned that. About 2 years ago, he had dated Sylvia Martin, a prima ballerina for the New York Ballet. It was the closest he had gotten to a relationship in a while. He had been with her exclusively, took her out to every public function, and at one point had even contemplated introducing her to his parents. Contemplated is the key word. In the end, he found out that she had been seeing one of her fellow dancers, and she and Ethan had parted ways. Ethan had been surprised at just how relieved he was. He had liked Sylvia, but he certainly had not loved her. She was, however, the woman he had been seen with the most in recent years, so he supposed that it was not that unusual that her name came up. "Yeah, well, I was rooting for us for a while too," he replied. He chose a dessert himself, placating his body with sugar for the time being. "I know this is going to sound silly," Loretta glanced up at him hesitatingly before continuing. "But have you ever considered having someone help you find a partner?" At the very notion, Ethan snorted with laughter. Did they even do that anymore? This was 2017, for goodness sake. Thankfully, instead of being offended, Loretta took his reaction in stride. "I know it sounds insane, but a woman matched me with my husband. It was eerie how fast we clicked. Almost like she was psychic." Ethan was more thankful by the minute that he had not been with this woman. He could not see a conversation about matchmaking and fated love going well between them. To her merit, however, Loretta did not come off as overly invested in the idea of star-crossed lovers. Just the matchmaker herself. "I know it is not my place to tell you anything about women," Loretta laughed softly, "but you might want to try giving her a call. Just for fun. It could not hurt, right?" He was sure that it could, at the very least, hurt his wallet. He had heard about so-called modern matchmakers a handful of times, and they were not cheap. He could not imagine having to pay to find company. He did not have any problems finding compatible women on his own. What could a matchmaker possibly do for him? "I can tell you are enthusiastic about the idea," Loretta teased at his skeptical expression. She reached into the small evening bag beneath her arm to fish out a single red business card, which she extended to him with 2 fingers. "Just take it. It does not mean you have to call it or anything, but it might be nice to have in your repertoire." Ethan stared at the card for a brief moment, before taking it with no small reluctance. He read the name on the front. "Harper Jones, discover your perfect match, call to reserve your free consultation." It sounded like complete and utter nonsense. Unfortunately, he did not have any more time to debate the pros and cons of hiring a matchmaker with Loretta as her husband returned, and he did not look happy to see Ethan by her side, Kensley or not. The light-haired man beat a quick retreat to find another glass of champagne and start the hunt for another conquest. He tucked the card Loretta had passed him into his jacket pocket and promptly forgot about it. After all, Ethan had much bigger fish to fry.
End of sneak peek.